Balloon Knot. Hey, good morning, everybody. What's happening? And how are you? Balloon Knot. And, wow. Balloon Knot.
How are you?
I'm fine, Mother. Balloon Knot. Yes. Well, yeah, we have a whole big show for you today. It's Thursday here at Sirius Satellite Radio, Howard 100, Howard 101.
Good.
And I went to get my newspaper this morning on the front page. Stern fiancé. Wait, let me get this straight. I'll read it directly. Stern, baby dreams for Stern fiancé.
What paper is that in?
The New York Post. Big picture of Beth. First, Howard Stern claimed he was never getting married again, and now he's set to tie the knot with Beth Ostrowski above in October. Then he said he was never going to have more kids, but Ostrowski's got babies on the brain.
How did they know that?
While the duo were in Atlantic City last weekend for Artie Lang's comedy show at the Borgata, Ostrowski stopped to admire a newborn infant girl in the casino. She stopped in her tracks and looked at her and said, "Oh, hello," and very sweetly. She was cooing over her, said our spy. She seemed to really be into the baby. Well, there you go.
Oh, my goodness, what a story.
Did they want her to spit in the baby's face? You go, "I hate you, baby."
Well,
Jeez.
it's up to the Post to find stuff like this.
That's a stretch.
Jeez.
I wonder if that really even happened. I don't remember, but I remember walking. You know, the security guy there gave me a choice. He says, "Do you want to walk through the casino where everyone sort of can see you and, you know, you got to deal with all that? Or do you want to walk in the secret underground tunnels, you know?" I said, secret underground tunnel, first of all.
Underground tunnel for me.
Underground tunnel. So I didn't really see much of anybody. And, you know, I'm in the secret underground tunnel, and then it turns out the secret underground tunnel takes like 5 times as long. So anytime I wanted to go anywhere, it was a half-hour walk. I mean, it was great exercise. You could jog down there.
The secret underground tunnel, they got no babies in it either.
Yeah, I didn't see any people, but... In fact, Beth spent a lot of the time in her room because she wasn't feeling well.
Right.
So
the one time she came out, she saw a baby.
She was fucking around with babies.
I mean, but that is such a, like, a nothing...
I know, they made that up.
She thought a baby was cute? You know, what the fuck?
You know, I don't want children, but I like to see pretty babies, too.
Yeah, why not? Nothing wrong with saying hello. Well, listen, what are you going to do? Might be...
babies on the brain.
Might be babies on the brain there.
I've seen a couple of dogs I thought were cute.
Whole nother set of stories in the newspaper about how CBS Radio is doing so horribly since we left. I always like that. I got to admit, I do. And all the articles start out with, Shock Howard Stern may be long gone from CBS Radio, but his absence continues to haunt the financial performance of the company's struggling radio division as it attempts to reinvent itself 2 years later.
Well, you know what? I keep thinking about how they... bought you a case of wine to celebrate 25 years.
Robin ain't going to forget that.
Maybe that's because I whine so much.
You know what? I can't even tell you the language I would like to tell you.
Well, you're serious now. You can.
But I can't be that vulgar.
She's a lady.
Write it down, Robin. I'll say it.
But it turns out that... the case of wine was because I whined so much while I was there, I'm sure. There must have been some symbolism.
The case of wine was an afterthought because they couldn't even give any consideration to the amount of time or service you had provided for them.
I think the wine thing, you're giving credit for too much wit.
Really? Because
I'll be honest.
They came to me 2 weeks before the anniversary and said, "Can you think of anything we should do?"
You know what's funny, though? Really, I was actually touched by the case of wine because I was like, why would they even buy me a gift? Here I am leaving. They are pissed that I'm leaving. They don't like the idea.
But even that, they let you go.
I guess so. I don't know. You know what? Who cares? Honestly, we're happy. We're happy here at Sirius Satellite Radio.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, being, like, saying it's kind of interesting for you to see what CBS is doing now. I mean, that's honest. That's honest. Any human being would feel that way. It's human nature. You might feel, hey, you know, I was important over there.
Well,
but once again, I have to go back to saying, when you do something good for television, you know, Kelsey Grammer.
Yeah, they buy you cars and all that.
He didn't do 25 years. He had a good season, and they bought him a car.
Got a point there. You got a point there.
It was like it went all around L.A. when this happened, the Will and Grace cast. They had got picked up for just the second year, and they all got Porsches.
Yeah.
Everybody in the cast got a Porsche just for getting picked up.
Well, it's funny. When I used to negotiate with Mel when he was running the radio division, I'd say, you know, I think you guys really sort of aren't fair about what I bring into the company. And he'd go, how so? And I'd say, you know, look, I said, I know what you guys do. You got me on in the morning, and the rest of the day, you force all the advertisers to buy the rest of the station. So you're making all this revenue on the whole station. And plus, when we're on in the morning, even if the station's doing kind of shitty and the ratings, it looks good because our numbers are so high, we elevate the entire station.
You pull everything up.
I said, so an argument could be made that I bring a lot more money into the company than you even want to give me credit for. And they were like, you're fucking crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
And you can understand there's, like, sure, you want to be in a tough negotiating position with your artist, but by the same token, you have to at some point recognize what people are doing for you.
Also, I didn't have enough balls. Fran Shea used to say to me, she used to run the E! Network, she'd say to me, you know what you ought to do on your next contract? And she would say this to me all the time. Take 6 months off. So you're not coming back.
Absolutely. Well, those people exist on the television side, too. There have been plenty of people, Fred, what was his name? Red Fox. He got upset about something on the set of Sanford and Son, and he just refused to come to work.
He wanted a window.
Yeah, that worked out well for him.
I think they brought him back.
Yeah, maybe within that 5 years where stuff was going well for him. But, yeah, I mean, look, she was so right about that. Think about how...
it would have been an eye-opener to them.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Johnny Fratto's on there. Johnny, hi.
Hey, Howard, how you doing? I heard you, well, first I wanted to tell you my condolences for your grandmother.
Thanks, John. Thanks.
Howard, listen, I heard...
Wait a minute. Johnny Fratto's on the phone?
Yeah.
Aren't you done with us?
No. Hey,
me, I didn't say nothing.
Eric the Midget said you're done with the show.
Right. He's
my boss. I mean, I'm like Stuttering John, I guess. I'm fucking following orders or something. Oh, but I had to warn you. This is not that kind of business. I had to warn you because, Howard, you and I are the same age.
Right.
And I got this fucking 5-year-old over here. And I'm telling you, Howard, listen to me. I got the same exact... No, I got the same fucking story. I don't want to have any kids. There's not going to be any kids. Don't worry about any kids.
Right.
My kids are like 140, each.
Right.
Fucking man, oh man, Howard, took about, I don't know, 7-8 months of being together. Boom. There he comes.
Yeah, but was the kid an accident?
Well, yeah. I mean, fuck, do you think I would do that on purpose?
No, I mean, listen, I'm doing
Howard's very careful.
I'm real careful. I wear rubber.
Howard, listen to me.
Howard's overly careful.
I was extremely careful and all of that.
You wore rubber?
And this was a miracle, okay?
A miracle?
A fucking miracle, yeah.
So the rubber did not work? Did you sue the rubber?
Wait a second.
All I know that I do remember that the thing came off once.
Oh, all right. Well, that can happen.
Okay, well, but the point I'm making is, okay, well, we're dealing what we got here. You can't do it, I'm telling you. I know your schedule. There ain't no fucking way.
Johnny, it would be a disaster for me to have a little child. Honestly.
Listen to me. He gets up at 6:30 in the morning.
I know.
He plays Guitar Hero. No, you don't know. He plays Guitar Hero at full, as loud as the TV will go.
Don't get him Guitar Hero.
You know what? When you reach our age... everything makes you grumpy and shitty.
Oh, yeah.
And, it's like, listen, I'm 54. I'm, like, walking around like it's the end. I mean, I walk around, I'm, like, annoyed by everything. Everything aggravates me and irritates me. And,
yeah.
I want full attention on me in my relationship. I don't really want to...
Yeah. Oh, no, this fucker has completely taken over. Hey, look, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm sitting up. Who's in bed with her? Him.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think I don't know that would happen. I'm telling you, it would be the end of me. I'd fucking kill myself.
Radar. You know what, Howard? I don't give a shit. We could get this guy to sleep. I don't care what time of the day or night. If he's with his grandmother, no matter what, the minute we try to have sex, somehow this motherfucker knows.
Right.
He knows when to knock on that door, and now he don't even knock because he can reach the door.
Little fucker.
You know, I'm Italian, and so you know what I mean? I don't want to do shit like that.
Johnny.
And then I think Johnny tells him to do things, you know what I mean? Or gives him like the heads up. I had to go to school, Howard, to the kindergarten class, sit in a tiny little chair, and listen about how Schwarzenegger's pulling all these fucking the things, you know, so they're going to get rid of teachers. And all the mothers are crying, and, you know, I'm sitting there, and they're looking at me like, do something. What am I going to do?
You know, Johnny, it's like unbelievably humiliating. Here, you're a guy, you know, you're in business. You've done some pretty good things in your life. And now you're sitting in one of them little kindergarten chairs like a fucking asshole.
And then, you know, and then she's telling everybody, don't worry, he's going to fix it. He'll fix it. How the fuck am I going to fix it? What, hire a kindergarten teacher? You want me to pay one of their salaries or something?
Your wife's a big shot. I mean, your wife's going around saying, oh, Johnny can fix this problem.
Oh, yeah. She's telling everybody, don't even worry about it. He's going to fix this whole thing at this school. They ain't going to touch this school. He's here watching the school.
Yeah,
and
like you're in the mob or something.
About their goddamn lunches, you know, like, well, you know, we don't get good lunches over here for the teachers. I'm like, hey, you know what? Sounds to me like there ain't going to be no fucking teachers if you all don't do something.
Yeah, and you know what? I like how your wife thinks you can fix everything. Like you're the head of the mafia.
Oh, she was at the Mercedes-Benz dealership because her car keeps breaking.
Yeah.
So she calls and says, come over here. They're really giving me trouble. So we go, we pull up, and, you know, I get out of the car. I said, what's the matter? And now she's yelling, and she's saying, this guy over here says that the car is broken because I broke it. And the guy is trying to explain to me, look, tell her to keep her foot off the brake. You cannot ride the brakes on these cars. That's why the brakes are squeaking.
Right.
But she's already in a full-blown fight with the guy.
Yeah, and she wants you.
At least she can do something.
Yeah, she's like, hey, John, take him in the back and beat him up.
Do something.
Broads will get you killed.
What are you going to let this guy treat your son, your baby rides around in this car?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a nightmare. I know you're in a nightmare.
Fuck, you haven't got a clue. It's 3 in the morning, and this is how I'm relaxing, okay?
Hey, Johnny, let me ask you something. How long before Eric the Midget breaks down and starts calling in again?
I think you'll hear from him very soon. I think you'll hear from him very, very soon.
I agree.
He's only mad. I got to tell you, he's only mad because of Langford. If Langford talked to him different, this motherfucker would act completely. You know, I got to tell you, the one thing, I swear to God, and I mean this with my heart and my soul, when that girl came over here the other day, that Kendra,
yeah,
she actually, I didn't see her trying to make money or go after anybody or do anything like that at all. And she was actually very, very kind and very nice to him. Like I said, she really, truly was. And you know, she held his hand, and you've heard all of these people that have talked about him say they've touched his hand. And, Howard, I've never seen anybody who could touch his hand for a moment. You know, like it's one of those things that you do and then you got to back up real fast. You know what I mean? I mean, it's freaky.
Right.
And the hand is that weird.
It's really weird. It's real soft. It's really, there's not even a way to describe it.
Yeah, well, Jimmy Kimmel said it was like a rotten plum.
It's real. It's very, like you could almost, you know, and it was so funny because the little boy was coming home from school, you know, and I didn't warn anybody that Eric was here. And when the little kid opened up the door, it looked like the scene from E.T. They kind of got face to face, you know.
Oh, God.
You know, and you spent like 4 hours that night just trying to explain how this happens, which I ain't no good at doing that.
Yeah, you got all
Who is?
Yeah, you got seen in E.T.
Because he wants to know why.
Your little boy took him and locked him in a closet.
I told him, if you're bad, this is what could happen to you. Of course, when he gets a little older, oh, Robin, what the fuck? What do you think he's going to believe me for the whole duration of the time?
If you're bad, Eric was really, really bad, and this is what happened.
So, Robin, listen, don't know. He don't know that I can't do that to him.
Smart to keep that kid in line. Hey, Johnny, thanks for the warning. You know what? Don't worry. You don't need to refresh my memory. You know, I had 3 little kids, and, you know, they grew up. And I feel like I'm out of the woods now. Now I can enjoy the rest of my life. I've raised my kids.
You know what, Howard? My oldest daughter is 34. I'm going to be a grandfather within the next month.
Right.
And of course, Johnny, you know, fuck that. Right. And then I have this other daughter, Alexis, 26. I was out of the fucking woods. I was out of the woods. I was free. And I'm telling you, I'm back at Kittyland now. You know what I mean?
And do you have anything, hey, Johnny, do you have anything to do with that kid? I mean, you're pretty much too tired.
I don't even think he knows the kid's name. He's like the 5-year-old, the motherfucker.
No, you know what? Because he follows me around.
Right.
He asks a lot of questions. This fucker asks a lot of questions. And you know what's bad? He asks a lot of questions about a lot of shit I don't know nothing about.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, because everything has changed. I don't know about
this is so bad.
Like, what does he ask you, Johnny?
He wants to know about the computer. He wanted to know about Eric. He was really very concerned that could happen to him.
And that'd be like, all the smoke will be coming out of your head when you're trying to answer that question. And it's true. Yeah. What does Johnny know about computers?
You know, little Johnny knew everything. Little Johnny caused me no trouble, you know. But
right. No, you passed your prime.
Johnny's neck, you know, and I had my foot on his neck until about a year ago.
No, being 54 is a nice age where you could kind of fucking lay back a little bit and say, look, I've raised kids, I've done all that. Now it's time.
You still got a little bit of your health, a little bit of your energy.
There's like maybe 10 good fucking years left.
Yeah.
And, you know, after that, it's going to be really downhill. I mean, I'm 54. I know I'm going to be 64 in 10 years. I got 10 years. Not even. You know, that's stretching it. I've got maybe...
Have you seen a 64-year-old you would want to be?
You know, I go running sometimes with 64-year-olds. They look like they're going to fucking drop dead any second.
You would hope the way you live, you'd have maybe 25 more years.
No, 25 years of life, maybe.
No, but of good years.
No. In fact, already I can't even walk that good.
No.
Already you can't walk that good?
Yeah, like I see.
You jogged 12 fucking miles.
Like I was going down some... Your legs hurt. I was going down some steps the other day, and I realized I'm holding on to the railing. I'm afraid I'm going to fall, and I go, this is what it is to be old. Oh, God. It's just fucking bullshit. You know,
have you seen anybody play this Guitar Hero, Howard?
Yeah. I have, yeah.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. When it's bright, real loud, and this motherfucker plays Smoke on the Water at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then when you miss the note, you know, it makes kind of a sound that goes bong, bong.
Right.
You're kind of hearing the song, and you're kind of hearing the misses, you know, the bong, bong.
You have a 5-year-old playing Deep Purple.
No, listen to me. He's got Metallica, Deep Purple, all that fucking shit.
So when they hit the wrong note on the game, it goes bong. Bong.
It kind of makes like a bad sound, you know?
Right.
And this is at 7 in the morning. The mother sleeps right through the fucking thing. I don't know what she's taking. But you know what? My shit, I'm taking Ambien, and I'm awake right now.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? You took Ambien so you could have a good night's sleep, and then this kid's waking you up super early.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting up bright and early. And then when we go to the school, you know, I got to go to the school. I got to wait outside the school till he gets in. You got to wait outside the school till he gets out. Then the teacher wants to talk.
You're like Forrest Gump. I'll be right here.
Yeah, but even like
that's what I'm doing.
Even like I have a dog. And, like, I have to get up super early to walk the dog on weekends and stuff, and I'm not sleeping in. You think I'm going to do that with a kid? Oh,
yeah,
fuck no.
No, I'm telling you.
Oh, believe me, I said it to Beth. I said, Beth, you're marrying the wrong guy if you really do want... You got to explore this for yourself, I said, because I am not. You know, I am just not up for it. We'll have to get divorced. I said, I love you. I really want to...
But what if she, like Johnny's wife, somehow winds up pregnant?
Well, she told me she would never get an abortion if she got pregnant, so I'm fucked.
And you can't blame her. It was an accident.
I don't know, but I'm fucked.
I'm not blaming her.
But I'm
saying to Howard about that.
But it would ruin our relationship. It would.
So you're eventually divorcing anyway, is what you're saying?
If we have an accident, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Beth knows that, and I know that. I said I can't survive that.
But just suppose, Johnny, I know you're talking about the little fucker like this, but you must love the kid on some level.
I love the fucking kid. I like him
a lot.
If he didn't talk so much, I would love that motherfucker.
Yeah, I love the kid that's making noise at 5 a.m. and I got to go to school for him and stop me from getting late.
I got my friends. Listen, I got grown men over here doing this motherfucker's kindergarten homework because his mother don't let it, like, it ain't a big deal to the mother for him to do his homework because he's cute. You know what I mean?
Beth came back from Florida from visiting her grandmother, right? She was gone for a couple of days. I told you I was jerking off like a jackrabbit. Right. So she comes up, so she was like really happy to see me, and we decide we're going to, make love, whatever you want to call it. Whatever it is I
made. You do.
Yeah, right. So,
we're going to bang.
Like we were all excited.
Oh, yeah.
The dog comes running in while we're doing it, and the dog puts her head on the bed and watches us banging. Oh. And Beth, even in the middle of it, goes, "Oh, my God, I'm smelling Bianca's breath." The dog is breathing on Beth while we're banging. And I go, I'll put this up with the dog because, we love the dog's easy. You imagine what Johnny's saying? He's finally
you hear this tap, tap, tap.
Well, he's getting late
because the baby needs water.
Well, Robin, he gets into bed, and he's ready to bang, and the kid's in there, and he can't even... I mean, it's like, I don't want to I did all that. I don't want to do that.
Robin, the other kids, I was young. I just moved faster. I somehow had some kind of thing going on where I had that mental thing with them fucking kids. I knew where they were,
Right.
This guy, I don't know where this fucking guy, he wakes up from this guy knows if I'm fucking, he has a radar if I'm fucking. The minute I want to start fucking, this guy gets up.
Right.
And he finds us wherever we are. Honestly, I've tried to go in the kitchen, Howard. At night, I'll say, come on, we'll go sneak in the kitchen,
Right.
The minute something starts happening, Mommy, Ma.
You better be careful. Don't get too spontaneous with that. You'll have his younger brother or sister before you know it.
How old is your wife?
34.
Yeah, you see? Yeah. She's young.
Yeah.
And he wants a bang.
But Howard, how often does that come up, the subject? Do you have that conversation a lot?
No, not a lot. She, we've talked it. Listen, we're getting married. We've talked it through. She knows where I stand on this,
right.
and she even says it's not an issue because I don't want to have a kid. She goes, well, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. If I change my mind, I want to have kids, and we got a problem. She said then I'm going to go meet someone else.
But like an article like
this... then what are we getting married for if we're talking about getting a divorce?
Right.
She said, well, we got to be realistic. She goes, it probably is going to work out. I never have had that fantasy of having a child. Right. I still haven't. And I don't...
Listen to what I'm saying to you. It has nothing to do with them wanting a kid or not. It's in the body. Their body wants the child. Believe me when I tell you.
Robin never had one.
But he's right. And that's what I always tell people I never had. I never had a body that wanted a baby.
Beth, too.
I'm telling you, Howard.
No, she might be saying it up here.
No. She says her body says no.
No.
Because I've heard a lot of people say it up there, and then they wind up pregnant.
I think it's like just the body wants to conceive. Yeah. It wants it.
Well, I don't care what that body wants.
I had two guys over here the other day, and I'm trying to do business. And Eric had been here and all these other people, so the kid is all fucked up anyway, seeing everything you see going down over there. And he starts immediately on me. Right during this meeting, he's asking me, who is this guy? I'm saying, well, this is Pete. Who's this guy? This is John. What does he do? And I get the mother. I said, what is this fucking kid, a cop, or what is he? Get him out of here. You know what I mean?
You're thinking he's an informant.
He's a color hero now.
Yeah, your business is your business.
Yeah, why do I got to tell this fucker anything? Johnny already got his hand in my pocket. Johnny did in my email, all that shit,
Right.
So I can't even cheat him anymore because he knows what we're getting.
Well, you know what? At least
I might just say I write him a check and he'd say, oh, okay,
You're very honest about all this. I like it.
It is. I had never heard anybody talk like this.
It's very refreshing.
No.
Oh, I've heard a few people.
Well, not on the air.
Yeah.
Besides my father, you're the only one who calls your kid a little fucker.
No, because you know why, Howard? I'm telling you. You love them because they're yours, but they're a nuisance.
Right. I hear you.
You got to
like
drive them.
A rash you've gotten used to.
Johnny, say no more. I get it.
I'm telling you, Howard, listen to me. You'll go to McDonald's and wait in a line to get a toy that's worth a penny.
Johnny, you've never been funnier.
And you know what, Johnny?
No, I'm serious.
There's so much stuff I'd rather do in life, you know. Like
wait in that McDonald's
I
line?
like sitting for hours and studying chess. And you know what?
You can't do that with a baby.
No, you can't. I'd have to give that up, and I'm not giving it up. I don't want to give it up.
You shouldn't.
No. And wouldn't it be fair to a kid if I'm having those feelings? I don't want to be with you. I want to go do my own thing. I have those feelings. The kid would be miserable.
My older brother has kids by all these women, my older brother.
Right.
He's got five ex-wives.
Wow.
He's got 7 children and 3 grandchildren, but he didn't raise none of them.
Who is he, Larry Johnson?
No. You know, he gets them, he sets them up, he raises. You know, I think he keeps them for like a couple of years just so they know who he is.
Right. And guess what?
And then when they expire, he lets them go.
And guess what, Johnny?
Yeah.
Your brother's asleep right now. He can sleep through the night.
No. You know what, Howard? You want to hear the sad thing? He's sleeping with about a 21-year-old girl right now.
I was going to say, he's fucking right now.
That's why he's sleeping soundly.
Yeah. There's no fucking for me.
No.
I'm done. You'll be done, too. I'm telling you right now.
No fucking fuel. You got Guitar Hero. And I know, because Beth's really into the dog even. There are times that, like, she's just, so into the dog. And I'm like, if she's this into a dog, imagine when it's a kid.
Well, you know what? I think she's asked
Go ahead, Robin.
She's asked you for more dogs, too.
Right.
I've had the dog. The dog was the kid before the kid.
Right.
You don't understand. This is a bait and switch, Howard. It's a bait and switch. You love the dog, right? I love the dog. We had a Pomeranian. She loved this dog. The dog bit me every fucking day. She loved the dog. Everything was about the dog. She would go to this place, Fido and Romeo or something over here in L.A.
Yeah.
Buy the dog a sweater was like $400. I mean, crazy shit.
Right.
Okay? Then the baby came.
Right.
Yes, but the dog becomes the odd man out.
Right.
And I can't wait to get rid of this motherfucker because he bites. And we give the dog, no, wait a minute. We give the dog to her mother.
Right.
They're Polish people. We give the dog to the mother takes the dog back to Iowa. Now at least I got the kid, I ain't got no dog.
Right.
I'm happy.
You know what you do in that case, I think? Make it fair. Bring your kid and the dog out in the woods, and whoever makes it back, you keep.
Well, the kid would never make it back. Well, guess what I got going on, Artie? In 3 days, guess who's coming? The mother. Guess who she's bringing?
The dog.
Now I got the mother-in-law, her.
Get a room at the Four Seasons.
And the dog.
Well,
Artie, you think you're fucking kidding? I'm this close.
Yeah.
Johnny, you've hit it right on the head. You know, you get to a certain point in age, and this is what I've said. And, you know, when I was younger, I had the energy to have kids, and I never thought twice about it. I was into it, and that was it. It was something you do, and I got a lot of enjoyment out of it. But now I enjoy being with me, and I enjoy being with me and Beth, and that's it. And I'm not looking for anything. I don't want more responsibility in my life. You know, I've had to shoulder a lot of responsibility in my life. Hundreds of people work with us. They depend on me to be funny. I've had business experience. It's enough already.
You know, I had to take the kid over to the park. She said, teach him how to play baseball because of the Pee-wees is coming up.
Right.
I go over to the park. You know, I still think I can throw a ball. Right. I throw him a couple of balls. It's okay. I throw one a little too fast. I hit him. He cries. You know, so I'm trying to tell him, you know, shake it off, all that shit. You know what I mean? That's what they say. He wants to cry to the mother, which really fucking pisses me off.
Right.
So finally we get him uncrying. So he says, go ahead, throw it to me again. I don't know what I did. I was trying to throw slow, but I had a torn rotator cuff.
Right.
And you know, it hasn't acted up in years. You know?
You have the Tommy John surgery to pitch to your kid?
I don't know.
Yeah. So you throw the ball.
And, well, no, I threw the ball like a fucking girl. The ball went up in the air instead of going straight because somehow it just, my shoulder, like, locked up.
Right.
Like, right in the middle of the throw. All of a sudden, my arm just stopped.
Right.
And So that was kind of fun, you know, that I almost had to go to the hospital because I wanted to throw a fucking ball to this kid.
So you're throwing everything out of whack and everything.
Yeah, it's just...
I got a 28-year-old son. Technically, he should be taking care of this kid.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean?
No,
What's
I
he
know
got
exactly.
to do?
Yeah, he's got nothing to do.
Well, you know what? Maybe you got to give the kid to your 28-year-old.
Yeah, well, Johnny's making a good point. And Johnny, believe me, I know all this, and I appreciate the call out of concern. But
I'm worried about your heart.
Don't worry about me, man.
Well, you two can commiserate. You've got somebody in your club.
Right. All right.
Howard, you will be in Target. Howard, you'll be in the toy department at Target.
No, he won't.
No, I won't.
That I would love to see.
If you have a big, I'm telling you.
I would be like Donald Trump. Remember, like when he married that. Which was the second? Marla Maples. Then she had the kid, and then he was out of there in 2 or 3 years.
He throws money at the situation. Like, you can't help but think the same thing's going to happen with this one.
He
doesn't throw that much money at the situation.
And he sent her off to L.A., that Marla Maples. He never saw the two of them again.
I think she lives under a bridge.
Yeah, she's under a bridge somewhere, her and that Tiffany.
I'm so attached to this fucker, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. You're a good man. You're trying to do the right thing.
Well, that is a cute nickname you've given.
Yeah. Fucker. All right, hey, Johnny, I got to run.
Okay, guys.
All right, later. Johnny Fratto, everyone.
Trump has that theory of, like, he was in here, he goes, yeah, you know, you marry a young girl, but you got to give them a baby. Well, no, you don't. I mean, he gives them all babies, and it seems like he's on the 5-year plan. He's out of there, and there's going to be kids all over.
He's like Johnny's brother.
Right. He hangs around a couple of years, the kid gets to know him.
Never sees him grow up.
I understand. Hey, I got so much stuff to get to today, and we... Hey, you know who's calling in? Jennifer Flowers. She's the one who banged Bill Clinton, and she seems to surface every once in a while with
every
something.
Time Clinton is running for anything.
Yeah, and now she says she's got tapes of her and Bill Clinton. Not video, audio. Like love talking.
These are their phone messages or something.
Oh, that's amazing.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah. Yes.
If you go to Gary page 2, there's a bunch of Jennifer Flowers quotes.
Quotes?
Oh, Bill Clinton talking about Jennifer Flowers. They're in blue.
What page?
Gary page 2.
I was just doing a tease, but all right. Here.
Jennifer Flowers' meaty cunt was massive and full of old condoms.
I never knew he said that.
Jennifer Flowers loved my 21-inch raging hard-on.
I'll have to play
21 inches, that's exaggerating. Nobody's got
He's
that.
a guy.
21 inches.
Jennifer Flowers loved the smells of black. Voice duty.
Wow. I'll have to play these for her.
That's not sexual even. I think
Howard, my favorite one is the third one down. I guess she had an experience with Hank Aaron.
Hank Aaron's black. Dick was massive, and it served an invasion of Jennifer Flowers' huge cunt.
Wow.
Hammer and Hank.
Jennifer Flowers' back door smells of duty.
Oh.
Well, whose doesn't, Mr. President?
Yeah, I mean, that's what comes out of the back door.
George W. Bush bathed in Jennifer Flowers' duty.
See?
What an accusation.
Jennifer Flowers was a dry hole.
Oh. Well, why'd you stay there so long?
Jennifer Flowers' tongue smells of Monica Lewinsky's box.
Wow.
Dick Gephardt's little boner poked Jennifer Flowers' huge back door.
See? There's a lot of stuff in that book.
Dick Gephardt.
That's a pretty good book if you've ever read it.
Well, Jennifer is she going to play us some of her tape?
Yes.
So she sat on these tapes all this time to get another fucking payday here?
Yep.
Or?
Seems like whenever the Clintons sort of have their, thing going on with Hillary running now, she kind of surfaces, so we'll see what she's up to. So, real quick, did you give a speech at your grandma's funeral?
Yeah, I told a couple of stories. My cousin Peter did a eulogy, which was very nice. And
Artie's like the star of the family. I get this, too. And, when something happens in the family, you got to give a speech. And
you're always called on to speak?
Yeah, now I say no, because Artie's got that gift where he can get up in front of a crowd and sort of razzle-dazzle. I don't. I'm very reclusive.
Stop it. You might not enjoy it, but everyone else enjoys you.
Yeah, every time I've seen you do it, you're more than good. It's amazing.
At my niece's bat mitzvah.
Right.
My niece Sharon had a bat mitzvah many years ago. She's now, like, almost 30 years old or something like that, or, whatever.
Right.
I don't know if she wants you announcing her age.
Yeah, she don't care. So,
but I get the idea from listening to that you're very close with her. You love
I'm
her
close to both my nieces, yes.
Right.
I like them a lot. And so my mother comes to me, you are going to give the speech, the toast, at Sharon's bat mitzvah.
They already decided it for you.
Yeah, my mother. So I said to my mother, I go, well, where's my sister and my brother-in-law? I mean, well, everyone likes when you get up there. You do such a good job.
Wow, that's verbatim what I get. That's unbelievable.
And everyone likes it. So I'm like, well, so even my family, like this is my brother-in-law Pete's daughter. And my sisters...
They're leaping over him to get to you.
And everyone buys into this? I mean, whoa.
Who is supposed to actually speak? The father?
Well, somebody who, listen, I love Sharon. I'll make a speech about her all day. So
yeah, but my point is, in general, who is the person who usually does it?
The mother or father.
Okay.
So anyway, this is before I went into therapy, this bar mitzvah. Because now...
You got roped in.
Yeah, I used to agree to anything because I kind of think I liked also being the star of the family, right. So there was a part of me. But it really is burdensome to me. It's a double-edged sword. I like when my mother comes, you're the special one, you make the speech. And, but meanwhile, I really don't want to make a speech, and I don't like making speeches. But for my niece, I would do anything.
Right. See, there's something to not having a family that you're never called on.
Here you go. But
that's the guilt trip. Sometimes you think it's more for them and not your niece. Like they'll say, like yesterday I got, Grandma would be so honored if you said something. I'm like, really? She never said that to me. I mean,
right. And Grandma didn't give a shit.
Right.
Grandma can't hear you.
Exactly.
Right. So anyway.
Robin, you don't know these people. I think they thought you could hear me.
Long story short, I get up and give the speech.
Uh-huh.
And afterwards, my mother comes over and she goes, you didn't prepare. So I go, what?
Now you're getting critiqued?
Yeah, she goes, yeah, I know you could have done better.
Oh.
It wasn't that good. And I went, what the fuck
See,
is this?
that's why you probably think you don't do well.
Yeah, now I'm walking around going,
that's just a sucker punch.
I mean, like, why the fuck did I agree if she...
You went through all the anxiety and everything to do it, and now you're being criticized.
And I remember I got up and I said some words from the heart. I didn't really pre-plan it. She's right. So I was like, well, she's right. I didn't prepare. I wanted to say something from the heart.
What did they want? They wanted a real routine.
Yeah, they wanted Howard Stern from the radio. Get up there and be all specific about things, pick out a couple of dates and things that happened.
Yeah, bring some notes.
And I'm like, I got up and I just said, Sharon, I love you and I care about you and I'm so proud of you and, this is a big day in your life and now you're a woman and we all toast you and salute you and what a wonderful day, happy birthday, and something like that, something kind of...
Fine.
And that's how I felt. Well, I'm just saying you didn't prepare. It could have been better. I know what you can do.
Oh, that's crazy.
I've heard you.
And it still sticks in my craw.
It should, man, because even if it doesn't go well, my family would never do that. They'd still phony go. It was good.
No, like, usually my mom would be a phony and say it was good, but boy, she had it in for me. And I said, so why don't you get up and say something then? You're so good at it. I'm not good at it. You are. I said, no, I'm not. I've told you I'm not good at making speeches. I get nervous.
You're just telling me I wasn't good.
Yeah, you confirmed I was right. Well, guess what? Nobody asked me to say anything now.
Oh, really?
Well, because I suck at it. Let's go to Bong Hit Eric. Hey, Bong Hit in Rockland.
Hey now. Couple things, Howard. Saw on Jimmy Kimmel last night.
Yeah.
The madman, Kramer.
Yeah.
He was talking about the merger that ain't happened with Sirius and XM.
Yeah. No, Jim Cramer's
nuts.
He's on fire about this.
Jim Cramer's been great about it. And the thing is, like as he says, he doesn't own stock in these companies. He cannot believe what's going on. Mergers, there's never been a merger that took this long.
Yeah. He was really, really pissed off.
Well, there was a guy, what?
If you go to JD page 1, it's in orange in the first column.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is guy, you see, I wasn't going to play this because I thought it was kind of dry, but this is from Air America. And some guy had a whole theory on why. He was pretty smart, this guy. I don't know. I never heard him before. His name is, what page, JD1?
Yeah.
Okay.
First column.
This guy's name is Jim... No, not Jim Cramer. Oh, this is Jim Cramer on. Where's that guy from yesterday that J.D. sent me?
Right beside it, to the right of it.
Okay. Oh, this guy's name is Mike Papantonio. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Yes, I have.
What's Air America?
Air America is that liberal radio network.
Al Franken started.
He started talking about it. I'm going to play a little piece of it. It's a little dry, but, like, just follow it.
All right.
If you ever want to see a gathering of America's most committed, solidly committed right-wing greed capitalists, just look at the ownership list of Bain Capital. Kick that rotting log over, and it's going to look like you just turned the light on in an old abandoned shed. All forms of greed capitalist critters are going to scramble across the ground. So now Bain Capital owns Clear Channel. It's 1,100 radio stations. But Bain Capital, whose highest profile partner is Mitt Romney, well, they have a problem. First of all, if they were buying all those stations to support Mitt's presidential agenda, well, they just wasted a hell of a lot of money. But the bigger problem for all those Bain Capital, Mitt Romney-type investors is that terrestrial radio is more and more beginning to look like that beat-up, broken-down Edsel Studebaker that might be stored at your great-grandfather's garage. It's outdated, it's underpowered, and not really relevant in the automobile world. Bain Capital knows there's a huge exodus from terrestrial radio, moving towards digital music, internet broadcasting, and satellite radio. The truth is, very few parts of terrestrial radio are going to be able to compete with even satellite radio once more people figure out that they don't have to listen to the OxyContin moron or Michael Weiner or other Hannity and O'Reilly types that flood the Clear channels all day and all night. So Bain Capital's problem is, how do they put a halt to satellite radio? How do they stop satellite radio? Well, that's easy. They call in all their political favors they're owed by the GOP, and they have their well-placed Republican grinder monkeys at the FCC and at the Department of Justice determine that Sirius Satellite Company cannot merge with XM Satellite Company.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Is that an ongoing sentence?
He's pretty good, this guy. I mean, if I don't know how much people want to hear about this stuff, so that's why I don't play the whole thing. There's another, I believe, 3 minutes to this.
It's depressing. It really is.
He said Wiener in there at some point.
Hey,
that was funny.
Marty, bong hit too many bongs this morning.
I think so.
Yeah. Hey, Howard, I got a question for you.
Oh, my God, bong hit. Calm down.
I'm going with this topic now. You brought it up. I'm giving you a long-winded answer.
I hear you. No. That guy had a lot to say, and I agree.
So here is Jim Cramer on Jimmy Kimmel. I didn't hear this, so I'd like to hear what he had to say.
Let me ask you one other quick question. I've been hearing you on Howard Stern a lot lately talking about Sirius and the fact that they're trying to merge with XM radio, and for some reason it's taking forever to get that.
How many hearings does the government have on Exxon merging with Mobil? The most important, anti-competitive, worst screwing the consumers ever had. They have one hearing. Took 1 year. We've had 4 hearings, and they won't let these two companies merge. 4 hearings. How many? And, these congressmen come so cheap. One guy was like $6,000 you could have. I mean, we could just go down there, you and me, we could buy Congress for maybe like $480,000 and get this deal done.
Let's do it.
I am telling you and me again, and Ben. The congressmen hate this deal because it would wipe out, they call it terrestrial radio. It's like, some sort of scary thing. All these local radio stations are dying, and they've got to stop XM and Sirius. And I won't let it happen. I'm naming names, just like Yulia Kazan, just like all those great people in the House Un-American Activities Committee. I am naming names of congressmen who took money from radio to stop this deal. And I'm going to keep naming them until this thing goes through.
There you go. Jim Cramer, everybody.
That's pretty amazing.
Good. I like that. That was good, right, Howard?
Yeah, and then he's on Jimmy's show, which is a national, show, which is good to, see.
My question was going to be, what do you think about that idea about everybody just throwing in a few bucks, all of us, and buying Congress and getting everything done?
Come on. Okay, let's do it. Dolan, head it up, Bong. After your next bong, get everyone together and let's spy off Congress.
Stop smoking.
There you go.
I have been trying to cut
busy.
down. I got to be honest with you. It's
all right. Bong hit wasted.
I think maybe he needs to take a few more puffs. He's a little high-strung today.
Yeah, he needs to mellow.
Are you doing something else, Bong? Stick to weed.
So, anyway, that's that. So the funeral went down.
Yeah,
a lot of family there?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about old people before. I was around a lot of old people yesterday. They do. They move slow, and you remember when they didn't move so slow. But, you know, it was just that wake funeral hell. And, again, the wake, I say it every time, is the most retarded tradition. I just don't know who started that. It's
you mean where Grandma Caprio's laying there, and you have to look at the body? Did you look at the body?
Of course. You know, you go up and you pay your respects, and a lot of my friends showed up, which was nice. But, you know, so I've been to other people's wakes. It's so awkward.
Do you know why it's bad? First of all, I'm sure it didn't even look like Grandma Caprio laying there.
No, not really.
They never get that makeup right.
No. You'd rather remember, because who do you think's doing makeup at a morgue?
They ought to bring in some good people.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, I remember seeing my Uncle Bob, who I loved, and he had an open casket, which was weird, because Jews don't do that.
Right.
And but they said to me, you want to go in and look at him? And I go, yeah, okay. And I remember looking at him, I go, that's not even my Uncle Bob. And now that's the memory I have of him, you know?
Howard, and a lot of times you could smell, like, formaldehyde.
Yeah. Or something, you're not sure what it is.
Right, you don't want that, exactly. You don't want that to be the last memory ever, but it is.
Who pays for the funeral? Do you do it? I mean, are you that guy in the family?
No, my uncle's, she had 4 children, and all 4 of them kicked in.
So you didn't get
But when my mother kicks in, I kick in.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you get it. Yeah, your share was done.
Right, but, I mean, look, that's fine. We were over at the Galante Funeral Home in Union, which they're good people.
Did they do a good job?
Yeah, they did.
They did a good job, but why is she stinking like formaldehyde?
I mean, because it's a retarded tradition. How can you not? It's really weird to me.
In order to keep the body fresh, they got to do something.
Well, they can't dab a little perfume on Grandma Caprio, so it doesn't have to be...
That smell with perfume is really bad.
Well, usually, the one good thing they did was usually it's like 2 to 4, and then there's a 2-hour break, and then like 6 to 8, where you got in the break, you go to somebody's house and you wait. But we did
You did a 4-hour?
4 to 8 straight hours. It was a really good... a lot of people showed up, and then the funeral, you know, everybody gets up early, and I was a pallbearer, and
you had a lot of duties.
I know you love your grandma and everything, but like that's a big test of your love. I mean, putting in that kind of hours. I mean, yeah, okay. You know what I mean? Like when she's alive, you didn't spend 8 hours at the old age home when she was dying, and now you're sitting there with the body, and it's not doing her any good.
At least he liked Grandma Caprio.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
just imagine doing it for somebody you don't even like.
Absolutely love the woman. But, so they asked me to, you know, at the last minute, my Uncle Tommy wrote something, and he didn't want...
Because you're the star of the family.
I mean, in a way, it is. I mean, when my grandfather died, I said something. When my father died, I said something. And now, that was before I was in show business, and now it's really like... In a weird way, and this isn't the case, but I get a feeling where, like, some people would be disappointed if I didn't say
That's
something.
right.
I mean, that's like, that's
Artie
just
didn't
creepy.
speak.
And I don't think...
So was it a good crowd? I mean, were they with you?
Hey, did you try to make them laugh, or what?
Did you kill?
I murdered him. Yeah. I told a couple of stories that were humorous stories, and they, of course, that I thought, you know, were indicative of the kind of person she was, and it went well. But you know, right now,
did you have to like script something out? Like, did you have to you had to put work into this thing, right?
Well, luckily, there are 2 stories I've told before, and I know them off the top of my head pretty well, and. But so
it's old material.
Yeah.
Recycling for the funeral?
I couldn't do any of the stuff from the Borgata. I don't think it would have worked. Any of the new stuff.
I like that stuff.
I did the Hillary Clinton Barack joke where we haven't seen a black guy beating him. No, a weird thing happened, though. Again, he wasn't trying to make me feel guilty, but I felt like my uncle was like saying, oh, come on, she would have wanted you to say something. So the priest...
Why you?
I mean, I'm her older
because you're on the radio.
Grandchild, but...
Yeah.
But not only that, they want a good turnout, and people will come to see Artie.
Turnout, yeah. So the priest has to run a mass, you know, so you have to tell him what's going on. And my sister was doing a reading from the Bible, and my cousin Peter read the eulogy my Uncle Tommy wrote, because my Uncle Tommy didn't want to get up. It was a whole big thing. And I said to my uncle, I said, well, after Stacy's reading, maybe I'll say something. And he's like, well, we got to tell the priest. And I'm like, is this a live broadcast?
Yeah, I mean,
what's the big deal? So
yeah, the timing has to be just perfect.
I said, if I feel like I'd like to say something, I'll say it. So, I mean, it should be that way. So my sister did her reading, and I walked up to the microphone. But what I didn't know is I didn't tell the priest because I thought I could just wing it.
Yeah.
So I'm standing up at the podium. And what I didn't realize was this was the time for a song.
Oh.
So I go up there, I'm about to speak, and this woman in the balcony belts out what seemed like a half-an-hour hymn, and I'm up there just looking at the crowd.
Oh, no.
They don't know why. And the priest, was a little mad. He says, hey, stop, wait for the song. And the woman could see me, but she didn't stop. She barreled right through the whole friggin' thing. And it felt like I was up there for an hour. And then people are starting...
Were you sweating, like all nervous?
Well, sort of, yeah. Then people are starting to giggle. And I'm like, my God, this is the most nervous I've been performing in 20 years.
Yeah, well, see, you forget. That woman who's singing...
Yeah.
This is her gig.
Right.
She's there because, man, I get to sing today.
Yeah. So was Dana there for your stand-up? I mean, for your speech?
No, she came to the wake.
Oh, she did.
She couldn't make it to the funeral.
Did you see her at the wake?
It's a weekday. Yeah.
How'd that go?
I mean, it went very...
Did she see Grandma Caprio?
Yeah. Well,
so you did have a date for the funeral?
This wasn't the funeral. It was a wake.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, everybody who goes has to, they all go up and they kneel and see the person.
Yeah.
So.
Now, let me ask you, Artie, do you go up there and kneel and cross yourself in the whole thing?
Of course, yeah, sure. Remember
Did you make
Gary,
out? Did you make out with Dana in front of Grandma Caprio? That'd be great.
But you should see...
Like Artie goes up and kneels down in front of Grandma Caprio and starts making out with Dana.
Yeah, come here, Dane. We'll do it together. But you didn't catch Artie at a wake. Because he has a whole thing he does.
Well, remember,
he crosses himself.
At Gary's wake.
Yeah, his
dad's wake. Gary's dad's wake. Yeah, I did when you go there, I think I'm used to wanting to show my family I'm really being religious, so I do a huge sign of the cross.
Right.
You know what's funny about that? It's like, I haven't been to a temple until my kids get bat mitzvah or something.
Right.
And then when I go, I sing all the Jewish words and everything because I want to show everyone that I really know what I'm doing in there. Because I went to a conservative temple as a kid and I learned everything. So I like to sit there like I'm some sort of macher and I know what's going on. Well, that's like you. Like, you have all the rituals down, like what all the old Italians do when they get up in front of the casket.
Absolutely. Well, the other thing is, I
mean, Artie took a bath in the holy water at Gary's dad's funeral. He was actually nude.
I was there. You see Artie walk
I shaved in the holy water.
Artie was on a cross.
Artie walks
I came in crucified.
He bathes in the baptismal fountain.
Yeah, he's the top Catholic.
I know every Catholic, even if you're a fuck-up like me, we all know
what to do.
Two prayers.
Right.
Our Father, the Lord's Prayer, and the Hail Mary. Then there's the Act of Contrition. There's some other stuff. That's another level.
Right.
But
but you've got the basics down.
Right. So when I say the Our Father, I say it really loud. I definitely do. Because like I know all the words to this. And then the Hail Mary. But then there's an Act of Contrition, and you got to go, a lot of mumbling.
Why is it important to us to prove to other people that we know this shit?
And that's all it's about. Because, religion to me, as I've gotten older, like with a lot of people, I've gotten more and more separated from it.
That's why I was shocked. It wasn't even your relative and you were up there.
Well, there's key things you do in Judaism. Like for me, I watched, all the old people, they all know all the rituals and stuff, but I wait for certain key moments.
Right, to shine.
I'm like, Ein Kimalkeinu, Ein Kamoshienu, Ein Kimalkeinu. It's like I know a couple of songs, I'm like, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu.
You know how many times he's sung those things around here?
Adonai Echad.
At his last daughter's bat mitzvah, right. I was singing.
Right. You knew the words.
I knew the words.
So how about when I got up on the stage?
You were great.
I knew my shit.
He reads perfectly.
I was like, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam.
And the whole audience has to respond to him?
Torah comes out, I start making out with it. I just want to prove to people that, like, I know some shit.
Yeah.
Well, and in the Catholic Church, another weird thing goes on where the priest will say something and you have to respond at certain times. And
right.
The two big ones are like,
Lord, hear our prayer.
Lord, hear our prayer, and praise be to God. And, Lord, hear our prayer, praise be to God. And what's the other one? And also with you. Like, if he says, and peace be with you, and also with you. And, like, I got good at hearing what other people were saying and then in the middle of their sentence repeating it, and it looks like I said it. But this times I just outright will say, everyone else saying praise be to God, and I say, and also with you. And
you say it first.
Right, and you're just like, oh, damn, I went for it there. And you get a look like, you know.
What was the last time you were in church?
The story I told.
About Grandma Caprio?
It's real short. I'm not going to bore you with this, but it's about me not knowing a lot about the church. This was actually funny. Years ago when I was like 21, I didn't go to college, and, you know, I really had nothing going on. And it didn't look...
It's hard to believe.
It didn't look good.
Right.
You know? I didn't have to wear shades because my future was so bright.
Right.
So I go to my grandmother's one afternoon to eat, like I always did, and she's praying to St. Joseph, okay? She's got all the saint cards out. She prays to St. And I said, Grandma, why are you praying to St. Joseph? And she said, well, because all the men in the family are carpenters. You know, a lot of you, the men or the cousins are all carpenters, and St. Joseph was a carpenter. He's sort of the patron saint for, like, a skilled laborer,
right.
like a carpenter. I said, oh, that's nice. And just busted her balls. I said, well, you don't pray to anybody for me? Because I wasn't a carpenter. I sucked at it. And she said, oh, yes, I pray every day for you. And I said, to who? She goes, I pray to St. Jude for you every day. So I just let that go. I was like, oh, whatever. A couple weeks later, I'm working with my Uncle Bruce, who actually knows a lot about the church. And I told him a story, and he started laughing. And I said, what's so funny? He goes, St. Jude is the saint for hopeless causes. Oh. And I was like, you know what? Anybody else, I'd be mad. But my grandmother, I think, really was like, look, I got to pray to somebody.
Who do I pray to?
Exactly. Well, look how it worked for you. Yeah. Grandma Caprio, wherever you are, thank you.
Yes,
but
thank you.
What is a saint card?
Yeah.
You know what it's like? You ever get tarot cards?
Yeah.
Or a mass card. You ever see that?
No, I don't. I'm not
Well,
Catholic.
I mean, it's part of the church, you know. It's
They have saint cards where, like, I've even prayed to a few saints.
They're like baseball cards.
It's baseball cards of the saints.
You know what? I have a rookie St. Joseph and a rookie St. Michael.
I lost something one time, and I prayed to Saint Anthony. He's the guy who, if you pray to him, when you lose
something back that you lost?
And it works.
Yeah, you find... that was my mother. You lose something, you pray to St. Anthony.
I almost became Catholic after that. I found something really...
And they got these guys on cards. You hold the card and you pray.
No, I didn't pray to a card. I just prayed to St. Anthony.
Okay.
Right.
It fucking worked.
You don't need the card. And then St. Christopher's the saint for the traveling saint.
Right,
so I have to have that saint in my car all the time. And... you know, you just realize the hypocrisy of religion. I'm seeing all my buddies who have, you know, I've seen break 8 of the 10 commandments in homeroom. And, you know, are doing the sign of the cross and everything else. But
yeah. But the saint cards are like baseball cards, but with no gum.
Right. I was going to say, you don't get the gum?
No stats. No stats on the back.
Hey, I got to take a break. We'll be back right after these words. Okay, what do I want to do here? Okay, Lisa G is here with the headlines. Let me do that real quick. Lisa, come on in and tell us what's happening in the Howard 100 newsroom. And then I'm going to get right over to Gary Garver's big night of 100 stars. And so many other things to get to. Here she is, Lisa G. What's happening in the Howard 100 newsroom?
Benji. Oh, guess what? You're in Details magazine, Howard Stern.
All right.
Your wardrobe is under attack.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and that is great that you are wearing that today.
Why?
Because there's a big picture of you in your tank top. They say that men your age should be dressing their age.
Number one, I don't wear this tank top. Other than the studio's 100 degrees right now, and when I'm on TV and if I'm doing an interview, I just if you notice, I brought a big fucking shirt with me.
Then how'd they get a picture of you in your tank top with your tattoo?
Because they sit and fucking follow me everywhere I go. I mean, I can't even walk around in casual garb.
You're not trying to show off your
Wow, you're in good shape.
top.
You're goddamn right I am.
Well, then why can't he wear a tank top?
Don't yell at me.
Honey, are you turned off to this man in this tank top? Of course not.
Your arms look good. Let's see.
Goddamn right. Look,
Flex.
This.
Looks good.
That's
the arm of what?
He's hanging guns.
That's some gun.
Yeah, Artie, now you stand up.
Oh, leave Artie alone. His grandmother just passed away. For Christ's sakes.
What kind of shit is that, Lisa? Let's see your ass.
What's that?
Well, if you want to see my body, let's go, sweetie. You want equal time as men, you motherfucker?
So, well, you're also featured along with Anthony Bourdain, the host on the Travel Channel, who does that food show, and David Spade. They show him in a baseball cap and a track jacket.
You know, every show is about how ugly I am and about how, like, I can't wear a tank top. And then you see me in person and you see that I can pull off a tank top. I am in good shape, as Lisa G. just pointed out.
Well, I would like to see this picture. What are they talking about?
That's right. All right. It was a bad angle, probably.
Looks good.
Thank
are those
you,
new
Lisa.
Pants, too?
No, these are not new, but these are my...
What kind of tank top is that, by the way?
You mean the brand?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've got a million of them.
I like the pants. Those are new. Those look new.
No, they are not new. I've had them for a couple of years, actually. But they're really fantastic on me. My ass and everything is just gorgeous.
They just show you off in the best way.
See, I don't look too bad.
When do you stop wearing cargo pants?
What do you mean? I love cargo pants. You mean I can't wear those?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
You never stop wearing them.
What is he supposed to wear?
I mean, what is this? And where are the guys who did this so-called survey? I want to see the shape they're in, motherfuckers.
And what they're wearing.
It's a woman who wrote the article, I believe.
She's a big, smelly bitch.
Oh.
Well, what is she talking about? I'm too old to wear a tank top. Come on in here and see a virile 54-year-old.
She's jealous,
That's
obviously.
right.
Spry.
In fact, Beth came home. She goes, you look young. I said, Zara, she goes, did you do Botox when I was gone? I said, that's right. I said, imagine you came home and you saw my lips all inflated and I had Botox. And
I wonder about those guys who are with those women with the blown-up lips and the cat-eye look. And I'm like, do you see her?
Yeah. Or,
can you tell her to stop doing
about
that?
Kissing Lisa Rinna? She has that lip implant.
Nothing wrong with kissing Lisa.
Is it an implant?
Don't even start.
Oh, is that what she has?
Yeah.
Why do you know that?
Because I read.
A lip implant?
Yeah. It's made of Gore-Tex.
Oh, yeah, oh my God, how gross. I couldn't imagine kissing her.
Yeah.
Lisa G told me that the implant, Lisa, tell her how you get it bigger and smaller.
Well, there's saline inside of it.
Oh, so you can lower it and raise it?
I guess so.
So
that's
she must have gone and had some saline
That's
taken
why
out.
you said, do you plump up your lips? And she said no, because it's already in there.
Oh, well, that's a technicality. What else you got there?
All
Come on,
right.
listen. This is not a show about cosmetic surgery.
Christ, you're boring the fuck out of us.
All right. Look, I can't help it if magazines write about Howard.
That's
I'm
interesting.
reporting
Go
the
ahead.
news.
Nobody needs your
All right. A dwarf bowling event featuring Beetlejuice this weekend may be in jeopardy. The Staten Island Advance reports that there is a 20-year-old law that prohibits alcohol licensed businesses from hosting dwarf tossing and dwarf bowling events.
So funny, when Beetle was in here yesterday, I pointed out to him that now that he has $4 million in the bank, the days of dwarf tossing are behind him. And he said, that's right, you'll never see me doing that. And here
Surprise!
Wait a minute. He has $4 million in the bank. What did I miss?
Well, this is what this is the figure he
I
came
said,
up.
I'm doing a benefit for him, I think.
All right.
I just got an email. I think that event was officially canceled.
It was? Okay.
How do they not know that you can't toss dwarves or bowl with them?
You can't? Well...
What is there, a law against fun?
There goes the fun at my wedding.
Yes, there is a law against fun.
Gee, I had a whole event planned around it.
Any more news on that?
There goes the
Any more news
party.
on your wedding?
No news. I'll let you know when
Oh, Lisa, how pathetic.
No, come on.
What else you got?
All right, as the nation chooses sides in the upcoming presidential election, New York Mets pitcher John Maine tells the Daily News he has a write-in suggestion saying, quote, I'll tell you who I support, Howard Stern. The guy has a good head on his shoulders.
Who said that?
John Maine.
Yeah, from the New York Mets.
Howard, do you remember you met him during a commercial about 3 months ago?
Yeah, John Maine. Yeah. Good guy. Yeah. All right, I like that. All right, thank you, Lisa. All right, time to get to some Gary Garver, because I've been promising that for a while.
Night of 100 Stars, right?
Yeah. And also, you know, the other day, I got to play this tape, too. The other day, I got some Gary Busey tape, but I do want to get to this Gary Garver thing because I've been blowing it off. All right, so Gary Garver went to Night of 100 Stars, which is so great because Night of 100 Stars never has any good stars. Like, there's no stars there. Like, the Night of 100 Stars just never gets anybody great to show up. So, yeah, they're technically stars, but it's...
At one time. Yeah, but their light has gone out.
Well, to give you an example, like, one of the stars is Omarosa. Oh. Remember her from...
Well, she's on The Current Apprentice.
Right. I mean, you know.
But that's what she does, The Apprentice.
Yeah. Corey Feldman was there, I read, too. And I think him and his wife were considered stars.
Like Florence Henderson, you know.
Yeah.
But it's still fun to send Gary over there and get some interviews. All right, so here's Omarosa. Hey, Gary, come on in here. This is Gary Dell'Abate, because he's got some funny stories about this stuff. What was the deal on Omarosa? Isn't it like she's just still thinking she's the hottest shit on the planet?
She's a character because she just thinks she's God. No. So Garver goes up to her and you know, she's like, she just goes at it. She can fight with anybody.
Yeah. Isn't this because he asked her who she was?
No, he just asked her. Yeah, sort of, yeah. But, I mean, she's mad at him 35 seconds in.
How dare she be insulted by that?
She's insulted.
He's not treating her properly.
That's right.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
Who are you and what made you famous?
Who are you and where are you?
I'm Satellite Radio.
Okay. Omarosa from Celebrity Apprentice.
Celebrity Apprentice?
Donald Trump.
What?
Donald Trump.
Oh, Donald Trump. Yeah. What's wrong? What? I heard you're like the bitch on the show or something.
I heard your mother was a bitch.
What? F you.
God. You know, you can make an argument that Gary Garver is a bigger star than her.
Right.
Ooh, cunty.
All right, so next was David Carradine. And I suppose David Carradine, of course, for those of you who don't know, was Kung Fu on TV. He was Kung Fu. Grasshopper.
You know, his interview was very long, so I edited a lot of stuff out. But at one point, Gary Garver asked him, you know, what have you done to change the world? And he goes, well, you know, it's obvious, Kung Fu.
Kung Fu. So anyway...
He took a job.
There's a weird move, I think, that goes on, because we used to have David Carradine on the show. Yes. I was a big Kung Fu fan.
Is he the Carradine in Kill Bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's that, right, okay.
Yeah, I really like David a lot.
Love David.
But I think, like, the last couple of times he requested to come on, we kind of took a pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long explanation.
It's a hard thing to explain to people.
But then whoever we pass on, they all claim that we asked them a bunch of times and they said no.
They turn it around.
Their egos demand that.
Or, in David Carradine's case, it's you've changed. You're not you're not the same guy.
So he doesn't do the show anymore.
Right.
That's the Steve, what was the guys from the Tonight Show?
Steve Allen.
Steve Allen. That was his move.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Steve Allen I used to have on all the time, and then I stopped having him on, and then he started writing magazine articles about what a piece of shit I was.
Right, how you had changed. You used to do your show, and now you're mean-spirited.
He wrote 24 songs about you.
And David Carradine, I love David, but, you know, I haven't changed. That's the point.
Well, he's
changed.
He's changed.
The world has changed.
The world has changed.
Are you a fan of Howard Stern?
Well, I did his show 3 or 4 times. I've enjoyed it a lot, but I certainly don't watch him or listen to him.
Why not?
Well, because he no longer is interesting to me. You know, he kind of changed his act since I was with him.
What about Sirius? Do you have Sirius?
What?
You have Sirius Radio?
No, I don't really listen to the radio.
Wow.
So Florence Henderson kind of pulls the same move. Like, Florence Henderson has requested to be on our show a lot of times, and we kind of say no. I mean, I really don't have any interest in interviewing Florence Henderson. I don't, you know, she's on enough reality shows and all that stuff. So
can I tell you that she hasn't requested to be on this show in probably 10 years, and I haven't asked for her in about 23. I'm not kidding. I'm not being mean.
Right. But I would say there were a couple of years there where they used to...
She stopped asking 10 years ago.
Right.
Are you a fan of Howard Stern's?
You know what? I like Howard. He's always asking me to be on his show. I think he's brilliant. I think he's, just dug out a career for himself that is absolutely amazing. He's naughty.
Would you go on the show?
I've turned it down numerous times. I mean, I don't need to talk about my genitalia with Howard.
You're right.
You think that's what he's going to talk to you about?
Of course. course, that'll be his first question.
How is it?
Fantastic.
Thanks a lot, Florence.
Thank you.
That's Florence Henderson?
Yeah. Oh, she's an old lady.
Dude, she's got to be, what do you figure? Florence has got to be close to 80?
Well, I haven't heard her in a long time.
Now, Jeff Conaway was at Night of 100 Stars. I haven't heard this one yet. It's got to be funny.
Jeff Conaway, our favorite?
I cut it down a little bit, which is hard to cut Jeff Conaway down. But he's a little boring at the beginning. But there's something going on with his speach, whether it's
he's high as a kite.
Yeah, but it's also even this on top of that, there's something weird going on. He's got some weird affectation.
Yeah, I know, because I watch Celebrity Rehab.
Right, there's something going on with that jaw.
Right. Yeah. Oh, he's got to be completely fucked up.
He's got permanent coke jaw.
That's what I was going to say. Isn't that the thing you do when you're on coke?
Yeah, grind.
Jeff.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Hey, what's something you hate about yourself?
It's like reality TV is harder on relationships.
Something that I hate about myself.
People break up from reality TV.
I think the weakness that I've given into the negative part of my life, the negative side, the side that lies to me. I believe that more than the truth about myself, you know.
How have you changed the world?
Well, how have I changed the world? I think I've made them laugh.
Who's the biggest a-hole in Hollywood? Has to be one.
Oh, probably me.
You?
Yeah.
Do you think it's arguable that a good portion of these people aren't stars here tonight?
I'm sorry?
Do you think it's arguable that a good portion of these people aren't stars here tonight?
I see a lot of recognizable faces. I know a lot of these people. They have lay people here as well that help support the event, that sponsor it. But, here's Robert Davi right here. Corey Feldman was just here.
Corey Feldman.
Robert Davi.
Did you become a scientist?
Who's Robert Davi?
He's a character actor.
We're gonna hear from him later.
I guess he didn't mention Florence Henderson, too.
If it would make you as big a star as Tom Cruise.
I'm already doing that.
Oh, yeah. I should back this up. Wait, this is worth hearing. Wait.
Become a Scientologist?
Right.
Biggest stars.
Corey here's Robert Davi right here. Corey Feldman was just here.
Would you become a Scientologist if it would make you as big a star as Tom Cruise?
I'm already doing that.
Become a Scientologist?
Yes, I am.
Really? Why?
Because I was thinking about John one day, and I was thinking about my troubles with addiction over the years. And there was a time when John was just starting Scientology, and he was telling me about it, and I opted to stay out of it. And I was thinking, he really, his life, not so much his career, because that was what it was going to be, but his life. He became a much more successful person. And I wrote to him and said, do you have any books that you could suggest? And he sent me a whole library. Books upon books upon books upon books. And he's providing an auditor for me every day. And so I go through Scientologist classes every day.
Well, good for you, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you very much. Good questions.
Thank you.
Really?
We were goofing.
He must be insane if he thinks Gary Garver had good questions.
First guy who ever said that, I think.
Yeah.
I can't believe he's being provided an auditor.
I know. They're sending somebody to his home.
Would you become a Scientologist if you could change the world? Good question. Well, what is the Night of 100 Stars? In other words,
it's an event. This is how I see it. If you're not invited to the Oscars, if you're not good enough to be invited to the Oscars, there's a party that you can watch the Oscars at.
Oh, so they watch the Oscars.
Yeah. This is the night of the Oscars.
Because I'm looking at this lineup. It's Omarosa, David Carradine. I would be embarrassed to be at this. Florence Henderson, Jeff Conway, Larry Birkhead, who is Anna Nicole Smith's
that guy.
Sperm donor. Right, Larry Burkhead.
That's right.
Now, how is he a star?
He's a star because he takes care of baby Danny Lynn.
You know what I just realized?
Baby Danny Lynn.
I just realized.
You know baby Danny Lynn has an eye problem?
Yeah. Her eye turns in.
cross-eyed.
Her eye turns in.
Yeah. Little cross-eyed.
She's wearing a patch like a pirate now. Hey, I'm baby Danny Lynn, I am.
You think Anna Nicole might have done some drugs during the pregnancy?
But Howard, you know what else slid by us, too?
What?
That dude, Pat, who's the guy who made the sex tapes with the phone calls and the code?
Oh, Pat O'Brien. Pat O'Brien.
Yeah.
He's back in rehab,
He's back
right?
in rehab.
Yeah. I don't even know.
I saw him in the halls of Sirius a few months ago, and...
Did he ask you for some coke?
I almost asked them. He looked, I don't know, he looked very thin to me. Right. I don't know.
Yeah, he had get thinned out. But didn't he promise Dr. Phil that everything was okay now?
Well, he did. He meant it to be good. Hey, I just realized at that party, Howard, not only was Larry Burkhead there, but so was... that Prince guy that says he fucked Anna Nicole, too.
Zsa Zsa Gabor's husband?
Yeah, they were at the same party.
Let's hear Larry Burkhead first, and then we'll go over to the Prince. Prince Van Asshole?
What made you famous?
I was in a movie called Fool's Gold.
Fool's Gold?
Yeah.
Who starred in it?
Kate Winslet.
Oh, really? Yeah. Who's the biggest a-hole in Hollywood?
Besides you? I don't know.
Would you become a Scientologist if it made you the biggest star? What?
Absolutely not.
Ever had a gay experience?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah, positive.
Ooh. Why is he what? That's a Gary Garver question I think he threw in.
No, it's on our list.
We put that on our list
is that
for everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
Gary has the ability to throw an audible of the line.
You're both right. It's on our list, and Gary Garver only asked that of Larry Burkhead of all 18 people. He only asked Gary Burkhead. So
that was Larry Burkhead?
Yes. Yeah. That was Danny Lynn's dad.
Larry Burkhead was in a movie. He says that's what made him famous, the movie.
Now, and he says Fool's Gold was Kate Winslet. Wasn't it Kate Hudson?
I think he's just goofing around.
You think so?
I don't think he's in any movie.
Well, then he's pretty funny.
It sounded like he was serious about that.
I think he must be in that movie.
I was in a movie.
It's an extra.
God.
All right, here's Prince Van Asshole. That's the guy's name. Or Prince Van Anal. That's his name, Anal.
It is not.
No, I'm not kidding you.
On hold or something.
Oh. Well, here he is with Gary Garver. This is the guy, if you remember in the news, he was claiming at the time that the baby Danny Lynn was his.
How you doing? Who are you again? You're Prince what?
To what?
What's your name again?
Frederik van Anhalt, Prince van Anhalt. I'm from Germany.
I told you. Van Anhalt.
Does he sound just like Colonel Klink?
Again.
Germany, and you're married to Zsa Zsa Gabor?
To Zsa Zsa Gabor since 21 years. Longest marriage in Hollywood. Don't forget it.
Let me ask you something. What happened with this Anna Nicole thing, man? What went down?
Well, when we're down, it's not finished yet, you know. I mean, the baby, it's already, this matter is solved, but the money matter is not finished yet, you know, and I'm sure Howard Stern is going to go down, and that's it, definitely.
He means that Howard K. Stern.
Yeah, but what has he got to do with the money?
I don't know. He's claiming he's the father of Danny Lynn. He's sticking with that story.
Sheesh.
How can he brag that he's had the longest marriage in Hollywood when he clearly admitted he fucked Anna Nicole while he was married?
He's still married.
But nobody's made it longer than 21 years?
Well, it's funny because...
No one in Hollywood.
You know what? Peter Graves was at this party, Howard, and he was saying that he'd been married for 57 years.
Well, it's Peter Graves in show business.
Did you really bang Anna Nicole?
I didn't bang her. We had fun.
Did you have sex with her?
Huh?
Did you have sex with her?
Of course.
Did you put your penis in her vagina?
Look how you talk. This is the Oscars. Don't talk on the Oscars like that.
Well, I just want to know if it's true or not. Sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
It is true, but I don't use those words. You know, I'm a gentleman. I don't use those words. You know?
What words do you use?
Huh?
What words do you use?
What?
What words do you use?
What use? I use the word love. You forgot all about it. You in America forgot all about the word love.
Have you ever had any cosmetic surgery?
Yes. No cosmetic surgery. Only Botox.
Only Botox?
Yeah.
Would you become a Scientologist and make you as big a star as Tom Cruise?
I didn't understand that.
Would you become a Scientologist if it make you as big as a star as Tom Cruise is?
No, never. If I don't believe in the system, I don't follow the system.
Who's the biggest a-hole in Hollywood?
The biggest? Probably me.
And What's your favorite porn star?
I don't look porn. I like it natural. I have truth stuff. I don't porn. I don't look magazines. I love to enjoy it natural.
I don't look.
Are you a fan of Howard Stern's?
Huh?
Are you a fan of Howard Stern?
Which Howard Stern? You mean the radio guy?
Yeah.
I love him. I was on his show a couple of times. I love him. He's great. I love him.
Right, thanks a lot.
Chris Van Assel.
Was he ever on our show?
Maybe.
Probably was Zsa Zsa.
The Princess Zsa Zsa.
I think he was, yes. I seem to remember that.
Got a bunch of other ones here. Wink Martindale was there?
Well, this is fun. Yeah, Wink Martindale's funny because of I just left one particular question in.
What about Mimi Rogers? She used to be married to Tom Cruise 100 years ago.
And what's funny is Gary Garver doesn't know that, so he asked her the Scientology Tom Cruise question.
Oh,
She got Tom into Scientology.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
Who are you? Who am I talking to?
I'm with Satellite Radio.
Okay.
Do you think that Barack Obama is half black or half white?
Haven't really thought about it that way.
Do you think America is more prepared for a black president or a female president?
I think it's going to be hard for either.
No?
Yeah. But I'm hoping.
Me too. Would you become a Scientologist if it would make you as big a star as Tom Cruise?
Well, I think everybody would say yes, right?
Really?
I don't know.
And are you a fan of Howard Stern's?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yes.
And aren't you?
Sometimes. Sometimes I think he goes too far.
Thanks a lot, Mimi.
Thank you.
Mimi Rogers has the biggest tits.
Yes. Beautiful.
And that movie that she did where it's called The Masseuse. It's practically porno. They show it on HBO a lot. The whole movie is her walking around naked with a masseuse massaging her. And she's totally naked and her titties are out and fucking vagina and everything. I mean, it's wild. I beat off to that a bunch of times.
I've never seen that movie.
Yeah.
It's on Mr. Skin's all-time Hall of Fame list.
It really is. And it should be. Mimi Rogers. I don't know how old she is now, but boy, in her day, it's the biggest natural boobs. It's before breast implants. You know, when a woman with real breasts meant something. You know?
Now anybody can.
Yeah, now anyone can have that. Does that ever piss you off, like you've got real big breasts?
I didn't ever want them.
No, I know, but like you have the big full breast, and like these women now cheat, and they try to get up to your league, and it's like sort of like that was your thing, and you were born with that was your gift. And
no, I could care
now
less
anyone
what
can
they're
have it.
doing.
Really?
It's not something I thought of as a proud thing.
Seriously, you never look in the mirror and say, damn, these are fucking nice.
No, I always say these are fucking too big.
You never, I mean, at some point you have to go like, God, I've got what everyone wants to have.
Nope.
You know, don't you know,
doesn't always seem to go.
It doesn't always seem to go that you what
always
you want.
Goes, you got.
You know what I mean? That Joni Mitchell song?
You don't know what you got till it's gone.
Right.
You pave paradise, and you pave your nice tits, and you put up a parking lot.
Well, it's like Einstein saying he's too smart. Like, you know, I always thought I was 20 points too high in my IQ.
Yeah.
I was a little too fucking smart for my young guys, like Robin. Oh, I got these beautiful gifts, and she doesn't even appreciate them.
No, you look at Dolly Parton now. She had to cancel her tour because of her breasts. They're hurting her back so much she can't perform.
But she did that to herself.
She's 90.
No, she always had big breasts. She just put the implant in there. And she keeps putting the implant in there.
I don't know if I want to hear from Robert Davi. I don't know who he is.
Well, that's why you want to hear from him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, this is one of the all-time great who are you answers.
Oh, great. That's what's great about L.A. If you say to someone, who are you, it's like you put a knife in their head.
Yeah, it sends them spinning and out of control.
Who are you?
Robert Davi.
And what made you famous?
70 different films. Where are you from?
Satellite Radio.
What satellite radio?
Sirius Satellite Radio.
What's that?
Never heard Satellite Radio?
Never. If they haven't heard of me, I haven't heard of them. Google me. I've done 70 films.
Google
Wake
me.
up.
Wake up.
No. James Bond, Goonies, License to Kill, Showgirls. I just directed my first film called The Dukes with myself and Chaz Palminteri and Peter Bogdanovich. It's won 9 awards.
I apologize.
That's all right.
Hey,
I don't.
Oh, shit. I never heard of him either. That's funny. Who are you? Boy, that set him off.
Might know his face, you know.
Yeah, you would know his face. He had a pockmarked face that...
oh, yeah?
He made a good villain. Yeah, he was even in Die Hard. He played one of the FBI agents.
Oh, okay. Now I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. And are you a fan of Howard Stern's?
I watch Howard Stern. Yes, I do. I do find him amusing. I like watching him. Howard Stern is a funny guy. Howard Stern. Gary Dell'Abate, Italian guys, Artie Lang. I watch the show. I used to get, when I was doing my series Profiler, I would watch the Howard Stern show at 5 in the morning, going to my set every friggin' morning. So it was a lot of great humor to.
Thanks a lot.
All right, be good.
Did he play Dean Wormer?
No.
No. I'm trying. He was in something. Well, now I'm thinking. Now I got the face from what Robin said. And I'm trying to think other stuff. He wasn't him. He's in a million things.
Yeah, he was a very highly used character actor.
I think I know who you mean.
Howard. He's been in 70 things to be exact.
Okay.
And his series Profiler.
Well, he's a fan of ours, so I'll make sure to learn who he is.
I always liked him.
What did Jenna Jameson have to say?
Oh, this is so weird, dude. It's her and Tito Ortiz, and they're just, it's fine and everything. They are looking into Scientology. Not that they want to become Scientologists, but they're going to figure it out for all of us.
Really?
Whether it's real or not.
They're investigating.
Absolutely.
Jenna Jameson is going to go.
And Tito Ortiz.
And they're going to figure out for the rest of us if it's good.
They tell us that in this
So we can sit back and relax.
Right. That's what we're sending.
Would you become a Scientologist if it make you as big a star as Tom Cruise?
That's funny, because what?
Yes.
Yes, me and Jenna actually have been talking about that. We're actually going to go check it out and see what it's really about.
You're going to go check out Scientology?
Yes, of course. Why not? Why be ignorant and not look and see what it has to offer?
Hold on. Why are you going to get into it, Jenna? What's going on here?
Well, I've studied a lot of different religions in my time, and my father actually was a Scientologist, so he told me in order to know anything about it, I need to go in and know in my own right, not have to worry about someone else telling me and all the hearsay that's going on. So I think that we're going to go in and we're gonna be the moles. We're gonna figure it out for everyone.
Tell us to see if there's any truth behind it, or see if it's just someone who's an awesome actor come out and just.
No offense, Jen is a porno star and he's a wrestler.
A fighter.
A fighter.
Are these the people we would send to investigate?
And also, her dad was fucking all her teenage friends.
Right, so Scientology didn't seem to work out so well for him.
That's the first thing I thought. I'm like, suddenly he's a Scientologist. I think of him as a friend fucker.
Nice guy, but, I don't know if I get religious advice from him. Wink Martindale, finally, with Gary Garver. He's one of my favorites. Wink Martindale, I'm kind of fascinated by game show hosts. I always wanted to be a game show host. And Wink Martindale was always, to me, like second tier. He got the real shitty games. Like, he got that game with the dragon. And
I know the one you're talking about.
And like the dragon, they were really super easy questions, and it looked like a big truth or consequences board.
The dragon chased the guy across the board, the cartoon.
Yeah. What was that?
Oh, God. We were just talking about the show the other day because there's a documentary.
Wink got the shittiest games.
Yeah, I can't even think of the names of his games.
I know it, Gare.
What?
Tic-Tac-Toe.
No. Was it
Tic-Tac-Toe?
No, Tic-Tac-Toe is the one.
Joker's.
No, Joker's Wild. Right. Tic-Tac-Toe, you're right.
Tic-Tac-Toe.
Right.
He did do Joker's Wild, too.
No, Joker's Wild was Jack.
He did that, too. I mean, I'm reading his credits. Yeah. Gambit, High Rollers, Last Word, Tic-Tac-Toe.
He took over the Joker show after that other dude.
Jack Barry.
Yeah. But Tic-Tac-Toe, read Wink Martindale's games again.
Oh, I'm going to Jack Barry.
Go ahead.
Okay. What's this song? No, sorry. Gambit, High Rollers, Last Word, Tic-Tac-Toe, Joker's Wild.
Shitty.
Nothing you know.
Yeah, like all games. You can't even remember the fucking game. Like I remember the cartoon dragon running. Oh, you weren't here yesterday. Beetlejuice was in. This is the funniest story
I heard
ever.
a little bit of Beetlejuice. He sounded on fire.
Yeah, we were sitting and talking, and we were talking about how Sal goes to eat Chinese food with Beat. So Beat likes to eat chicken. So the waitress comes over, and she says, what do you want? And they can't decide and all that. So Sal goes, why don't you have the dragon chicken? And Beat goes, I ain't eating no fucking dragon.
I don't eat dragon.
That's great. Yeah. It sounded like a really fun Beetlejuice.
Yeah, he got new teeth and he was on fire.
Yeah, you had to see it. Wink Martindale hosted Gambit. What's that?
I don't even know that.
All right, here's Wink Martindale.
Well, hold on a second. So the reason I kept this interview is, first of all, no matter how old he gets, he's still got that voice.
Mm-hmm.
But Gary Garver asked him if he ever used the N-word, and he says he did, but then there's some woman in the back yelling, no, you didn't. He's like, no, I did.
Wink Martindale used the N-word?
He grew up in the South.
All right, let's hear this.
Hi, how are you? How you doing? Good, thanks. Is Hollywood too vulgar and violent these days? Yes. Have you ever used the N-word? No. I did when I was growing up in the South years ago. Yeah.
No. We use the N-word, no.
Kid? Yeah, when I was a kid. What changed your attitude about it? Oh, well, I grew up, you know, and things changed, and I realized that everybody's equal in this world. Have you ever had any cosmetic surgery? Never. Are you a fan of Howard Stern's? No. Why not? He's just not my cup of tea. However, I did listen to Imus before they took him off TV, so I've always been a fan of his.
No.
Hey, thanks a lot, Wink. Thank you.
Had to throw that in. We didn't ask you about Imus.
Yeah, you didn't have to bring up that you're a fan of Imus, you cocksucker.
Is he so old that he thinks listening to Imus makes him relevant?
Well, he's just answering the question. Saying I didn't listen to Howard Stern on radio, I listen to Imus.
Yeah, N-word. I grew up, I found colored was much more impressive.
He would like Imus because Imus has good nigger jokes.
Right, he's a racist.
That's right.
I love that woman's going, no, you didn't. He goes, no, I did.
I like that. I like
She's
her.
still saying no. No, you did not.
Yeah. Sir, you do not know what you're talking about.
That wasn't you.
How you doing? Good, thanks.
I got to hear that part.
N-word. No. Well, I did when I was growing up in the South years ago. Yeah.
No, we've used the N-word, no.
The answer to that is no.
Is that a publicist?
No, I think it's his wife.
Wink. Imagine your name is Wink. Wonder what his real name is, too.
Winston.
Wink. I was thinking like Boomer Esiason. Like what's Boomer's real name?
I'll look it up.
I mean, he calls himself Boomer.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I heard this before,
Is
too.
it like Jim?
I don't know.
It's Chuck.
I knew this at one point.
Norman.
Boomer's better.
Boomer, yeah.
That's why I became
Norman
Boomer.
Julius Esiason.
Yeah, Norman doesn't sound Norman Esiason.
Julius Esiason.
Here's Wink Martindale's favorite movie trailer.
They call him boss nigga.
They rode into a white man's town. Bringing black man's law. He's black. He's brutal. He's boss. Fred Williamson is boss nigga.
Fred Williamson.
Meanwhile,
You got to wonder about the guy who's in the studio singing that. You got to wonder everything.
I played the trailer yesterday on the show, and then Sal throws in my bag the whole DVD of Boss Nigger.
Did you go home and watch it?
I took it back, and I put it in my drawer. I said to my assistant, Laura, please mail this back to Sal. I don't want to watch Boss Nigger.
You have that sitting on your coffee table.
I probably should watch Boss Nigger. I might
I'm
like it.
telling you, I need to see the movie. I've never heard of it.
Well, I'm going to give you the copy. You can have it. I don't want to be caught with a Boss Nigger DVD.
You and Beth aren't going to watch it on Sunday movie day?
Because I'll read in page 6 that, some inside source says Howard Stern keeps a copy of Boss Nigger on his...
You know how we were talking about Barack Obama's favorite films?
Yeah.
Yours would be... Oh, Howard likes Boss Nigger.
John Boy, you're on the air.
Hey, you kind of tickled everybody's ass with the feather a couple weeks ago when you said something about this mind-blowing opportunity and that you had to turn down because you're very dedicated. I was wondering if I could take a couple stabs at what it might have been.
But I wouldn't tell you anyway.
Oh, well, take your stabs. I'd like to hear what he's thinking.
I'm thinking with the success of Private Parts, maybe another movie.
No, this was bigger than that.
Oh, bigger than that.
What could be bigger?
Wow, now I'm really mind-fucked just like you were.
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal.
Well,
this was like a multimedia kind of thing.
Yeah, this was big.
You'd be running an empire where you'd be a power broker and you could make things happen.
Yeah, it was that big.
Do projects.
Yeah.
It was like an Oprah deal.
It wasn't even about one movie. It'd be about millions of movies. It'd be about millions
like a studio.
Well, it's not a studio, but it would have been
a production company?
No.
No?
No, I don't really want to go into it.
Hey, that's cool, man.
But, hey, I can say no to stuff.
You were offered to run the country of Portugal.
Yeah.
No, there wasn't enough money in it.
You know,
But your answer isn't.
when I found out Artie was...
I was offered to run the Internet.
Artie?
I was offered head of Internet.
Yeah.
He was offered a big server.
Do you think the guy was for real now? Now that I'm thinking it over, maybe I can't run the Internet. Maybe there is no such
There
position.
is no position.
The man he told me he was temporarily homeless.
He seems real.
He was willing to sell me the Internet.
Sounds like a bullshitter.
Was this a Riley deal?
Riley introduced me to the gentleman. He was
I'll sell you the Internet and 600 pounds of weed.
All right, we're going to take a break, and when we get back, I'll try and get Jennifer Flowers on the phone and find out about how she claims that Bill Clinton used to lick her for like 15 minutes and she couldn't get an orgasm. So.
Well, then, maybe it's her.
Yeah, I was offered the position of president of show business, and I turned it down. It's like you got a huge office in Hollywood.
But is that totally a ceremonial kind of position?
No, you can tell people like what they can do,
Really?
what they can't do. Yeah. No, that's more than ceremonial. President of show business. All right, we'll be back right after these words. All right, we first heard about Jennifer Flowers many years ago when she came out with the bombshell revelation that she was having an affair with Bill Clinton for over 12 years. She is back now because she is selling the actual tape that, the actual tape recording. In other words, not a copy of the recording, but the actual tape recording of her and Bill Clinton on the phone together and all these phone messages.
Why is she selling it now?
Jennifer, hi.
Hi, Howard.
How are you?
How are you guys doing this morning? I'm good. It's been a long time.
Now, first of all, why now are you selling these tapes? Why not, a couple of years ago when you were in the news and of course, this was a big revelation?
Well, I got my first offer for the tapes back in 1993 to purchase them as a collector's item, and I wanted control of the tapes. So I had no interest in doing it at that time. A couple of months ago, I received another offer.
What were you offered the first time for these tapes?
$5 million.
And now, what about the second offer?
The second offer was a little bit less than that, but not much.
So why not just take it?
Well, I wanted to put the word out that they were available to a collector. I have no interest in marketing the tapes. As you know, I'm sure that the contents, and I say tape, it's not just one tape, they're 4 cassette tapes, actually.
How many minutes of tape are we talking about for $4 million or $5 million?
About 60 minutes.
All right, and the conversation is between you and Bill Clinton, and at the time he's the governor of Arkansas.
He's the governor.
Right, he's the governor. And these are sexual-type tapes, or what?
Well, there are some conversations about sex. However, most of it was about the media and who was coming around and how we could possibly avoid or shut various stories down. That's the first time that Bill had decided to run for the presidency and didn't run.
Why?
Oh, I see. He was trying to keep everything quiet.
Yes, he was. And I was trying to help him do that where I was concerned. In other words, when they were looking for me in relationship to, my friendship with Bill Clinton, so to speak.
When Bill Clinton was he was in a whole legal battle with Paula Jones. He admitted to having sex with Jennifer Flowers only once.
Yeah, that's absurd.
Why would you only go in there once?
I mean,
that is so funny. Every time I hear that, I just laugh because, in fact, he said once in 1977, and to this day I'm perplexed as to why he chose 1977. So much of the validation and eyewitnesses and so on was on into the 80s and 90s, of course. But anyway, that old theory about if you make a partial admission to something, then people are going to believe you that it was less than or They try to minimize the situation, and that's what he was doing there, apparently. But that's pretty funny.
You know, it's funny. When I read about your story with him, a lot of times Bill Clinton would prefer oral sex rather than, full blown-out intercourse. And maybe it's because in his mind, oral sex wasn't cheating, you know?
I was going to say that. I was going to say, was it a lot of oral sex?
Well, actually, he didn't come to that conclusion until a point in the 80s, and I recall when he came over to my apartment, and he told me he had found this part in the Bible where it had caused him to realize that oral sex was not having sex. And I said, well, you know what, you're real stupid.
You might be a governor, but you're not that.
You might go blow that smoke up someone else's skirt, but not mine.
Right. So
I'm a very heterosexual female, and oral sex is a nice thing, but I want when I have a man, I want a man, and I want all parts of that man. And so I told him to kind of shut up, and okay, fine, that's great, but don't try to give me that bull, because I don't buy it.
In fact, you were shocked when you were giving him oral sex one time. I remember the story, that he came in your mouth, and you were genuinely taken aback by that. No man, I don't know how old you were at that point, but no man up until then had shot a load in your mouth. And you said to him, I'm saving that for my husband.
Yeah.
Well, not anymore. That's what he said.
Not now. But no man had ever thought to...
literally blew that idea.
It's funny, though, right?
It was pretty funny, and we both had a laugh afterwards. I mean, I got over that, but... he wasn't supposed to do that, but he did, so you can't trust the man.
So he had told you had said to him, don't do that.
I had. I said, I'd rather you not do that. He did it anyway. So
he could care less. He used you.
So what did you have left for your husband?
Well, not much, Robin.
He'd pretty much taken it all. Clinton's thing was...
Pretty much took it all.
But Clinton's thing wasn't anal, right? He didn't get into anal sex with you, did he?
No,
No. Did you ever get into that with your husband?
No.
Never?
No.
Have you ever tried it?
No.
I
just associate that with pain. It just doesn't appeal to me.
You said that President Clinton was a 9 as a lover. You said, and this is a quote from you from Penthouse, he ate pussy like a champ.
Yeah.
He
was real good at it.
I told you there was something he used to do with his mouth that made you think he would be good at it.
Really? Oh, that thing where he bites his...
Yeah. He's, when he's talking, he just does a little thing and you go, whoa.
Bill's a very sensual man.
Yeah.
Obviously a very sexual man, and at least with other women.
Yeah, and you always said that, not only that he was sensitive in bed and stuff, but that he would eat you for like 15 minutes. And like, I often want to say to a woman, do you think a guy's a little weird when he's licking you for 15 minutes down there? I mean, like, at some point he should get a little tired of it.
The only time that should be happening is if you're a kid and you don't want to go all the way.
Right.
Bill was not well endowed, so he had to make up for it. Now you say.
Oh, so because of his small penis...
And it has been my experience that men that are less endowed tend to want to engage in oral sex more and longer.
How many inches would you say the ex-president was?
Oh, not very many.
Would you say more than an inch?
Yeah. Oh, God. An inch.
Oh, you're kidding. Bill Clinton is not well hung.
When he was, let me ask you something. When he was, like, naked in front of you, did his penis look like a little tiny button, like a...
No, it was better than that.
I mean, like hanging, was he like 2 inches?
3.
3? Oh, believe me, he's got me beat. Honestly. And fully...
Well, I guess it's all in the perception then, isn't it?
Would he have 5 or 6 inches fully erect?
Maybe 6, sure.
Maybe 6. Oh, so he's not that small.
A long time, I haven't experienced that in a long time.
Jennifer considers that small.
Boy, Jennifer, you must have been real lucky. You must have been with a lot of big guys, because 6 inches is actually considered even a little above normal.
Were you dating the Washington Wizards?
Listen, of course, I'm from Arkansas, and we do. special down there. So.
Yep, they're growing big down there. But so your feeling was that he would lick you a lot because of his small penis, and then you would... But here's something. The president would lick you for 15 minutes, and you say you never had an orgasm with him.
Well, I didn't really time it. You know, it just...
Right.
He seemed very enthusiastic about it. No, I didn't.
So you mean
a lot of women don't do that. You know, a lot of women can't.
Yeah, but
they have an internal, you know, like they need that for an orgasm.
You misunderstand me.
What?
Not only was she not pleasured orally with an orgasm, but even through intercourse she didn't have an orgasm with him.
Really?
And my theory on that, Jennifer, is that you were not really that attracted to the president, because I think a lot of it is in a woman's mind. In other words, if she thinks the guy's hot, almost upon entry...
Well, Dr. Ruth says that, the brain is the sexual organ.
What about that, Jennifer? What about the fact that, like, maybe you just weren't that turned on?
Well, I was turned on by him, actually, and I adored him, and I was in love with him at a point. I think it was my upbringing, where I was not supposed to enjoy sex.
Right.
And it was just a matter of mentally letting go.
Have you had orgasms with other partners?
Not until later in my life.
Yeah, that's kind of sad, isn't it?
Well, it is sad that women go through that. Hopefully they can overcome it, and I did.
Did Bill ever ask if you came?
Did Bill ever ask? Well, I was a good faker.
Oh.
I would love to be a chick brought up like that. Go, listen, you're not supposed to enjoy sex, honey. This is perfectly normal.
You know, Jennifer, it's so sad when, like, I don't want a woman to fake an orgasm with me. I really want the truth. I want to know. Because if I'm not getting the job done, then it's indicative.
Maybe you want to
move on.
change your technique or move on.
Or yeah. You know?
Do you really? I mean, don't you enjoy being with someone that's very enthusiastic? And
yes.
How can you really tell?
Yeah, but I would want her to really have an orgasm. I'd want her to...
Does it lead you to question what's going on now, Howard?
Hell yeah. I hope Beth ain't faking, man.
Listen,
this is really sucky.
Listen, it's a two-way street. If the chick's cooking sucks, I'm going to be honest about it. I'm not going to fake liking it.
You know, so why... So are you... I mean, this maybe is crazy. Are you supporting Hillary Clinton for president?
No, I am not.
You're
not.
a Barack girl.
Oh, I love Barack. Isn't he wonderful?
But I thought at one point you were considering...
Robin, that's a sexy man.
I thought at one point you were considering backing Hillary Clinton.
Well, what I said was that it was my dream in my lifetime to see a woman run for the presidency.
Right.
And that certainly, in my heart of hearts, I would love to support my gender, but not her.
I see. Now, you claim that Bill Clinton told you that Hillary is a lesbian.
Well, he didn't use that term. He just told me that she had probably enjoyed more women than he had.
No, it wasn't the exact quote, I think she's licked more pussy than I have?
Yes, that was it. Actually it was eaten more pussy than I have.
Eaten more pussy. So do you have that on tape or you don't?
I wish I did, Howard. I don't have that on tape.
Those tapes would be worth about $100 million.
I tell you what I do have on those tapes, though, is that when Bill called me and he said, Jennifer, I'm going to file, to run for the presidency. And he said, you may have some reporters coming around your building where you live or asking you questions. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. And I said, well, Bill, I'll tell you what I'll do. He said, come around, I'll tell them you eat good pussy. And he said... there was a silence, and then he started laughing, and he said, okay, if I don't run, you can tell him that.
Well,
so that's actually on the tape.
Did you ever used to sit there and go, I really should have been the first lady? I mean, if all things were fair, he was banging me, and by your, I've heard these Hillary lesbian stories forever, and I am a backer of Hillary Clinton. In fact, I would like to see her become the next president.
What do you think is the attraction between the two of them, Jennifer? What keeps them together?
I think that they have a very strong bond. I think that the relationship that they have is about their power structure. And in that case, it's very, very strong. And you know what? One knows enough on the other that they could, at any point, sink the ship, so to speak, for the other. And, that tends to keep you together unless you don't care anymore. It'll be interesting to see if Hillary doesn't get the nomination. And let's just assume maybe she's not reelected as United States Senator in New York, and neither one of them is in office if they actually stay together.
Why did you tape Bill Clinton in the first place? What was the reason for doing that?
Well, we're laughing and having fun in reference to this subject this morning, but back in that time, it was a little bit scary, and it wasn't so much my way of thinking, but other people in my ear saying, Jennifer, if he runs for the presidency, you could be a problem, and your life could be in danger. I only made a few recordings, and I felt very guilty about it, and I stopped.
You know what? Bill Clinton had the worst luck when you think about it. All of his women knew how to keep records and save dresses.
Paula Jones, Monica Lewinsky. I mean, Jesus, everyone was keeping tabs on this guy.
Well, I tell you what, a guy should think about that maybe a woman's not really blonde.
Well, I got to tell you something. In a way, he's got to think now, all of these women never really loved me. They loved my office because they didn't trust me, and they didn't, they were busy taping me or saving dresses and stuff like that. So,
I really loved him. I did. And I'm sorry it came to what it did. I honestly would like to have been able to tuck that memory in my mind and keep it there where it belonged.
Why did you come out with all of this? Why did you? I
didn't break the story. The media broke the story, and I naively thought that if I came out and said, yes, it's true, that they'd go away and leave me alone. I honestly did, and it just didn't work that way. And then I got an onslaught of a lot of things. I mean, from Bill's power structure was trying to destroy me and discredit me. I had lots of folks out there that couldn't stand me, and I was just seemed like I was constantly defending myself and my integrity.
Do you think Hillary Clinton's a lesbian? Is that your belief? Or do you think Bill was just saying that so he could somehow say to you, that's why we should have an affair because my wife wouldn't care anyway?
I think a lot of men lie.
Well, I knew his wife. Excuse me, Robin, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I think I don't think that had anything to do with it at the time. At the time he made that statement to me, Hillary knew about our relationship about a couple of months into the relationship, and she basically told him when he told her that he was not going to stop seeing me, that she said, just don't embarrass me, don't be overt with it in public. I don't want to know about it. Don't tell me about it. I don't care.
But how do you know that?
That's what he told me.
She's just telling you.
I knew that she knew. I could tell. I was around Hillary. So, and I could tell she wanted to choke me and had every right to.
Steve has a question. Go ahead, Steve.
Howard.
Yeah. What's your question for Jennifer?
Hey, now, hey, Jennifer, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good. That's good to hear. Hey, during the Monica Lewinsky scandal, she made an accusation that Bill Clinton had some kind of identifying mark on his penis. Can you add any insight to that?
Yeah. Jennifer, do you believe that that's true?
Paula Jones.
What, sorry?
That was Paula Jones. That said Bill had a bend in his penis. I can't remember if she said it was to the left or to the right. No, I did not know anything of something like that to do with him. I don't know where that came from or if it came about. Paula Jones happened after I had broken up with Bill Clinton. So if it became bent at some point, I wasn't aware of it.
All right, so you never saw a bend in his penis. Captain Jenks, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Howard. Hey, Jennifer, I know this goes back to the original question that was asked of you from Stuttering John, but you never answered it. Did Bill Clinton use a condom when he fucked you?
I don't think he did.
He did not.
Didn't he knock you up? He got you pregnant, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And you had an abortion?
I did.
Why didn't you have the baby? That would have been a real coup.
Well, yeah, in hindsight, that would have been the thing to do.
Right.
We weren't married. He was a married man. He wasn't going to leave his wife and make a commitment to me.
Right. But he never used a condom?
No.
Wow.
Wow.
He rode bareback, huh? And he came inside of you.
Well, back then it wasn't as big a deal. You know, it wasn't until we heard of Magic Johnson.
No, but I don't even mean about...
heterosexual that had AIDS.
I don't even mean age, Jennifer. I mean, like, wow, what was he thinking? I mean, he knows he can get you pregnant coming inside of you. You'd think he'd want to avoid that.
The president.
Well, he was the governor.
He was the governor.
But even a governor doesn't want that happening.
Well, I was using protection.
Oh, you were?
Yes,
What were you on, the pill?
No, I was using a diaphragm.
No kidding.
And to boil back down to Stuttering John's other question, will you be fucking any other presidential candidates?
Well, Barack...
Well, one never knows.
You would bang Barack Obama, right?
Oh, I think he's a gorgeous, very sexy man. I'm sure that thought has crossed the minds of a lot of women in this country.
Women are fainting for a reason.
Yeah, Johnny O, you're on the you're on in Louisville. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Howard. Good morning, Jennifer.
Hey.
I just want to ask Jennifer how she wants to answer the claims that the Republican Party or certain factions of the Republican Party had used her as kind of a blackmail device.
Yeah, were you funded by the Republican Party to come out with the story?
No, well, I had an offer from the Republican Party at a point, and I declined that. I was never used by the Republican Party in that way.
So
they used me as a tool to help or try to defeat Bill Clinton, my story, but I personally never engaged with the Republican Party to try to do anything destructive to Bill Clinton.
By the way,
I was never paid by them.
By the way, if you're interested in buying the complete and unedited Bill Clinton, Jennifer Flowers tapes, you can contact Bruce Marin at Celebrity Speakers. Let's see, let me get this right. CelebritySpeakersEntertainment.com. CelebritySpeakersEntertainment.com. And they are actually...
Well, they can visit me online, Howard, at JenniferFlowers.com.
How you looking these days?
Well, I'm doing well.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you look?
I look good. I
You
just
do?
had some surgery. Go on my website. You can see my latest photos.
Are they doctored, or this is the real you?
Well, when you say doctored, I mean, I may have asked him to fluff my hair up a little bit or something like that on my head, but no, they're the real me.
There's no airbrushing, no lighting
I
tricks?
exercise. I walk 6 miles a day. I try to eat right. I'm trying to take care of myself, and it feels good.
Well, I remember you did Penthouse a couple of years ago, and I think you were in your 40s back then, right?
Yes, I did.
And you're saying you're holding up, even though this is some years later. You might be as old as 50 now, right?
Yeah, as old as 50.
Are you 50?
Yes,
And you're
58.
saying you're 58?
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying it looks good?
Well, I just had some surgery. I had my breast lifted and actually reduced somewhat, and I had a tummy tuck and liposuction, and so with the help of my cosmetic surgeon and what I'm able to do on my own, I feel like that my body is as good as it's ever been, probably as it was in my 30s.
You're not getting nutty and pulling your face all back and getting those big lips, are you?
I got some big lips.
Oh, you got the big lips.
But you know what? The doctor, I let a transvestite do that in the back of a beauty salon one day.
So you got those big giant lips now, huh? Oh, there you are. Look at that. Oh, look at those lips.
Size.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting the big lips. You better not go any bigger than that, baby.
Oh, I have no intentions of doing them any larger than that.
She's by far the hottest chick ever connected to Clinton.
Yeah, that Bill guy.
Yeah, I mean, compared to some of those...
I didn't have much competition there, let's face it.
No, I mean, Paula Jones was no beauty, and Monica Lewinsky was, the size of a giant balloon.
She's what we call a hideous beast.
I'm embarrassed.
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, you were the best piece of ass you got, right?
Well, the first thing that happened when Monica was making the claims was, get out of here. Nobody's going to believe that.
Hey, I remember in your Penthouse shoot, you were old school. You had the big hairy snatch. Do you still shave? Or do you shave it now, or do you still have the hairy bush?
No, I don't.
You still have the hairy bush?
You're retro, huh?
I do.
Shave that thing.
Why don't you shave it? I don't understand.
Well, I have a time or two, but...
You've got a full bush?
Well, I keep it trimmed.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, sure. But I don't shave it off, no.
Well, I'll still maintain this is the best piece of ass Bill Clinton ever got.
Absolutely.
I mean, Paula Jones looked like Ringo Starr with tits.
Oh, please. That's an insult to Ringo Starr.
Well, thank you.
So, are you married now, or?
No, I'm not. I'm back in Las Vegas. I don't know if you knew that I was in New
No, I was
Orleans
going to ask
for a
if you were
time.
still in Arkansas.
You're in
What's
Vegas?
that?
What are you doing in Vegas?
Well, I'm a singer-performer
Yeah.
many, many years now, and I came out here to do a show, and did that for about 6 weeks, and decided since the devastation in New Orleans and it wasn't good for my market, that I would move back out here.
So you got enough dough to live on and all that kind of stuff?
I do okay.
Yeah. Ted, go ahead. You got the final question for Jennifer Flowers from Philadelphia. Go ahead, Ted.
Hey, good morning. I just heard a couple things that some Secret Service guys made a rumor of it. I don't know if Jennifer heard anything. They told me that they smuggled in more girls for Hillary than they did for Bill when he was a governor. I don't know if Jennifer heard anything like that.
Well, that may be why Richard Parks got shot, because and killed because he had pictures of some of the goings-on and some video around the governor's mansion, and perhaps that was some of it. And that's true. That's I'm not just
I don't
throwing
know.
that out there.
Oh, boy.
I think
Here
if
we
there-
go. We got
Man, it's getting
It's
nutty.
a public record.
I think if
Public record.
no, I think if Hillary was a lesbian, that there'd be somebody or someone who'd had an affair with her.
Well, she was better at picking women than Bill was, because none of hers talked.
Yeah,
if this is the case.
She seems a lot smarter about it.
Not if they're dead.
Bill, you're on the air in Rome, New York. Quickly, Bill, I'm running out of time.
Hello?
Yes, Bill, go ahead.
Oh, hi, Howard.
Quickly.
Hey, now. I thought recording somebody without them knowing is against the law.
That's a good point,
No,
Jennifer.
Arkansas is a one-party consent.
Oh, so you
Isn't that
can.
wonderful?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, she didn't do anything illegal, according to.
Some states are, some states aren't, and Arkansas happens to. But trust me, I would already be in the jailhouse now if it wasn't legal.
Mark, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, quick question for Jennifer Flowers. Just wanted to know if she got the Monica Lewinsky treatment from Clinton with the cigar and the vag.
Did Bill Clinton ever stick a cigar in your vagina?
Close, but no cigar.
Really? Is that true, though?
Yeah.
Did he come close to doing that?
No, never even offered.
Clinton's my hero that way.
All right. Jeff, you're on the air.
Okay.
Jeff, go ahead in Harrisburg, quickly.
Bill Clinton never released his medical records. I wanted to know if did he have any STDs? Is that why he didn't release his medical records?
I'm not aware of any STDs.
And you were doing them bareback, so you didn't get any herpes or anything, right?
No, never got anything.
All right. Well, that's a good thing.
Thank God.
All right. So, again, if you're interested in buying the complete and unedited Bill Clinton, Jennifer Flowers tapes, contact Bruce Marin at Celebrity Speakers Entertainment.com. And Jennifer Flowers is telling you that... What is it, Jennifer?
I'm sorry, honey. Go ahead.
No, I thought she's telling you that she has these tapes available if somebody wants to have them for posterity. I wonder if, because Hillary is now running for president, it became sort of the right time to sell these tapes. She's back in the news, and the Clintons are back in the news. That's what I would imagine, right?
Well, it is a good marketing opportunity, yes.
When Bill Clinton decided to drop his load in your mouth, did you spit it out or did you swallow it?
I spit it out.
You did?
I did.
Are you sorry about that now?
That was a long time ago.
Were you
no.
gagging on it?
I was pretty grossed out, yeah.
It's weird how some chicks love it and others really can't stand it.
Well, we learned yesterday that most women hate it, and they'll just do it.
Really?
You're taking Bob Schimmel's wife and daughter as the representatives of all women.
I am.
Robin, what's your opinion?
I don't have an opinion in this area.
Jennifer, what's your opinion? Do women enjoy giving a man oral sex, or is it just something you got to do?
I think both. I personally have, changed my... I think it's the partner and how he approaches it. If there's some affection there, for me anyway.
We all approach it the same way.
No, but do you like if you?
Well, I want to please my man. If that pleases him, I'm glad to do it.
Uh-huh.
And I don't have the intention of spitting it out these days. You know, I'm fine to swallow.
You do now swallow a man's jism.
Yes, I do.
You do.
If you want to please your man, don't go on a national radio show and say he has a small cock.
She's not pleasing Bill anymore.
That ain't her man. Well, Benji, I see you're stepping up to the microphone. This is outrageous. What would you have to say?
Hey, Jennifer, during the heyday of all the rumors about Bill, there's all kind of printed rumors that Chelsea was actually Webb Hubbell's daughter. Did he ever address that to you at all?
He did not, but that was definitely the way of thinking around Little Rock, because Hillary was supposed to have had a thing with Webb Hubbell and Vince Foster. So the girl got around. You know, I was going to answer your question about her being a lesbian. I never thought she was a lesbian, but very bisexual.
Wow.
And, now, another woman claimed he was sterile, though, but you said he definitely got you pregnant?
No, he got me pregnant. He had his doubts that he could father a child, but...
Did you tell him he got you pregnant? Did he know that?
Yes, he knew.
And did he suggest the abortion, or was it your...
Well, it was my idea to have the abortion, but he didn't ask me not to.
Right.
He encouraged it.
Don't you think Chelsea looks like a Clinton?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I saw a picture of Hillary's mother recently, and I thought she looked very much like
Yeah, I think Chelsea looks like Hillary. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You don't see any Bill in her.
I don't know.
I see a little bit. I could see that. I can see a little bit.
And this is a woman who's had a little bit of Bill in her. What, you know...
Now, come on.
I saw a picture of them recently, like the Clintons when they were in, I don't know, their mid-20s or something. They could not be a more pale, white... Like, they're more than white. You could see through them.
Right.
Just pale, blotchy
I'll
white
tell you
people.
what. I'm always...
he has very fair skin. Very fair.
I'm always fascinated by this for some reason, but at the same point, I do want to point out that this is Hillary Clinton's moment in the sun. If she's ever going to become president, this is it.
And you've been wanting her to do the show. Do you think this will get you any closer to an interview?
I don't think she will do the show, even though I'm a big supporter, and I still think she should be the presidential nominee. But, no, listen, I don't have any illusions that she wants to do this show. I wish she would do the show. I would like to help her run for president. But and I think I could get a lot of male voters for her if she'd come in here and we could talk turkey.
We can't get Florence Henderson.
Whether or not she's a lesbian, whether or not I could care less. I told you I didn't care that Bill Clinton was fucking in the White House. I did care that he lied, but I really understood.
About what?
About
having sex with that woman?
Yeah, I do care.
Would you tell?
That ain't lying.
Never. I'm a scumbag. I'm not the president. I would never admit to it. So I understood.
The bitch fell from the ceiling.
He's a man.
Hey,
and that's
Howard, we finally got a Jew in the White House, and she blew it.
Wait, I don't get it.
Monica Lewinsky.
Got it. Yeah, I didn't. Is she Jewish? Yeah, I guess you're right. All right. Hey, Jennifer, thank you. And we'll all go to CelebritySpeakersEntertainment.com if you have an extra $4 million, okay?
Oh, honey, you're a sweetheart. It's great to talk to you guys again.
All right, good.
And Robin, you as well.
Take care.
All the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. There's the woman who blew the ex-president, fucked him many, many times. And she, I meant to ask her, Eric had a good question. I didn't get to it.
What was it?
If she ever smoked weed with President Clinton. He had that question.
Can we call her back?
Call her back real quick. I want to know. You had the bong and the sex going on at the same time. Yes, very nice. Very nice.
I have to wonder, just what? Was this a quick wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, or did he romance?
I don't know if I care that much.
Did they smoke weed and then do it?
I just want to know if they smoke weed.
Drinks?
When did this happen? In the mid-70s?
Yeah.
Love that clit, come on.
Were they a couple for a while? Like,
she says it was a 12-year affair.
Oh, my God.
That's like a marriage.
I love you, pussy.
Yeah.
It's busy and going to voicemail. She must be calling whoever she's...
Next.
Or just, she must be on the phone.
She's calling Mayor Bloomberg.
And now she's going, Sean Hannity, I love your show.
All right, well, do you believe that she really had a $5 million offer for those tapes? I don't.
No.
Me neither. I would have taken the $5 million.
Yeah, really.
That's a nice fucking offer for any piece of tape.
Exactly. I don't know who wants a hook.
It's 4 cassette tapes. You can't even find things to play them on anymore.
Oh, they're cassettes.
They don't even sell cassette players.
Is that true? They're cassettes.
Yeah.
Convert those babies, then talk to us.
That's right.
Well, okay. Eric the Midget had a show last night, but I need to take a break, don't I?
Yes, we do.
All right. We'll be back. Porn star Randy Wright stopping by later, too. What's she up to? I guess she just must have a good story. I don't know. Well, we'll find out. We got a lot of show to get to. Let me take a little break, and we'll be back right after these words. I like it. Oh, yeah. I said I like it. Yeah. I said I like it. Yeah, I like it. He likes it. I was just in the commercials listening to some Eric the Midget. He had his Idol show on the JFSC.
Yeah.
Johnny Fratto's Social Club. And I guess Eric was doing more press conference kind of stuff where people were asking him questions.
I'll have to go in and ask a question tonight. I wonder what he thinks of Johnny doing the show this morning.
Yeah. What is it?
He emailed me specifically telling me to record last night's Q&A. He said it was a special Q&A. So he had, like, this first statement, like, planned out and everything.
Oh.
Jimmy Kimmel wrote me an email and said he figured out how to get on the web and watch Eric, on that webcam. And he says, is there such a thing as a midget addiction? Because I'm, like, on there all the time.
He's obsessed.
He says, I can't turn it off. So Eric really is catching on.
He's got one big fan in Jimmy Kimmel.
Eric told me that Johnny Fratto was never going to be on the show again, and Johnny called in this morning.
Oh, he said Johnny's done with us.
So he obviously doesn't know everything. Do you want to hear a little bit of Eric's show from last night?
Sure.
It's really weird because you think that mostly, like, I stopped the tape, but I haven't. Just so you know, don't interrupt. I haven't stopped the tape. It just takes Eric a real long time to get it together. And this is some show. It might be the worst radio show ever. Worse than Imus.
If you could change one thing about, if you could change Howard in one way, what would you change?
The way he treats me on air.
Then it wouldn't be any fun. It wouldn't be any. Well, you know what I mean. It wouldn't be any part of the show.
Gee, thanks, Gina.
Yeah, without the conflict, it really. If he started fucking took all the conflict out of your calls and stuff, they wouldn't be nearly as fun. and they've actually said that on numerous times.
Even his own people are turning on him.
They turned on him.
Thanks, Gina.
Yeah, but I guess, but the conflict lately, and look, people, right hand on Bible, left hand in air. Everything that I say from this point on is the God's honest truth. All right?
Did he really put his hand on the Bible?
Yeah.
Now, with what was just asked there, the way he's acted recently is completely the fuck over the line. I mean, it's one thing to start attacking me. And, yeah, I should have thought about it better to bring Kendra into that situation. And, yeah, I made the mistake of bringing her into it. I mean, I've been a part of this show for going on 6 years now. I should have known how they would have treated her. And I should have said, no, I'm not even getting her involved in the whole thing. I'm not even mentioning her. And yeah, I made the mistake of doing that. And
you believe how boring this is?
Oh.
Do you want more?
I do. I'm
want to hear the
almost
rest
like Jimmy Kimmel. I'm so fast.
You want to hear the rest of the explanation, or do you want me to move on to another?
No,
okay.
Let me have it.
All right.
Now, thanks to that, I go from having, one hell of a good time with her last week, kissing her, hugging her, holding hands and everything, to now knowing, not even knowing where I stand in her life.
Oh!
I have not heard anything from her since Monday. And it sucks. Him and his staff completely tore that relationship up.
Bullshit.
That's funny. See, I didn't know this was behind it. He hasn't heard from her since Monday?
He came on the air and told us that he was now playing the field and didn't want to be with her anymore, and he's blaming me.
But I thought she was supposed to be in on that scam.
Yeah. This is all bullshit.
Maybe,
we ruined the relationship.
She scammed him.
Bullshit.
So, in other words, I was right. He hasn't even heard from her.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But he wants, you know what, he can't think that she was up to something all the time. He has to think that we did something.
Maybe she met him and she got scared off, like on the Munsters.
Like Johnny's son.
Yeah.
Do you think there was smoke coming out of her heels, Howard?
Yeah, I mean, come on. I like that it's my fault she's not with him. She's so in love with him, it's my fault.
You might as well talk to us. She's not talking to you.
And I told myself, if that happened, that was the absolute breaking point of me dealing with this show. Because, you know, that was one of the things that I wanted so bad, was to get a girlfriend in my life. I got one.
Join the
I
club.
didn't give a shit if you people believe me or not. But, you know, it was not a scam set up by, you know, my two co-hosts, which, you know, a certain person said it was. And it was not a scam set up by Johnny or even Kendra or the person claiming that it was a scam. Yes, that person introduced me to her.
In other words, Eric, you're the only one not in on the joke.
Right.
I don't know. I just like that
Can
I'm
we
being
get
blamed.
a hold of Kendra? Eric's not talking to us,
No.
so maybe she is.
I'm done.
You're not going to get involved?
No. I don't
I want to know why she's not talking to Eric.
Really is a wicked game we're involved with here.
It's a wicked, wicked game. It's worse than the Artie Dana scenario.
I want to know why she's not talking to Eric.
There was no...
So Dana came to Grandma Caprio's wake, and you saw her. Did you guys kiss? Did you hug? What's going on?
Of course. It was very...
Did you make out?
I mean, it wasn't a Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Did you make out in front of the casket?
It wasn't a romantic... haven't we gone over that?
Give me tongue right now in front of Grandma Caprio.
Yeah, this was the song in church. No, it was not very unromantic situation. But it was very nice of her to come.
Right.
And, you know, we hugged, and then I had to stay there for another 5 hours.
Are you guys going to get together outside? I think it's over, right? I mean, you and Dana are over?
No.
No.
No, I don't know.
What was she wearing?
Look at me, Howard.
Artie.
You don't know?
He's getting like Eric.
I mean, look at me. I'm a mess. I don't know.
Oh, are you a mess over this?
No, I'm a mess just in general. I can't do anything.
What?
I don't know, man. I think it's close to the end.
What are you talking about? End of what?
You?
The end of the relationship or end of life?
I don't know. I just hope I have a last hurrah with the troops.
Jeez.
Whoa. How did we get into this depressing frame of mind?
I'm like this every day.
You don't think you're going to make it to serve our boys in Iraq?
No, I'll do that. That's going to be the last
That's
fucking
the only thing keeping him here with us, I think.
Right.
Is that keeping you alive?
The thought of doing one for the boys.
What do you
and the girls and the gay boys.
What are you referring to, though?
No, I'm just saying, I don't know. It's so complicated. It's been complicated for a long fucking time, and it's driving me crazy.
Did she look good at that?
I had a bad week. You know.
Well, your grandma died.
Yeah, and it was just depressing and fucking, you know.
Did you two talk about this whole thing?
No. It wasn't a situation. It was very quick. She came. She made her condolences, and I hugged her, and she left. And I was at a funeral and awake the rest of the 2 days. So
did she look good?
Yes, she looked very.
What'd she wear? Like a little outfit?
She had on like what she wears for school, you know.
Right.
Slacks
Converse?
or some shit. I don't know. Slacks. What do you call those things?
Pants.
Pants.
Yeah, pants.
Pantsuit.
She was wearing pants.
Was she trying to show you some titty to get you back involved in the whole thing?
Yeah, she was giving me a lap dance right at the casket.
Hot.
That would be hot, actually. It's
But what I meant, Artie, is, you know, like Grandma Caprio died. Did you two talk to each other? You called her to say, guess what, Grandma Caprio died.
Yeah, right.
And so you did, you know, share that with her, and she tried to comfort you.
Mm-hmm.
When she bent over the casket, was there like a thong sticking out of the back of her pants?
Yeah, her and my Aunt Millie were right next to each other. No, it's just, no.
Artie, look at my thong.
The guys at
Look what you can't have.
The Galante brothers were hitting on her, I think, at the funeral.
Well,
no, it was just not anything to report on, because it was... It really was a depressing weight thing.
This is a funeral question, and I don't even know if you know the answer to this.
Yeah.
But I feel like when I die, like someone's going to be in charge of what I wear in my casket.
Yes.
Like who decide what Grandma Caprio's going to wear?
I'm pretty sure my mother and her sister, her two daughters, I think had something to do with it.
Like they go somewhere, they go to her house and they pick out her outfit.
Yeah, they pick out a dress. Yeah, they say, well, one that I think she liked, or that type of thing, with a brooch that she liked, and you bury it with them. It's weird.
I wonder what I would wear.
Well, Ralph would have to
will pick it out for you, I'm
Should Ralph dress me or
If
Beth?
there's any justice, you'll be at Ralph's funeral.
Yeah, come on. Give me a break.
Yeah, you'll be picking out Ralph's outfit.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Gary could be buried in his serious jacket.
That's a weird thing.
I've done it twice. I've done it twice, and it's weird. Luckily, both times I did it for men, so it's easy to just pick out a suit. But you go to a closet, you pick out a fucking suit.
So when your brother died, what did you dress him in?
A suit? Yeah.
Your brother didn't wear suits.
I know, that's the funny thing. He didn't wear a suit, but that's just what we felt like. And for my dad, my mom just packed, she came from Florida. She packed a suit.
Right.
And we just gave it to the funeral director. And
full outfit, underwear, socks?
I don't know how. I think so. I think sometimes they cut the back open.
Fully dressed, yeah.
They cut the back open?
There's something with they cut the back open. I can't remember why, but
it's so whack.
And then, there's a whole thing, too, with women and with men. You can do a full casket or you can do a half casket.
If I'm alive for your funeral, I'm going to bury you in that beekeeper's mask. We're going to put something over Gary's face.
You'll be sorry if you come to my funeral. But you can do a half casket, which is weird with women, because they'll say things like, well, we only need, a top.
Right.
We don't need a bottom.
It'd be funny if
they're not in there with no bottom.
No, but they put something on it, but it's not necessarily,
Right.
Like if a Hooters waitress dies, he should bury her in the Hooters.
So when you packed your dad's suit.
I didn't. My mom did.
Or did you pack your brother?
I think we went to his apartment and we found a suit.
Did you take out underwear?
I don't remember. I think my mother...
Did you get socks?
I will tell you that my mother brought my father's underwear, but I think they said they didn't need it. But I can't remember now. I just can't remember.
So you're in the pants with no underwear.
I can't remember. Maybe
what about,
they did.
Like, socks?
Well, they do put on shoes.
Yeah, because they wear shoes.
You wear shoes in the casket?
Yeah. Oh, that's the other funny thing.
So uncomfortable.
Remember that? We were talking about that.
That's weird.
You made that point,
you
which
mean Grandma
is true.
Caprio had, like, shoes on?
I don't know.
Was she in a full casket or half casket?
Full casket.
Did she have shoes on?
Are they heels?
You know what? I can't remember. I don't know. I was looking
heels
at
or flats?
I wasn't looking at her feet.
Was Grandma Caprio still wearing heels?
By the way...
Probably a little 1-inch heel,
If you remember, we were making that point when the Pope died. They buried the Pope in like $5,000 shoes.
Yeah, slippers.
I mean, the church could, use that somewhere else, I think.
But for me, like, if I was, like, okay, in the case of your dad or Grandma Caprio, all right, like, I put like a little blanket over their feet.
But see, in your case, Howard, you should worry, because the reason I know they wear shoes in caskets is because there was a story I once did where the guy was too tall for the casket.
And they cut off his legs.
And they cut off his feet.
Yeah. I'm worried about that.
See, for you,
I don't want anything to be messed with.
You wear a suit sometimes that isn't like a traditional suit.
Right. No, it's a traditional suit, but I wear a T-shirt with it.
Yeah, so is that what you have to specify now?
You could write out what you want.
If you died tomorrow,
your outfit.
My feet are my best part. I don't want them covered.
If you died tomorrow, Howard, who's in charge who's in charge of everything? Beth?
I guess.
Like, do you have any plan?
No, I'm not really too worried. I'll let Beth do that.
You know what? what, Howard? If your feet are your best part, why don't you just have that part of the casket open?
That would be hilarious.
Keep a closed casket and just have my feet pop out of the bottom?
Yes.
A quarter casket.
Like a Flintstones car?
That'd be hilarious.
Okay, I would do that. I'm not opposed to that because my mother would well, look at the beautiful feet on
There
them.
you go.
For the record,
My mom will be at my funeral.
For the record, right now, we're on camera. I want to be buried in this outfit.
Your Thurman Munson shirt?
That hat?
And your Goopaline?
My Goopaline.
Your Yankees Goopaline?
But it's a purple one. It's a non-traditional Goopaline.
By the way, I'm very annoyed by that, but I had to wear it because I had no other hat. I wear the traditional maroon, navy blue and white.
By the way, being annoyed at something, I'm reading an article here in the Wall Street Journal, and they're talking about how Ryan Seacrest works for Clear Channel, and he is such an innovator that he's going to be doing a syndicated show around the country, and they're going to take his radio show, you know, the radio show he does in the morning, chop it up into a 3-hour show, play it middays, and he is going to record commercials for each market.
Wow.
And they're saying how brilliant this is. And what a brilliant idea because, you know, it'll help advertising. I go, oh.
And then what are they going to say when it gets no ratings?
What are they going to say when they realize I've been doing that for 100 years?
But it's going to get no ratings.
You know what I have of yours that's brilliant, Howard? I have you doing sit and sleep commercials from 91.
Hey, Brian, you're on the air in St. Louis. This guy's a funeral director. He can explain everything. Go ahead.
Hey, now, Howard.
Hey, now.
What they do sometimes, they'll cut the back out of a suit if it's, you know, if it's a big person. But sometimes they'll, you know, actually just move the body to where the, you know, the suit goes on, no cuts on it, no nothing.
Okay, do you dress the person in underwear?
Yes.
Yeah, see, I thought they got a full set of clothing.
So if, let's say, you know, Baba Booey dies, I should bring his underpants, his suit,
socks,
and shoes, right?
Yeah.
And a tie.
Why underpants, though? I mean, really?
Well, I mean, have you ever worn a suit without underpants?
Yeah, but the guy's dead.
Yeah, I mean.
We're talking about a dead man.
Do you ever bury a woman, like, in sexy outfits, like they request, like, cleavage showing and stuff?
No, they'll request maybe a nightgown or that kind of thing.
Yeah, how did Anna Nicole, wasn't Anna Nicole in some special dress?
I don't know
She
about
must
her.
have been showing cleavage.
I should be in, like, an S&M outfit, like a big ball in my mouth.
Rubber.
Howard, I got to tell you, there was a guy.
I'm a fetishist.
There was a guy who died a couple of years ago. I was reading this in Sports Illustrated, maybe last year. He was a huge Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and they worked this out with the funeral director in advance. Instead of a casket, it was his living room scene. It was his favorite easy chair, and they put him in his full outfit, his full Steelers outfit, and his hat and everything, and they put a beer in his hand, and then a TV in front of him that ran a loop of Pittsburgh Steelers games.
And they buried him in that?
Well, no, that was the wake. Instead of a casket, that was the wake.
That's cool.
Is that creepy?
I think it's awesome.
Hey, he should have me in, like, one of those couches that they had at Scores with the lap dance couch, and just have girls giving me lap dances right into the ground.
Who did the guy's eulogy? Mel Blunt?
Hey, Howard.
Well, wakes are bad when it's an older person, but like Gary, your brother, when it's a younger person, wakes are the most.
Yeah, that's all. Hey, Brian, go ahead.
Awful. It's a young person.
Let Brian get a word in. Go ahead, Brian.
I just want to tell Artie I love him.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've been to 2 wakes for people who were 15 years old. And those are
just, my God.
Those are, I mean, just
That's
brutal.
when the mother...
50, both were car accidents. One was a cousin, one was a friend, a neighborhood friend. And I mean, everyone's just a zombie. They're paralyzed.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
That's a tough one. Dominic, you're on the air.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know how many you've ever been to an Irish funeral many, many years ago where they would actually dance with the coffin. They would dance and take the body out. Take the body out.
Dance with the corpse is what you're saying.
They were drunk.
Howard, I don't know.
No. It's the celebration in their belief that the person is going to heaven. Artie, I'm sorry about your grandmother, of course.
Thank you.
But I had the experience of having my...
Oh, he's always on the worst phone. I'm hanging up.
Hey, I don't know if I ever told you, but, my dad had a brother who died. My dad was 5, and his brother was, died at 1 year old.
Right.
And they lived in an apartment down in Little Italy, and the wake was at the house. They kept they literally bring the coffin into the living room.
Yes.
And it was on ice. That's the whole rap, let's put him on ice.
Right.
They would put it on ice. I mean, the whole thing's just creepy. And my dad slept in this house for 3 days with a dead brother in the living room.
It's so barbaric and archaic not to put that body right in the ground and keeping the body up and open. I don't know. I don't get it.
Weird.
I never got that.
You said to me, it's really funny. You said something to me.
Fun.
Howard said to me at my brother's funeral, like a couple of days later, he'd never been. I
remember the exact words I said to you. I said, Gary, never put me through this again.
No. He said to me, I don't think he'd ever been to a wake before. Right. And he said, my original thought was, it must have been so painful for your family to sit and look at your brother like that, but in a weird way, it isn't. It would be more painful to not see him, because that's just the tradition that we have.
I don't know. Well, again, like 3 good friends of mine from high school died, like, drug-related shit when we were about 27 years old. And the weird thing they do at wakes is, before you get to the casket, they have all pictures of the person.
Yeah.
And it's like, here's this kid that we knew down the shore, like he had a nice tan, a good-looking kid.
Yeah,
and then you see...
Yeah, because that body laying there is not the person. That's my point. You should remember from a picture. That's better.
And the juxtaposition between those pictures when he's alive and it just really is a punch in the gut. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
My 3 daughters are the most dear things I have in this world.
Right.
If God forbid, I had to sit there in a room and look at that,
them?
I would hang myself.
Going to a child's funeral's got to be the worst thing a human being
I
could
can't
ever
even
do.
look at my daughter's baby pictures without bursting into tears. I mean,
really?
Yeah, seriously, because it's just like, it just eats my heart out that those little girls are not little girls anymore sometimes, and I want to return to them.
That's almost like a loss. I never thought of that.
It is.
Yeah.
I look at their pictures when, like, my daughter Deborah had her bushy red curly hair, and she was like 2 years old, and I look at that, and I just want to die. It is like a loss. Like, where's that kid, you know, and... you love the kid who's there now, but also, like, you mourn the one that's gone. I can't imagine that a religion would come up with a tradition where you would sit there with the body for sometimes 3 days.
Maybe, though, it started with that whole thing of burying people alive. Like, if they're there for 3-4 days, you know they're not alive.
I'll tell you, a classic story was,
where's this porn star?
She's coming up.
I went on her website last night. Boy, she's super hot.
She's hot.
Are those pictures for real?
What
this chick,
I passed by the green room and
she's with a hot friend.
Yeah, they're both hot.
Oh, yeah? Well, you want to interview just her? Or
let's start with her, and we'll see what the deal with the friend.
Maybe there's a reason to bring in the friend.
Yeah, you never know. Hey, let's bring in Randy Wright. This girl, I'm looking at it, I go, this is one of those girls that's almost too good looking to be a porn star. Like, she must really be touched in the head. Okay, you see?
Goodness.
She's super hot.
Hi there.
Hi, baby. Hey, you are hot. I was on your website looking you over, and I went, wow, she's too hot to be a porn star.
Aw, you're sweet.
You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like, what are you up to?
Porn.
Yeah. If I was a porn guy, like a guy making money in the porn industry, I'd be like, wow, I can't believe we got this one who wants to be in porn. Because, some girls are kind of busted in porn.
I was going to say, would you just automatically have gone for the skanky girls because that's all you thought you could have gotten?
Yeah, I would never think to go up to this girl and say, hey, you want to be in porn?
That's not true. There's a lot of hot girls in porn.
Yeah, I know, but you're exceptionally hot. I was on your website checking you out, and I was like, wow, I could definitely beat off to this one. And she's got a cool website. Like, you go on it, and just for free, she's dancing around on there right away. Yeah, like you're dancing. What are you dancing over? Well, what is that?
You know what? I have no idea. I shot it like a long time ago, and I really don't even remember.
And when you see her naked, she doesn't have a flaw, unless it's airbrushed. I don't know.
Oh, you guys are being so nice.
Yeah,
no, just him. He was on your website. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I don't know about the rest of these guys. I was there checking it all out.
This show is nice to hot chicks. Yeah. We're mean to, like, shithead guys.
Right. That's the way we do it around
here. If your boyfriend came in here, we'd be very mean.
No, I don't have a boyfriend.
Good for you.
You've done over 70 films already?
Mm-hmm. But I've been in for a long time, since I was 18.
You do, like, the classier films, like the ones that are sort of a little more high resolution?
I've done a lot of those, but I've done some pretty dirty shit, too.
No kidding. What's your story? Would you have a fucked up childhood? Oh, yeah, you did. I read about you.
Oh, great.
What happened to her?
All right. She claims she's bipolar.
Oh, yeah, I'm totally bipolar. But I don't take any medicine for it. I think I've kind of grown out of it.
Yeah.
Really? You can grow out of it?
I don't know. Then maybe you weren't bipolar. All right, listen to this. So she's a kid growing up. She's such a bad kid. Her mom drugs her, and when she wakes up, when Randy wakes up, she's in like an all-girls boarding school.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's some fucked up shit, right?
Yeah, how bad were you? I mean,
I was pretty bad.
What were you doing?
I was, like, really bad on, like, crystal meth.
Oh, my God.
No, it was really bad. I was, like, 14, and and it was, like, out of control. She couldn't control me at all. So I thank her for it now, because now I have a phobia of drugs, and I would
What do you think was going on with you? Would your dad abandon you or something?
No, I mean, my dad's been married a lot of times, and there was a lot of, like, kids growing up, so I think maybe I just didn't get enough attention, maybe.
Yeah. So then you go on crystal meth, and then your mom drugs you and throws you in a all-girls boarding school, huh?
Yeah.
And is that when you started doing chicks because you were bored?
You know, I ended up hooking up with my first girl there.
At boarding school?
Mm-hmm.
Was it like a Catholic boarding school?
No, but I had gone to Christian schools prior to that, and Baptist schools.
So that shit doesn't work, huh?
Oh, definitely
If you're going to be a bad girl, you're just bad.
Exactly.
Right. And so your mom sends you to this school, and right away you start hooking up with some chicks?
No, not right away. It was terrible at first, and then after I was there for a while, and I, like, worked the program, they put you, like, in, like, apartments, you know, you get, like, special levels, and I ended up hooking up with my roommate, and I got in a lot of trouble, and my level was definitely
They caught
dropped. Yeah, we totally got caught.
How do you get caught in boarding school?
Well, this is what happened. Like, you have your own room, so you hook up, whatever, and you're not supposed to say anything, but this girl decided that she wanted to tell a friend, and then a friend told on us.
Oh, one of those things.
Yeah.
And when you hook up with her, how old were you, 14?
I think I was probably 15 at that time.
Were you hot then at 15?
I don't know. I think I got cuter as I got older.
Yeah. Did you have the big titties at 15?
I don't really have big boobs.
You don't? Are those real?
No. Yeah. They are.
You don't have the fake boobs?
No. Not yet.
Those are pretty big. How big are those?
They're not that big.
What size you got?
It's like 34B. Do you want to see them?
Yeah, let me see those things. Because on the website...
Wait, do we want to see them? Let me think. Yeah.
All right. I mean, we really don't, but we'll take a look.
Okay.
You know, we're not that hard up, but we'll take a look at them.
I really like breasts.
See, those are nice. Those are real.
Oh,
Look how nice they stand up.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's the size I'd want to be.
Yeah, those are young. How old are you?
22.
22, you see? That's what 22-year-old boobs look like. Not those cucumbers that hang off the chest.
The cucumbers?
Yeah, you don't have baloney tits, that's for sure. Those are nice. You don't need breast implants.
Well, my mom works for a plastic surgeon, so I'm hoping I'll get them soon, but she keeps telling me no.
Why would you want to do that?
Don't do, honey. Did you just see
those? You're never
those?
happy with what you have. You know, you always want something more.
Baby, did you just see what you had there? That's perfection.
I'm not happy with what I have. You know what I'm saying? You should be happy with you. Can we see your 22-year-old ass?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Can we see it without your
you
shirt on?
You guys are perverted.
Oh, wait. What is that? Yeah, we are perverted. Is that a dress?
Yeah.
Why don't you just lose the dress so we can see what's doing? I mean,
yeah, what is that thing?
I mean, you were on crystal meth. What do you care?
Did you get a tattoo erased?
No, you know what? That's when I was on drugs. That's what happens. It was. I just let some guy like give me a tattoo and it didn't come out.
Look at her body.
Look at that.
That is not. You mean that's
looks like a little dirt on her back.
You see, what are those huge? What's those two huge wings on your belly? What did you do?
Well, you were on some good shit, honey.
Did you get two big giant wings tattooed on your chest, on your stomach?
First, I had like little like cherries and a heart, and so it looked like trashy to me. So I decided to get huger tattoos. Like that's not trashier.
You got a beautiful canvas. What are you doing?
Thank you.
What are you doing?
And you know, we make mistakes. We regret things. But yeah, I can't.
Do you regret those two tattoos?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you don't need that. Tell me those are stickers and they come off.
I wish.
Wow, because look at the bod on you. What, you always have a bod like this, or you work out or something?
No, I eat McDonald's. I can't even tell.
You eat McDonald's?
I eat like really bad, and I smoke, and I drink a lot.
Are you super hot in bed?
I don't know.
I mean, in your personal life. I don't mean that porno bullshit.
It depends. I like more passionate sex than anything. Like,
you don't want the rough stuff. You want.
It depends. You know,
love making.
It depends, like what kind of mood I'm in. But like most of the time, I like the love making. It's like hotter to me.
Is it true you've said that you're bored having sex with good-looking guys? You're ready to just have sex with a big ugly guy?
Boy, did you walk in the right room.
That's a good quote.
Okay, so I think some people get it confused sometimes. I have like my head's fucked up for sure, and like when I masturbate, like. I have to think of, like, really bad things to, like, get off.
Like what?
Like, what's the worst fantasy you ever had?
Like, dead people or, like, fat people. Like, people that are, like, ridiculously obese.
How about fat people who are almost dead?
Wait a second. Your fantasies when you're masturbating, and you're sitting here naked, so I can imagine this.
Yeah.
You close your eyes. Do you use a vibrator or use your fingers?
No, I use my fingers and a towel.
A towel? What do you do with the towel?
I put it underneath me like it's a person.
Wow.
You, like, ball up the towel?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
She's like Eric the Midget.
Eric the Midget. I was just going to say that.
Oh, shit.
So wait a second. You're telling me you're masturbating, and you need to come up with really disgusting scenarios.
Yeah.
And
So
you're saying a fat person is a disgusting scenario.
Well, it's just not right. You know, things that, like... things that, like... things that, like, are bad or, like, really taboo, like, get me off.
Like being fat.
Yeah.
Or, like,
you're
really
not fat.
obese.
You're chubby, but you're not fat.
Yeah, you're not fat. You're, like, I would not masturbate to you. No offense. Like, not that you...
He's not even fat enough to masturbate.
I can't even make the list of fat. One chick masturbates to fat guys. I'm not on that list.
You're not even that gross. You're not gross enough to be masturbated to.
I mean, they're not hot enough for not gross.
Poor Artie. He finally found somebody who wanted somebody fat.
Artie was going to be her sex symbol.
He's really not fat enough for you to masturbate to? Take Artie, stand up.
Do you want, like, those Prada Willy?
Yeah, stand up. He's pretty fat. Come on.
No.
I'm the fattest I've ever been.
He's not that gross?
I could...
You could what?
That's mean. You guys are mean.
That's all right. I get paid very well.
I don't know. I think that, like, I don't, like, it's really bad, but, like, I want them, like, really...
Obese.
Like flappy, like...
How many more
You're
pounds?
not fat enough for me.
He needs 50 more pounds, right? At least.
I don't know. Probably like 75.
You need 75.
Wow. Look at you, Artie. You need 75 more pounds.
Somebody give me a sandwich.
So what is the fantasy that somebody really grotesque is taking you against your will? Like almost like a rape?
No. I just...
You let them. And what do you mean? You masturbate that a dead person is banging you? What does that mean?
Or you're banging a dead person?
Yes.
Explain.
Okay, so I went to, like, cosmetology school, and I was thinking, like, oh, it'd be so much fun to, like, put makeup on dead people. And, like, that's what I think, but, like, a hot dead person, not, like, a bad-looking dead person.
Like Brad Pitt is dead.
Right, something like that.
All
and,
right.
you know, like, they get, like, wood, like, when they're dead, right?
Do they?
I think that, like...
Rigor mortis, yeah.
Yeah, part of
So
death.
a guy dies with a boner?
I don't think do they die with the boner?
No.
Or the boner sets in?
Maybe, something like that.
Oh,
and then, like,
embarrassing.
I'm doing makeup on them. And this is what I think. I'm doing, like, makeup on them. And then, like, I just get, like, horny and, like, jump on it.
You sit on it and fuck a dead person.
I know it sounds terrible.
No, I mean, yes, but I mean, I want to understand.
But, yeah.
I mean, that's a wake.
And it totally...
You can come to my wake. I'll tell you what, I'll put in my will, you can fuck me when I'm dead.
Really?
Absolutely.
Because I don't think I'd ever be able to do it, you know?
Have you ever asked, like, a mortician if you...
No.
Like, would you ever say to them, look...
No, I would never say that.
You know?
I'd be so embarrassed.
So you would fuck a dead guy, but you won't fuck a black guy.
I haven't had sex with a black guy on camera.
Right, but you won't.
I just don't find them, like, they're not in my... They don't find them attractive.
What about fat black
They're
guys?
not like...
What about dead fat black guys?
Big fat
Now,
dead
wouldn't that
black
be
man.
the most taboo of all?
Yeah, I think so.
What about Biggie Smalls? Perfect.
I don't really...
I bet you in high school lots of guys wanted to fuck you, huh? Let's be
I was
honest.
really bad in high school, and I showed up in, like, my pajamas with, like, no makeup. I just didn't care.
Did you, like, wear sexy outfits and stuff in front of your teachers?
Never.
No?
Uh-uh.
Did any teachers ever try to have sex with you?
Not, like, any of my teachers, but one of my girlfriends... I went to a Christian school, and I got called a Bible thumper from one of my girlfriends, and then she ended up in a Christian school, so we used to call each other Bible thumpers, and she made the boys' soccer team, and I ended up hooking up with, like, her soccer coach. That's, like, the closest to, like, a teacher I've gotten. Yeah.
How do you hook up with a soccer coach? How old were you?
I don't know, probably, like, 17.
Can you imagine you parading around the high school at 17, and the soccer coach gets a load of you? So would you seduce him?
No. Somehow we got, like, invited to, like, a party that he was at, and just kind of went from there.
What do you mean went from there? What'd you do? How does the soccer coach make the move on you, a student?
He didn't really make the move. I think more I did.
What did you wear, like little outfit and stuff, little skirts? And
I don't really remember, to be honest. I have no idea.
Boy, I remember every sexual experience like it was yesterday.
How do you not remember? I mean, that's a big deal, getting the soccer coach.
Because she's been through a lot of experiences. You get so many.
You have no idea.
Yeah, I mean,
you have a hard time remembering them all.
You're not
yeah,
kidding.
I have a really bad long-term memory, too. There's, like, very few things I remember.
Did you have sex in a helicopter?
Yeah.
Isn't that dangerous?
Well, she
It is when you're fucking the pilot.
You were fucking the pilot? In the helicopter, the guy's flying and you're banging him?
Well, I think that was on the jet.
God.
I think the helicopter, oh no, I gave him head while he was flying the helicopter. The jet, when we took a jet, they put it on autopilot and then we had sex.
Oh.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Well, you are bad.
Oh, yeah.
And you're such a hot chick, too. It's such a great combination. It's just too much. Well, my head is spinning. I mean, bad girls were good looking.
Thanks.
Boy, you're the opposite of chess. I play chess.
Oh.
You're the opposite of that. You get bored a lot?
Yeah, I get bored very easily.
So what do you do when you're bored? You just fuck?
Yeah, or like go out and drink. Like my assistant and I, we got like 3 hours of sleep. I was like, maybe we should just go to a bar before we do the show.
Your assistant, is that the hot chick out there?
Yeah.
That's your assistant?
Yeah.
Are you banging her?
Sometimes.
Yeah? Let me take a look. What's her name?
She's really cute, Natty.
So she's not...
She used to be a nanny. I totally corrupted her.
So she's not in porno at all?
No, and everyone asked, and she's like, oh my God, my parents have been showing.
Oh. That's her, huh?
Hey.
She's just a friend of yours?
Yeah, she's like my best friend.
Honey, how soon before you're in porn? Getting naked and doing all that kind of whacked out stuff. Are you going to get into porn?
No, I actually worked as a nanny, so...
Do you two have matching tattoos on your wrists?
Yeah, how do you know?
Yeah, I know, because I just looked. Wow. Oh, you two really are close. You want to get into porn?
No, not really. I think if I wanted to, I would have already.
And you've been getting it on with her?
Every now and then.
She looks so nervous. I feel that.
Wow, no kidding.
Isn't she cute, though?
Yeah, she's going to be in porn. She's on her, you know what I mean? How old are you? You look like you're 16.
I'm 21.
I know, isn't
21?
that good, though? For
Yeah.
porn, it's so good.
You trying to get her into porn?
No.
You like fat dead guys, too?
No.
You think that's a little
weird?
weird?
I had a really nice childhood, so I can just masturbate to normal
Her
things.
parents are still, like, happily married. The only parents I know that are,
This week they had their 25th wedding anniversary.
So when's the last time you two had sex? Last night?
No, when was it?
Yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Wait, did we?
What day is it?
I don't know.
What did you end up doing?
I don't even remember. When did we?
You don't remember anything.
Shit, my fucking memory's terrible.
In San Francisco.
Oh, that's right. We totally did.
Are you in love with her?
Sometimes.
What do you mean sometimes?
No, I am. We've got several matching tattoos. She's the love of my life.
She's the love of your life.
We said if we're not married by the time we're 30, that we're going to get, what is it called?
Married?
A life partnership or whatever it's called.
No kidding. Oh, so you're falling in love with the porn star, huh?
No, she's like my best friend.
What do you like to do to her? What's everything? What do you guys do?
We like to cuddle. We like long walks on the beach.
Yeah.
She's lying.
What do? You lick each other all day or what? You got dildos with each other or what?
No, you know...
What do you do?
I don't even
Fingers?
have a dildo at home. Speaking of that, we need to go shopping for strap-ons or something.
What do you two? So what do you do when you two get bored? What do you do? You just go out and drink all night?
Yeah. Party hard.
See, I don't know from being bored. I know people who tell me they're bored. You know, and I just don't get it. But you guys get so bored that you just have to fuck and go out and drink.
If you think about it, like, we don't have a normal job. So, like, we wake up every day and there's nothing for us to do except for shop or, like...
If she has a shoot or something like that, but that's not every day, so...
Right.
So we get bored, and we can party, so why not? And
right.
I'm 22. Like, people say, like, I have a drinking problem or I drink a lot, but, like, people in college are drinking just as much, if not more, as I, you know.
Who said you have a drinking problem?
My mom.
Everybody.
My baby.
How much drinking are you doing? Like last night, how many drinks did you have?
No, I didn't drink last night. Because if I did, I wouldn't have been here.
Oh, then you don't have a drink. There's nights you don't drink.
If you're that responsible, you have no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I looked at the note to her. She claims it takes her 16 shots of vodka before she starts feeling drunk.
Oh,
really?
Wow.
Hey.
You have a drinking problem.
That's crazy.
16 shots of vodka.
I can drink a lot of vodka.
Well, it's because she doesn't stop. Most people get drunk and then they stop.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I don't get sick.
And she chases it with water and cigarettes, so it's hardcore.
Were you a nurse at one point?
No, but I've been in nursing school. I really want to be a nurse. I don't want to do this forever. Well, I can't do it forever. I want to be a nurse, and then I want to join the Army.
You want to be a nurse?
And join the Army.
Mm-hmm.
If I ask you nursing questions, would you know the answers?
You could try it.
Tell you what, I'll put you in the tickle chair.
Oh, no.
For everyone you get wrong. Are you ticklish?
Yeah, I am. Wait,
All right.
is that the chair?
That's the chair. We strap you in. We tickle you for everyone you get wrong.
Who tickles me? One of the guys?
Yeah.
Or friend.
Nah, she would be too nice.
Okay. Yeah, I would.
Gary will tickle you.
I was mean to her this morning. Don't let
Gary's
her.
really good at tickling. All right, listen. For everyone you get right, I'll give you a plug for your website.
Can I tickle a guy? I'm a chair tickler.
Yeah, you can tickle her, too. Artie will tickle you.
He's in mourning.
Artie's in mourning. We got to get him over.
Well, yeah, we got to cheer him up.
Help a guy out. Wait, I can't hear you.
I'm not dreaming of dead people.
I know, right?
All right, strap her in. She's naked. Yeah, you're all spread open.
Okay.
You're not only naked, but you're strapped in, spread open. What's the most hardcore thing you ever did on film?
You know, I did the, Jesus. I did a scene for Red Light District. I feel like I'm about to be tortured right now. Jesus, what are they doing?
Are you really ticklish?
I am really ticklish.
Good.
It's like torture for me.
Do you have to pee?
Not yet.
All right, because maybe you'll pee on yourself. Have you ever peed on film?
I peed in a bowl, but I didn't really make it in the bowl.
Robin, you got to get into the movie
goes
business.
everywhere.
So you're such like a freak. You've had your stomach even pumped a couple of times, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's that like?
It's not a very pleasant experience.
Why does your stomach have to be pumped?
I OD'd.
On what?
On Vicodin.
Oh, you're Artie's dream girl. Artie will marry you today.
Really? I'm scared no one will marry me. I might marry you.
Give Artie a mic. All right, you're strapped in now. I'm going to ask you nursing questions. For everyone you get right, you get a plug for your website, which, by the way, is quite good.
Howard, these tattoos, like, when you're looking at them from a distance, they look weird, but they're really hot. Like, banging her, those things would be hot, man.
Yeah. Well, she's a dirty girl. It's great. It's great. She's bad, yeah.
The only problem is she's so fucking skinny.
Yeah.
That I can't get the... They're in, but I don't know if she can get out. She's ridiculously skinny in the arm.
You know, the tickle...
I'm an escape.
You know, the tickle...
We'll hold her down, don't worry.
Yeah, hold her down. The tickle chair is kind of busted. I mean, it's not that good anymore. All right. Here's your first question.
Okay. Shit.
Okay. Which Pulse site, now Robin was a nurse, so she'll know all these.
Okay.
Which Pulse site is located next to the groin?
You guys are
Robin, do you know the answer to this?
Wait, hold on. Don't tell me yet.
I don't know exactly what you're looking for.
All right, Go ahead.
I think I do, though.
Well, tell me.
All right, let me see if Robin knows this. I'm going to let you slide on this
Is that the femoral artery?
Femoral,
Oh,
yeah.
fucker.
All right, you got it wrong.
Have you ever heard of the femoral artery?
Yeah, I have.
All right, give her a little tickle
My
for that.
memory's
She got it wrong.
Where
She
can
doesn't
we
get a plug.
tickle you, like anywhere?
Give her on the ribs, anywhere. Yeah, not on the vagina, Artie.
Oh, yeah, that.
Artie, help him out, Gary.
Okay, you fuckers.
No, keep going.
I get crazy.
Oh, sweetie. Oh, sweetie.
I feel like I'm in a mental hospital.
She's really tickled.
Again?
Give it to her bad. So it's almost painful.
I'm breaking the chair apart.
All right. Here's your next question. And next time you get tickled worse. That was easy. You guys are going too easy on it.
I threw my back out.
All right, here we go. You'll be all right. What is an APGAR test?
A what?
APGAR.
It's for the baby.
That's right.
For a newborn.
She's right.
For a newborn baby. All right, I'll give you a website
My
a plug.
hair is like all over my face.
Check out Randy Wright at allrandywright.com and sextoday.com. Allrandy, R-A-N-D-I, Wright.com and sextoday.com. Okay.
Okay. Thank
Very
you.
good. 16 shots of vodka and you start to just feel it?
No, that's when I'm fucked at.
Hey, you thirsty? Because I know you're tied up. You want a drink?
Is that vodka?
No, just water.
Oh,
Would you like a little? Would you like some?
Gary likes to spill water all over the chicks. Here we go.
Gary, you're so clumsy.
How many bones in the human body?
206.
Wow. Oh, she's pretty good.
She does.
You want to make it 207? Oh!
No, thank you.
206 is the correct answer, although Artie says he can make it 207.
How is he going to do that?
He can put a bone in your body. All right, I got to give you another plug. RandyWright.com.
It's allrandywright.com.
Allrandywright.com, excuse me. All right, I'm going to ask you another one. You ready?
Yeah.
What is the largest part of the brain? Hope you don't get this. I want to see you get tickled.
The cerebellum? Cerebrum?
Cerebrum is right.
Okay.
What the fuck is this, a rocket scientist? What's going on?
You gave that one to her. She was going to say cerebellum.
No, I picked both. It counts.
That was pretty good.
Is this bitch Madame Curie?
Yeah, all right. AllRandyWright.com and SexToday.com to find Randy. All right, I'm going to ask you one more, and you better not get it.
Okay.
What is cilia?
Cilia is the things in your lungs.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Is it, though?
You do. It's in your lungs. Cilia is in your lungs.
That sounds right.
It filters out...
C-I-L-I-L-I-A.
It filters out...
what? C-I-L-I-L-I-A?
No, C-I-L-I-A.
That's cilia.
Cilia. It's like little fibers in your lungs.
You don't know. Tickle it. Get her, guys.
It's true.
Too bad.
Sue us, honey. AllRandyWright.com.
Keep getting her. Get her now.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. Cilia, it says here, is an eyelash, but I think she's right.
Yeah,
cilia is hair.
Who was the NBA Rookie of the Year, 1977?
That's not in nursing school.
Adrian Dantley.
Well, let me tell you something. You are a delightful girl.
Isaac just tickled me.
Isaac, you're supposed to tickle the girl, you homo.
He's cuddly. He's a cuddly guy.
Why are you tickling Artie?
Isaac just tickled me.
Well, Randy, you are very beautiful. There's no question about it. You're a fun girl.
Sweetie, my God, not to insult you, but here, this was amazing.
What are you giving her?
A 20.
A 20. Look at that. You got a 20. Any guys
For
ever...
what, being smart and nursing?
Do guys ever give you money for sex?
What do you mean?
Have you ever been an escort? You know, like
I have before, yeah.
Yeah. How much money what was the most amount of money a guy ever paid to bang you?
$10,000.
$10,000.
10 grand?
And what'd you have to do for that?
Yeah, like what was...
regular sex.
Yeah, but describe the night. I mean, was it just like he came over and banged
Were
you?
you with him a week, or...?
No.
Oh.
How's that work?
Are you kidding?
How's it work?
Fuck that.
How does that work?
Well, I'm sure you know. You just go and...
You went over his apartment?
Yeah, and just do whatever, and then you leave.
No, you went to the apartment. Was the guy gross?
No, not at all. It's actually a very good-looking guy.
A good-looking guy?
Yeah.
And what kind of work did he do?
I don't want to say too much.
Celebrity? Is this person famous?
No, I don't think you guys... Well, no. I can't really say.
You don't know if he's famous?
I can't say. That's so bad. I'd get in so much
Was he famous?
trouble.
A famous guy?
Your honey over there saying, don't say it. It's a famous guy.
Wait a minute. Watch
You
your
could
mouth,
just-
lady.
You could just say the person was...
No, but you don't have to say who he is.
Is it a mafia guy or something?
No.
Was he like a famous businessman type?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. So he wasn't an actor or something like that. He was a very well-known, powerful businessman.
Did his name rhyme with hump?
No.
All right,
Hopefully that fucker would pay me a lot more.
So I can have 15 grand there by 2 o'clock.
Who said that?
Boy, you quieted her down.
Who said that?
If Artie gave you 15 grand at 2 o'clock, would you do him?
Hell yeah.
You would? Wow.
All of a sudden, I'm fat enough.
Why did you offer her 15 when she gets 10?
Well, because I wanted to go the extra mile with me. And plus, she dummies up. She won't yap about it.
You guys are so funny.
We're not making jokes. That's the sad part.
Yeah, the joke stopped about 10 minutes ago.
So, do you think you could ever love anyone in your personal life besides a girl?
No,
I mean, seriously, because, you're for sale in a sense, you know.
Yeah, it's very, very hard.
It is.
I've tried before. It just doesn't work. So
Right.
I'm just focusing on my career now.
So this very wealthy...
Me too.
You're perfect for each other. That very wealthy businessman, he says, where did he meet you? Did he meet you in a club or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said to you, look... No, is that really true? Did he meet you in a club? No? How did he know of you?
Was he a referral?
I mean, how does he get a hold of you?
Can't we get in trouble for talking about stuff like that?
Nah, nobody listens.
Why would you be getting in trouble?
Three
Did he
people
Google your name / crystal meth?
No.
So he found you somehow, and you walk over to, I mean, you go over to his apartment. You're alone, or you're with someone?
No, I'm alone.
You're alone. You don't have a bodyguard, nothing like that.
No,
you
no,
trusted the situation.
Yes.
Hey, can I ask the money? You get that up front, right?
Yes.
And that's it, all in cash?
Yes.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking great.
I know.
I wish I had a vagina.
So is that all in hundreds?
Yeah.
Nice. Wow.
Wow, do you specify that? It can't be 50s?
It doesn't really matter.
She don't care. You can give it to her once.
Do you count the money, or do you have to take it on faith?
You know what? To be honest with you, I never do, because the people I'm dealing with are fine. I can't believe I'm talking about this right now. She's looking at me like, bitch, you are in a lot of trouble.
All I know is Artie's breathing very heavy over there. I hear you breathing. You're like,
I mean, don't you think it's
you're like over there, you go...
It's because he has a walk. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to lie to you. I've been in better shape. But don't you... I know you guys don't go to whores. I enjoy whores. And... But don't you find that hot that a chick like she's like a 10?
Yeah.
Like you could get 10 grand like in a couple of hours and give it to her and fuck her.
See, my problem with it is I gotta think the girl's into me or I can't fuck her.
Really?
And you gotta...
if I had that rule, I'd never get laid.
No, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, can you convince me that you'd be into me?
Oh, yeah.
How much is that?
That's what I do for
How much for that? How much money would it cost me to be convinced that you're into me?
Well, you're already paying for it.
Right. So what's the least you would charge? If 10 grand was the most, what's the least you'd accept?
I don't know.
You don't know.
What if I just have you beat the shit out of me, like S&M type shit?
You're a sick fucker.
but so you go over to the guy's apartment, and does he say right away, just take your clothes off and puts it in you?
I mean, like, they like to talk and
They
stuff.
talk and stuff? Yeah.
Oh, that must be so pathetic. Like, does he whine to you?
Are you ever just fuck me already? I mean, let's get going.
It depends, like, what kind of mood I'm in, you know?
Right.
If I have, like, a party to go to, or, like, my friends are going out, it's, like, Friday night, I'm like, all right, let's get this over with, you know?
Right.
I talk so dirty and, like, say, like, the dirtiest things I can say to get them off as fast as I can, because I want to go out, you know?
Right, you could just say to the guy, oh, please, I'm just so horny, I need to get fucked.
Yeah. Sorry for 10 G's to make you late for the party. Jesus Christ.
Is it one shot, or is it the night? Now, for 10 G's, that guy didn't get you for the evening? It's just, like, when he's done, it's done.
Right.
Wow. There's no fooling around with you. Do you ever fall in love with a guy? I mean, never, right?
I did once.
You did?
Yeah, and he fucked me over that jug.
With a John? With a guy that you...
Yeah.
Really?
And he actually lived out here.
And he actually what?
Lived out here. I moved to New York.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then he dumped your ass?
No, he just was crazy, and I ended up going back home.
Stefan Marbury?
What is that?
I don't even know who that is.
Kidding.
Well, anyway, you're a fascinating woman.
Thank you very much.
You're very sexy, and Artie, I think, is very serious about giving you some money. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Something to me, a chick this hot, 10 grand.
But 10 grand is one shot. You come and that's it, right? I mean, there's no. Do you ever come from a guy having sex with you, or is it very rare?
No, I do.
Oh, you do.
Yeah.
You do.
You know, the good thing, you take about 10 Vicodin and you'll never come. You can fuck her for 18 hours.
Right. I mean, that's sad. Do any of these guys pay you and then, like, within 3 seconds they come?
Mm-hmm.
Oy vey. Do you ever say to them, look, you deserve a second chance here?
No.
Never. You're all business.
Yeah.
Right. Does a guy ever say to you, you better stay here? Do they ever rough you up or anything or get angry?
No, never.
Who's the grossest guy you've ever done?
Ask her that question in 8 hours.
What's the oldest guy you've ever...
So mean.
What's the oldest guy?
Probably like 50.
Oh, my God. You would fuck a 50-year-old?
50? How gross.
That's
but
disgusting.
they don't look 50.
Really?
No, not at all.
What about the fattest guy?
How old do you think Howard looks?
Like... maybe 42.
40. I'm 40 now.
Really?
Yeah, I look a little older, right?
No.
What are you going to do? Robin will tell you I'm 40.
Look at those eyelashes. Yeah, those tattoos are turning me on from this view.
Thank you.
You're a little closer
Someone
than I am.
likes them.
No, you look good.
Thank
All right, listen, I'll give you another plug, too, because you're a good sport. Check out Randy Wright at allrandywright.com and sextoday.com. And when you're spelling Randy, it's R-A-N-D-I. And you and your girlfriend make a lovely couple over there.
Thank you.
Keep your eye on it.
Do you realize, Howard, if my bookie paid me off, I could have fucked her 10 times?
Right. But
Hey,
what's
Brand,
your porn specialty?
What's your porn specialty? Anal?
I've never done anal before in my life.
Why is that?
I have, like, a finger up there, and that's okay. Like, when we're having sex, it's just very uncomfortable for me, and, like, my asshole is very small.
How much? How much for anal?
It's not.
There's no price? 25 grand.
Never.
25 grand for Artie's penis in your ass.
I will never have anal sex.
Can I put anything in your ass for 30 grand?
Maybe like a finger.
Put that microphone
I'm
in
there.
Randy, excuse me, Brandon, go ahead for Randy.
Hey, Randy, big fan.
Hi.
I called you a lot on Playboy night calls.
Oh, very cool.
Actually, private calls. And I'm the guy that called up, and you're beautiful all over, but I was really loving your feet. You always hooked me up and showed me some close-ups and talked about sexy and giving foot jobs and stuff.
Nice.
What do? You beat a guy off with your feet?
Not on night calls. I don't think I did.
But you've done that?
On camera, yeah, I have.
You can give someone a hand job with your feet.
Yeah.
A foot job. Yeah.
Can you show some close-ups of her feet on Howard TV?
She's wearing boots, but she's completely naked beside the boots.
Some tells me she's way ticklish on the feet. That's why she got the boots on.
Those some beautiful feet, baby.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. All right. What'd you do on the Playboy channel? Phone sex and stuff?
We did, like, night calls, and I actually hosted, like, a season for Totally Busted.
What is night calls? In other words, you guys call up and give dirty talk to you?
There's night calls, and then there's private calls. And then private calls, there's, like, a couple girls, and the guys call in, and we, like, get them off.
All right. Well, there you go. So you must be good at phone sex and things, right?
Yeah, I can be.
Yeah, all right. Well, she's a very experienced girl, Robin. I like her.
Does the phone sex do anything for you, or are you just sitting there going through the motions?
To be honest, in my personal life, I've never had phone sex before, and the one time I did, it was like a prank on my boyfriend, and I just had it on speakerphone. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just scared someone's going to put me on speakerphone, so I'll never have phone sex.
How many times a day you make a duty?
Like, do I poop?
Yeah.
Probably like twice a day.
Really?
Yeah.
That's gross.
I have a really bad metabolism. No, my poop's really cute. Like I told you, my butthole's small, so it's like little rabbit pebbles.
Oh, so that's fine.
How much?
I don't have a problem with that.
How much to shit on a guy?
I don't think I would do that.
Oh, come on.
No, yeah. I'd probably be too. Like, I probably wouldn't be able to do it. I'd feel bad, first of all, and like I'd probably be really.
Would you piss on a guy?
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
I can handle that.
How much?
You don't want sex, you just want to be peed on.
What if I just want
totally serious.
Well,
he's going to beat off. He wants to beat off while you pee on him. How much?
What if you piss on me while I'm having like a sandwich or something?
Oh God, what a gross thought.
I'm in a thong and a moose head. And I'm eating a gabagool and egg sandwich, and you piss on me. Give me a price.
I don't know. I've never done that.
I could have $8,000 here by 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock's the key.
You guys are hilarious. I love your show.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Hot chicks love funny guys. That's what we were told.
Hey, by the way, speaking of funny things, a lot of people calling up and they said, how come there's been a delay on Howard TV with the Mexican delivery game?
Yeah.
And believe me, we should play the Mexican delivery game with our friend here, Randy.
Yeah.
She'd be another good one. Next time you come in, we'll play it. You'll love it. But anyway, yes. We had a slight delay, but I'm happy to tell you that the Mexican delivery game with Gina Lynn, Jorge, and Cesar will start airing on Howard TV tomorrow night. We had just a production glitch, that's all. We had to go back and retake some shots. It's a great show. I know you're going to enjoy.
You got to see their faces.
Yeah, for Howard TV people, Mexican delivery game. I want to thank Randy. I want to thank your beautiful friend. What is your name?
Natty.
Nutty or Natty?
Natty.
Natty. Okay, Natty. I like that. Check out Randy Wright at allrandywright.com and sextoday.com.
Shame on you.
To Natty and Randy. Thank you. And we will be back right after these words. This is probably one of my favorite John Lennon songs. Yeah, Mother. Mother, don't go. You ever hear, ma'am? You know the story behind this song?
No.
He was in therapy, John Lennon, and I think he was doing something called Rolfing, which
I was going to say, you're talking Primal Scream, not Rolfing.
Yeah, I don't know what you call it, but you'd actually go in a room and yell.
Like Gestalt therapy or something.
So he got in touch with how much, he had a terrible upbringing. He was literally tossed out by his mother. His mother didn't want him.
I thought his mother died. His mother just gave him up?
No. His mother was alive.
Well, what happened was, like, she kind of left. His father left home. His mother kind of abandoned him, and I think he was raised by his Aunt Mimi.
He was.
And
he didn't even know it was his mother.
Right. And at about the age of 17, they kind of reunited a little bit, and they were just about starting to get close. And I'm not sure about the exact fact. He might have seen it happen. His mother got run over by a bus.
Wow.
So they never got to, like, really fully develop their
You hear what he's
relationship.
screaming now? Daddy, come home. Mommy, don't go.
Yeah.
Which was kind of cool. Like, it's hard for guys to admit they need a mother, and he wants his father to come home.
Well, he really got in touch with that little kid.
Yep. That's what this song is. He wrote it right away. Listen to the guy's pain. Kid crying.
That's that baby cry.
Yeah, what else would a kid say? Always moved me, that song. Remember in high school sitting in my room listening to that John Lennon solo album over and over and over again and thinking about that song. And boy, the day that John Lennon died, was killed by that mental patient that still lives. It was so devastating to me, more so than any presidential assassination, John Kennedy or Bobby Kennedy when he was shot, Martin Luther King, more so than any of those, and those really affected me. But when John Lennon got it, oh, my God, I was just beside myself.
That was the punch in the stomach.
Yeah, because, to me, I responded more to him than any politician.
But he was vibrant and alive and creative and, just finished Double Fantasy and coming out again of his show.
I'm angry that I don't get to hear his take on society today. I just would love to know. I just would love to know what he would think about just anything.
Oh, you'd probably be sick of him.
You think? I can't imagine. I would want him back. If someone said, hey, you could bring someone back. Of course, there are family members. My grandfather.
Who's first, John Lennon or your grandfather?
Ooh.
My grandfather.
So you don't
He's a guy I really would like to spend some time with.
Yeah?
Yep. And then John Lennon, maybe.
See, already, John's behind somebody else in the line.
Yeah, but you didn't know my grandpa.
Ah.
He was some character.
I'd like to know his take on it.
Was it Saul, Grandpa Saul?
Yes.
Yeah. The Independent Film Channel has on demand, I don't know if it's still on, it was on last month, a movie about Mark David Chapman. And, that's the name of the guy.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And it's not done well, but it really makes you mad because they take a lot of it from facts about the night he killed him. The fact that he was there all afternoon and the doorman was blowing him off and he was acting like a whack job and creeped out another creepy guy who actually got away from, got his autograph when Lennon was leaving and calls his wife and says, you know what, he seems like a nice guy, I'm not going to kill him. I was going to kill him, I'm not going to kill him. Went back, and Lennon just happened to be pulling up again, and he got an instinct, and he went and fucking just shot him.
And the wife didn't call anybody when he said, I was here to kill John Lennon?
He had an Hawaiian wife, and she was scared of him, and I think she just didn't...
And the doorman didn't call the police?
She could have called the police all day. The police can't do a thing if a guy does that.
But if a famous... Wait a minute, hold it. If a famous person... lives in a building and they got a whack job outside, the police can't just come and hang out?
Nope. But they can hang out, but they can't arrest him. Eddie, you're on the air. Go ahead in Rockland.
Sounds about right.
Howard, what's happening?
Hey.
I got to give a little tough love to Artie. You skimmed right over that thing that he's not going to live that much longer.
You know, Art, you said last January you were going to be gone by then. You know, I don't know what's going on with you. If it was really true, I think your mother and your sister would be so corkscrewed up Howard and Robin's ass to do something. So either do it or stop or just keep...
Do what? I don't know. What are you talking about?
No, he said in his convoluted way that I glossed over you saying earlier how you are going to be dead soon.
Oh,
but
me being morbid.
You were being morbid.
There's 14 websites predicting it. So
all right.
I can't help but make light of it sometimes.
All right, Mike Walker is with us today. Mike, you there?
Yes, I am, Howard. How are you?
Very good.
It was Mike Walker Day.
It's nice to speak with you.
And how are you, Hardy?
No, I'm all right.
He's almost dead.
Yeah.
I'm all right, Mike. Well, thank you for asking.
Well,
to play the gossip game with Mike Walker, you can go to nationalenquirer.com. We're going to now hear 4 stories from Mike. These are right from the pages of his National Enquirer column. That'll be coming out this week. And one of them is fake, but 3 of them are true. Try and pick out the fake story. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. We start out, let me just practice. Shia LaBeouf. Okay. Good sport Harrison Ford made good on a high-flying promise to co-star Shia LaBeouf. While filming Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, young Shia pestered the aging superstar to give him helicopter lessons. After the film wrapped, Ford took the 21-year-old to Burbank Airport, and off they went into the wild blue yonder. But by the time they landed, Shia had no stomach for a pilot's career. He came barreling out of the chopper, dashed for the men's room, and whoops, promptly heaved. When he emerged, pasty-white and sweaty, Ford asked with a mischievous glint in his eye, "So, when's our next lesson?"
All right, number 2.
Supermodel Heidi Klum shocked passengers in the upper class section of a Virgin Atlantic flight when she casually stripped to bra and panties after attendants passed out jammies for the night flight. Other folks who wanted to change headed for the Johns, but Heidi, who's used to peeling in front of strangers backstage at fashion shows, stood up and casually shimmered out of her dress, all ho-hum, until a moron male passenger took aim with his cell phone camera. "Whoa, that's where I draw the line," huffed Heidi, and glared at the guy until he put it away.
All right.
The camera, that is.
Number 3.
Number 3, hottest meets nottest. She's grossed upwards of $100 million from sold-out concerts and her smash Hannah Montana movie, but 15-year-old Miley Cyrus gushed like a girly fan when 21-year-old rehab queen Lindsay Lohan, who last year eked out a mere $3.5 million from a career that's congealed like cold gravy, rushed up to her at a pre-Grammy party and raved she's a huge fan and like, "Here's my cell phone number," and like, "Call me," and like, "Let's hang out, okay?" But when excited Miley told her folks Lilo wants to be NBFF, Dad Billy Ray Cyrus went all achy-breaky on her ass and thundered, "No way, lose that gal's phone number now." When Miley protested, Mom and Dad reminded teen queen that 1, Lilo's a 3-time rehab strikeout who once did drugs big time, and 2, is reportedly boozing again despite her lies about staying sober. Worse, despite her talent, and 3, she has developed a lousy showbiz image as a loser who poses nude to get attention because she's got no plum movie parts, and 4, Universal's ready, reportedly, to boot her because she's blown off recording sessions for her new album. Billy Ray warned his little princess he will absolutely not tolerate her hanging out with man-crazy party queen Lindsay and told her, just to make it achingly, breakingly clear, "I forbid it."
Who approached who? I didn't understand that part of it. Did Lindsay Lohan?
Lindsay approached her. Mm-hmm.
What, say again?
Yeah, Lindsay approached Miley
and said, "I want to totally be your friend."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, number 4.
Who says honesty is the best policy? Sharon Stone stormed out of a Bev Hills department store after a saleswoman gave her an honest opinion. Trying on a designer outfit, Sharon posed in front of a full-length mirror as Lucy Loose Lips blurted, "That dress makes your hips look big." Snapped Sharon, "I don't have big hips." Snarked sales gal, "I didn't say you have big hips. The dress make your hips look big." Annoyed at the woman's tone, the star slipped back into her street duds and left in a huff, vowing loudly she'd never return. But funny, my spy spotted her back in that same store just 2 days later.
All right, Harrison Ford gave Shia LaBeouf a helicopter lesson, and Heidi Klum, in first class, strips down to her bra and panties in front of everyone. Miley Cyrus wants to be friends with Lindsay Lohan, but Billy Ray says no way. And Sharon Stone looked like she had big hips in a dress, but a person working there should have kept their mouth shut. I got to tell you, I'm trying to decide which is the fake item, and I'm stuck between 2 of them.
What are the 2?
Shia LaBeouf is Harrison Ford qualified to give somebody a helicopter lesson?
He is a pilot. We know that.
Doesn't mean he's qualified to teach.
Well, he just took him up for a ride.
He's flown. Remember he flew rescue missions.
I understand that, but who is he to give a lesson to somebody?
More qualified than to give an acting lesson.
You say what you will. The man has power.
I don't believe Heidi Klum is stripping down to her bra and panties. I don't buy it. And, I mean, I only wish to God something like that would happen to me.
That didn't happen on your flight, huh?
I mean, the closest I ever came to anything hot happening was I was on a flight to Los Angeles, and Kim Basinger was on the flight with me, and she just happened to sashay up to the bathroom in a pair of tight jeans, and her ass was talking to me. That was the closest I ever came to anything good happening. I'm going with Heidi Klum. She's not stripping down on an airplane to bra and panties. It just isn't done by hot
I thought that was Jennifer Aniston. Was that Kim Basinger?
Well,
in that
Kim
story?
was on a flight as well.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's go to Robin Quivers.
I believe the Heidi Klum story. She's European.
No.
And she's a model. She probably, thinks everybody will be cool in first class. So I'm thinking the only story that Mike didn't have a cute little quip in was the Sharon Stone story. That's the fake story.
All right. Artie, what do you say is the fake story?
I think Mike secretly wants to be friends with Miley Cyrus.
So he made up that story.
And Lindsay Lohan. I think there's a part of him that wants to be in that little clique, and he fantasizes about it. So
he made up a story?
Yeah. I want to be Lindsay. It's Lindsay, Mike, and Miley.
Well.
Mike, do you wish you were friends with Miley Cyrus? Is already onto something?
Only in the most avuncular way, Howard.
All right, and go to
now our whole audience has to look up avuncular.
I didn't even want to know what it means. I'll never use it in a sentence. Go ahead,
to be
Fred.
I'm picking the avuncular story at number 3. Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus.
All right.
Oh, I got Fred on my team.
Artie and Fred picked the avuncular story, Miley Cyrus. Avuncular means to be normal, right?
Yeah, it means to be sort of like an uncle, like an elder.
Oh, an uncle.
Yeah.
I don't know that word.
It means non-sexual.
Okay. Artie and Fred say Miley Cyrus. Howard says Heidi Klum. Robin says Sharon Stone. Who wins?
The person who wins is the person who can say that name correctly, S-H-I-A. You all said it differently, I noticed. It's actually Shia LaBeouf. And no one picked that. I'm surprised. Somebody was going on about that one. Harrison Ford, is he qualified to... Who was that?
Right,
you,
that
Howard?
was
That was me, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the fake story?
No, Howard, it is not the fake story.
Oh.
And it's lucky this time that you did change your mind, Howard, because the fake story is Heidi Klum.
You're kidding.
She ain't getting naked. She ain't waking down a prom pants.
Well, a funny thing, that is based on an actual story that I remembered. Last night, I was, oh, Christ, I got to come up with an item. And I remembered, and it actually happened, and it was absolutely true. You know who did it? On the same upper-class Virgin flight, in that special, it's above first class.
Yeah, who?
Tyra Banks. Years ago, about, 5 years ago.
She must be mentally ill.
Well, how come no cute little sayings in the Sharon Stone story?
You're right. That should have been a cute little saying story. Sharon Stone, big hips, Lucy Loose Lips. That was kind of cute.
All right.
One
Thank
too
you
many
very
old
much.
fashions.
Yeah.
Play the gossip game with Mike Walker online, nationalenquirer.com. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, that's the great Mike Walker. He is considered the top.
So you were right with Heidi Klum.
I win, yes. Of course. I mean, everyone should have seen that one coming.
Did you guys ever take that version upper class?
I did, yeah.
Oh, I was on that once. That's the most amazing fucking thing.
Real quick, here's your top 5 songs in the country. Alicia Keys has the number 5 song in the country right now. Do you know that, Robin?
No one. Is
No
that
one.
one?
No one.
Yeah. No one.
Is this off her album Unlistenable?
I think this is probably the only song that I can actually hear her sing and not throw up.
I actually like the way she sings. It's just that the songs are so silly.
Exactly. So I feel like this song at least is commercial.
Yeah.
This one's called Love Song. It's number 4. It's by Sarah Bareilles. I don't know her name.
I'm not gonna write you a love song, 'cause it asks.
Blah. Number 3 is Don't Stop the Music, Rihanna.
I'm sick of her.
You don't like her?
No. My umbrella, and now this.
I like Umbrella.
She's in the paper every day.
Yeah.
That's right.
She's a hottie. But, you know.
She's good to look at. Chris Brown with You. Do I know this song? Number 2.
Yeah, you know you rock to this.
I don't know it.
Chris Brown and Rihanna are supposedly dating, and the fact that I know that makes me want to put my head in a blender.
And look at this. Flo Rida, our friend, who made
#1.
Who made it rain money in here. Still #1 with Low. I like this guy. He's a nice guy. I was happy for him.
Oh, is this bad? Oh, my God.
Yeah, but he made it rain money, dude.
Were you here that day?
No, I heard about it.
You missed it.
Oh, that was the
You
greatest.
should have seen that girl, Artie.
J.D. said she's one of the hottest chicks she's ever seen in the chick room.
She was moving in a way I've never seen before.
These brothers come in here. They had a stack of bills, and they gave us all the bills, and they just said, make it rain money. And we're throwing the money, and this chick's shaking her ass. It was the funniest thing you ever saw. It was beautiful. Flo Rida.
Yeah, you got to check that out on Howard TV.
I think I'll do that this very afternoon. It's
very important.
Oh, is that? Let me see her.
Flo Rida.
No, look at that ass right
Look
there.
at the ass. Look at her. Wait. Do it when she takes her pants off.
Yeah, she does. Look at this.
You got it. See, this isn't my kind of girl, but J.D. evidently is into large asses. Look at this.
She's got... Look at the size of that ass. But you know, it's tight, though. It's like...
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, man.
Look at that throwing. You ever seen anything like that? And there I am throwing money.
Is that a white chick?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at it. It moves independently.
Oh, I'll tell you, that's turning me on, man. Big time.
It's too big for me.
But she gets on top of you. That's a fucking ride.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I don't know if I can handle that.
That's a white broad?
Yeah.
That's a white broad. That ass. And there it is, raining money.
It already rained. Look at the puddles.
You know, J.D.
Still raining. Look.
J.D. was telling me about this down on he drove with me down to the Borgata. He was like speechless even like for J. He couldn't even mumble.
J.D., have you beaten off to this chick yet?
No, not yet. But I'll never forget her name, Ashley.
What are you waiting for? Why aren't you beating off to her?
I don't know. You know what? I'm actually I got some tape, a DVD yesterday of her dancing. So.
Do you not jerk off every day, J.D.?
No.
How old are you?
He has roommates, remember?
28. Oh, yeah, I have roommates. But, I mean, I
jerk off all the time when I don't have a chick.
Oh.
2 times a day.
Sorry, I'm not you, dude. I don't know.
No, but I mean, I agree with Howard in the sense that
why not?
At the age of 28, if you're not getting laid, I would jerk off every day.
No, I mean, I do.
What?
But, I mean, not just every day. Because I get home and I sleep. I just go home and sleep.
Don't you have to jerk off to sleep?
Huh? No.
No? I do.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah.
The rumor about J.D. is that J.D.'s spending a really amazing amount of time at strip clubs these days.
Oh, is that your thing?
You know what? I haven't been to Rick's yet. I'm going to Rick's tonight, but Steve at headquarters is very nice to me, and I love that place, too. So, right. But I'm going to Rick's soon. Rick's Cabaret.
Rick's Cabaret.
You can't limit yourself to one club, J.D.
No, I
They
can't.
all need you.
Well, maybe you'll be jerking off over at Rick's Cabaret tonight.
Well.
How do you how do you not have an accident if you're all backed up like that?
Well, I have some self-control.
I came once at Scores.
Well,
I was there with Beth, and some chick was giving a lap dance to Beth, and Beth was like I was behind Beth, like sitting there, and I don't know, I came.
Whoa.
That was crazy. I wasn't touching it or anything.
The one time I got Dana to go in there, we went in that back room on the east side, and she wasn't into it, but then a chick was dancing for us, and she put her ass up, you know, and I got Dana to slap her ass, and it was the hottest fucking thing I ever saw. I said to Dana, I said, listen, we got to get out of here because I got to fuck you right now.
You're quite the man.
I practically banged her in the cab. I mean,
you had to leave the club.
It was just the hottest thing I'd ever seen because she wasn't into it, reluctant, and this chick's ass was so nice. And then I said, come on, spank. And then when Dana spanked her, it was, I don't know, it was just like the hottest thing I ever
And this girl was coming in heavy to Beth, and like Beth's not into chicks, but
right.
Like it just looked hot. And I think my penis was like up against Beth's back or something. You know what I mean? Like I don't. All of a sudden I'm like, whoa.
It sounds like a great situation.
It was great. Where am I coming off being in a situation like that?
Well, if I find a girl like Ashley, I will come in my pants probably.
Okay. Was that Flo Rida's chick?
That was Flo Rida. I don't know. You know what?
They weren't anybody claiming her. She said she was single.
I know. I should have.
Aren't you on that website with chicks with fat asses? What's that one? Bang Brothers?
Oh. I'm not on there, but I know about Bang Brothers. I know about that.
You don't go on it?
No, I don't have a membership or anything, but I know about it. Yeah.
The website's called Guys.
I'm familiar with their work.
We got it's like Bang Brothers Network or something like that.
It's called girlsjd'llneverfuck.com.
Yeah.
The buzz is that JD's been on MySpace trying to find that Flo Rida dancer girl.
Really?
Yeah, I was. That day I went to Flo Rida's MySpace page, but to know
the
that
badass on the lookout for the big girl.
I didn't find her.
You were describing her to me in the car like you were really, like he was gone. She's
good for you.
And is that Flo Rida up on top there?
You can see her vagina right through the fucking pants. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Jeez.
Flo Rida has the glasses on right there.
Flo Rida, that's my man. I didn't know anything about Flo Rida. He came in here. He's totally my man.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Should I book her on the show? I can get her on the show.
Nah.
Just book her ass.
She's not going out with J.D.
Yeah. JD ain't getting her.
Thanks, Robin. Jesus.
You should be able to pull her.
Maybe she has a nerd fetish. You don't know this.
She don't have no nerd fetish.
Yeah, she looks like she has a nerd fetish.
I go low.
Hanging out with two big black brothers. Two strapping big
You
black
couldn't
brothers.
handle that girl.
Yeah,
I would try.
Those guys could barely handle her.
That's a broad. Look at that fucking thing.
All right, turn that thing off. We're all hypnotized by it. All right, thank you. All right, Robin, it's time to get Steve Langford in here. Steve, come on in and let's wrap some news, and we'll also get John Hein. Yes, Steve, what's in the news?
Just some of the stories we're working on in the Howard 100 newsroom. It's sounding like Howard isn't the only one unhappy with Stuttering John's resentful ramblings. National Lampoon, the distributor of John's new movie, actually called Howard 100 News to express their great concern about Stuttering John infuriating Howard. National Lampoon executive Tom Daniels, apparently alarmed.
It's almost like, it's not that big a deal to me. It's just like I blew up some steam. I didn't like what the guy said. I thought it was kind of tacky. And now you guys are busy promoting that movie and all that stuff. It's like, it's enough already. Right, Robin?
Yep.
Do you agree?
Move on.
The executive apparently alarmed at what Melendez has started
here.
And Daniels expressing hope that John would be able to explain himself to Howard.
John can come in and explain himself whenever he wants. How's that? Tell me what's going on. Because I didn't appreciate the comments. But go ahead. And I spoke to Adam Carolla, sort of. He left me a message, and I called him back. He was like, gee, we're friends. I didn't mean it. I always called you Stern even when I used to do your show.
Yeah, I said that yesterday, that I've heard him use the Stern thing
I called him back.
of times.
I said, Adam, I'm not mad at you. I said, I didn't like the tone of the whole interview coming from John's, and he didn't have to, say all that shit. I said, go practice. He was in the middle of practicing Dancing with the Stars with that hot chick.
Oh, yeah. Better he do that than call you.
I said to him, go put on one of those gay outfits and dance. I said, I'm fine with you. We're fine.
What is this week? The cha-cha?
I don't know. But I said to Adam, I said, if I was you, I'd go all the way. Like, I'd wear, put on a dress. You know what I mean? Or
be the girl.
Yeah, or put on panties and, I said, because it's such a gay show, just put on panties and I don't know, you know how those guys on Dancing with the Stars will have to wear, gay outfits?
Very tight, and, in fact, get the tight with the cod piece, the whole thing.
I would wear, a G-string, the ass hanging out.
Like Prince, a Prince outfit, where he used to cut out the cheeks of the ass.
Yeah. It'd be so funny. That's what I'd do. If I was on Dancing with the Stars, I'd wear the gayest outfits you ever saw. It would be so funny. Embrace the whole thing.
Absolutely.
This is an outfit I designed myself.
Who made your costume?
I'd wear my Fart Man costume.
Yeah, don't be a little gay. Be gay.
I'd be so gay. You're going to do a gay show, you be gay.
Go gay.
Yeah, so that's my advice I left him. I said, don't worry. I said, we're friends. All right, what else you got?
Can I ask you, did John try to call you?
No.
Did you have a conversation with Beth?
Oh, that was weird. We're laying in bed. And she said to me last night, we're just about to go to sleep, and she goes, oh, I have to call back Susanna. She called me a couple of times. I said, oh, I know why. So she goes, what? She's half asleep. She goes, what? I go, because I fucking blew my stack on the air for 32 minutes. So she goes, oh, no, what? I go, what do you mean, oh, no? I said, John's a fucking loudmouth. He's saying shit about me, and I'm not going to let him off the hook about it. I'm not pleased with what he had to say. I think it was totally uncalled for, and I think it was shitty. And, that's John's M.O. So she goes, oh. She goes, I'm sure that's not why Susanna was calling me, because she's been calling me for a couple of days. I said, I don't care. I said, I told her to stop calling you. She goes, what? I said, I'm not interested.
She certainly listens.
I'm not interested in her calling you. I said, not that I can control that, but you know what? Stop fucking talking to her.
How often do they talk?
They're very close.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're very good friends. Beth really likes Susanna.
So did it have any impact at all? You're saying I don't want you to talk to her?
No. Beth never listens to anything I say. I have to say.
Oh, yeah, that's too funny.
She never takes my side. Could care less. Sometimes infuriating me.
Oh, my.
She's like, what is that? What's the difference? And I'm like, would you stop being such a pacifist? I'm a fucking mental case angry man.
Take up my cause.
Yeah, just be on my side. I need someone on my side. That's what I told my psychiatrist. I said to him the other day, you know why I like you? Because I can fucking talk to you. And you fucking listen to me.
You don't argue with me.
Yeah. You
take my side.
You're not an asshole.
You must know something because you agree with me.
Yeah, you're on my team.
The shrink always takes your side?
No. In fact, what it was I was talking about something real personal.
Yeah.
And he accused me of talking about this because I was just avoiding the real shit I needed to get to.
Right.
And I turned to him and I said, you know why I talked to you about this? Because you're wrong this time. Now this time you're wrong. I said, I talked to you about this because I got no one else in this world I can talk to about this. I don't trust anybody. I can't talk to my mother about this. I can't talk to my father about it. I can't even talk to Beth about it. Because,
really? Wow.
Yeah, because everyone's got their agenda. I said, you're the guy I can turn to for this, so let me fucking talk. He goes, all right, you're right.
He agreed with you.
He said, yeah. I said, okay.
You got away with something there.
No, I didn't.
Did he waive his fee for the day?
No.
You were right this time.
Yeah. Should be a give back.
You might have helped him out.
You still
Whether he's right or wrong, you have to pay.
Right, exactly.
What do you have to say?
Another news story. Also today, Kendrick Schmendrick. What Johnny Fratto did not tell you this morning. Fratto finally coming clean to Howard 100 News. No longer claiming the relationship between Eric the Midget and Kendra is real. In fact, Johnny acknowledges the alleged romance has crashed and burned. Fratto admits Eric the Midget may be in denial about the whole thing right now. Johnny blaming the prank on Patrick, his estranged associate who blew the whistle on the Eric-Kendra sham a week ago.
So who set up the whole Eric?
He's saying Patrick did, right?
He's blaming Patrick. Patrick, of course,
Patrick
Johnny.
got this girl to
pretend to be in love with Eric.
It sounds like Patrick may have started this thing, but Patrick blew the whistle on himself and everybody else. He, though, blames Johnny for being the puppeteer here.
So I was right. Eric is being hurt here.
Well, Eric is hurt.
Right. You see, Eric will never know this, but I look out for him.
But he blames you. He's punishing you.
I ruined his relationship. Okay. All right. What else you got?
And the biggest, baddest tabloid newspaper in the English-speaking world, The Sun, citing The Howard Stern Show for Mr. Skin's Anatomy Awards, the British paper hailing actress Keeley Hazel as breast actress.
Right.
And if you see Stern News happening, the whole world wants to know about it. Call the Howard 100 News tip line. We're waiting for your calls at 877-33-SIRIUS. Choose Channel 100 or email us at howard100news@sirius-radio.com.
Steve Langford is the man. He is covering news all day over in the Howard 100 newsroom. The greatest news team of all time. And people know it. It's widely accepted as fact. All right, let's get over to John Hein, who hosts the wrap-up show, critically acclaimed wrap-up show. Go ahead, John.
Porn star / nursing expert Randy Wright looked too hot for porn, or as Howard put it, she's the opposite of Chess. We'll talk about Randy and her pal Natalie, how Artie wasn't fat enough for her to masturbate to, why Randy wants to screw a hot dead guy and her other crazy desires, plus everything that went on as she squirmed in the tickle chair to everybody's delight.
Robin, psychologically, what does that say about a woman who fantasizes while masturbating that she's fucking dead people?
Well, it does say something about her self-esteem.
Really?
That she doesn't deserve, good things, that she really wants to be just
abused.
And somebody who's, she could only get somebody who is dead to fuck her.
All right, there you go. All right, I was wondering what was going on there. All right, go ahead, Johnny.
In the heat of the election, Jennifer Flowers felt the timing was right to provide some insight on her relationship with former President Bill Clinton. We'll discuss Jennifer's interview, how swallowing for Bill spoiled things for her husband, her political candidate characterizations of Obama as hot and Hillary as bisexual, and how we learned that Bill Clinton may not be well hung, but he is one hell of a pussy eater.
I love that he blew his load in her mouth and she spit it out.
Sorry about that.
You'll think of that every time he snubs you now.
But, Mr. Governor, that was for my husband. Oh, I'm so sorry, love. I didn't. Well, you didn't swallow it. You did spit it out. Nothing worse than the sound of a woman gagging on your, like she doesn't love it. She's like, ugh, you're gross. Oh.
Some guys might be turned on by that. Some of them might be in this room. When a guy like that, a governor or something, gets caught cheating, to me, I can't help but think, like, where was he supposed to be while he was coming in her mouth? Like, where did
he say he was?
Yeah, right. Like,
he was visiting the United Nations. What else you got?
Plus, the Post says Beth has babies on her mind, but Johnny Fratto reminds Howard why that may not be such a good idea.
Right.
We all learn how a corpse gets dressed for a funeral. Gary Garver interviews 100 who used to be stars. Eric the Midget hasn't heard from Kendra and naturally blames Howard for that. J.D. loves strip clubs and wants Flo Rida's Ashley to get low for him. And everything else that happened on today's show, we cover on the wrap-up show.
Real good. Thanks, Johnny.
You got it.
John Hine on the wrap-up show. Mutt's going to be doing Superfan Roundtable. He was out the other week. Elephant Boy filled in for him. How did Elephant Boy do on the show?
He did pretty good. It was fun to have him in there. I don't know if we'll have him next time, but I appreciate him filling in. So the fans are all worked up this week. Obviously, they're pissed off at Stuttering John, so I'm going to give them a chance to trash him tonight.
Okay.
But we'll also look at stuff that, we'll talk about, like, compare his interviews with Gary Garver's interviews and find out, like, which ones people really like better.
All right.
Also, the Midget. It was really depressing to hear his press conference this morning and hear how brokenhearted he was. So I'm going to change, I guess, my angle on the Eric the Midget story, but we're going to hit that too and sort of see what can be done to help that little guy out. And what's the last thing? Oh, the Whack Paparazzi. TMZ was chasing you down. So we'll talk about who should be part of the Whack Paparazzi and who all they need to go after.
All right. Thank you so much, Mutt. And we will listen tonight to Superfan Roundtable.
Tonight, 7 o'clock on Howard 101.
Certainly. All right. And also, for those of you who are waiting for Mexican Delivery Game to air on Howard TV, it is on tomorrow night. We did have a delay. I told you it would be on last night. It was not. So Mexican Delivery Game with Gina Lynn, Jorge, and Cesar starts airing on Howard TV tomorrow night. It's a great show, and I know you will enjoy it. There is no doubt in my mind that this is one of the best shows we've ever done.
If you were going to cast a Mexican Lou Costello, Jorge would be your only call.
That would be the guy.
I mean, unbelievable.
Unfortunately, there's no call for that. Robin, it's time for... Oh, I should... Oh, there you go. I do love that song. There is a new one.
Oh, really?
Mike Morse put a new one together, and it's about you and Jim.
I met Mike Morse the other week.
Yes.
He told me he had something in the works.
He did. This is called Hey Robin, Hey Jimmy by Mike Morse.
Hey, hey, Robin, I'll go wine tasting with you.
Hey, hey, Jimmy, I'll drink Pabst Blue Ribbon for you too.
I promise not to fart whenever we screw.
Jimmy, I can't wait to fillet you. My love, my love. Hey, hey, Jimmy, I'll let you fondle my sweet ass.
Hey, hey, Robin. Right now I'm holding in my gas.
We're late for the play, so I'll grab my purse.
Okay, Robin, but pull my finger first.
that beautiful?
My love. My love.
Sorry.
Jimmy.
Oh, my. That was recently inspired, obviously.
Yeah, he did that recently. Fred, you were about to play a song. That's a very good one.
No,
I think
this is one of my favorites.
Yes.
Go robbing with my sack.
Yeah.
And run your tongue along my sweaty crack.
Yeah.
I'll shove it down your throat and make you quack. Turn you around for an ass attack.
How dare you?
Eat it, babe. My nuts are hairy 'cause I never shave. I'll slide my sausage in your chocolate cave. My sperm will drown you like a tidal wave.
I love this song.
I want penis. Penis, penis, penis.
I like when you come in, Rob.
I want my penis.
I got another one that someone sent in. Let's see. Robin's song. I don't know if this one was Touch Me Once, Touch Me Twice. Then there's, oh my God, there's so many Robin songs.
Jeez.
So Gary Page 1 and Brown. I'm way behind on these. I should give these to Fred. Let's see.
Well,
Robin.
you usually debut them.
Yeah.
All right, here you go. Touch Me Once, I Touch Me Twice.
Oh, I touch me once, I touch me twice. Thinking about Robin's mouth so pink and tight.
I don't know. I think I've had enough of it.
I don't know about that one.
Richard's crazy.
Yeah,
I was talking to someone about it the other day about the balance. That one just tips over.
Yeah, it's gross. All right, Robin, what is in the news?
You know, I got to ask Robin something about her man. Last night, and I should have talked to you first. Last night, I officially reached out to Jim to be part of my tour for the troops.
You should have talked to who first?
Well, I don't. Are you afraid you're going to lose your man over there? I mean,
was he going to fall in love with an Arab woman?
No, I mean, you know, the danger factor. I mean, I don't know.
Do you want him going to the Middle East?
I want him doing whatever he wants.
No, but I mean, wouldn't you rather? Because that's going to be over one of our vacations. Aren't you going to want to be with him? I mean, you really do like.
I can occupy my time.
Okay, so you're okay with it?
Yeah, if that's what he wants to do.
Well, I haven't heard back from him. I left him a voicemail because I can choose 3 guys, and he's always my top choice.
Would you consider it very romantic if he said, you know, I was thinking about it. I really do want to go, but you know what? Being with you is more important.
Well, sure. Who wouldn't want to hear that?
You'd like to hear that. All right.
Do you want to come?
Oh, my goodness.
All right, Robin, what's in the news?
All right. Well, there's a new list out.
Of?
Men with the best chests.
See, I'd never be on a list like that because people
Hollywood's hottest.
They would never think of me, but I happen to have a good chest. I got a shitty abdomen, but...
If you're just looking at a chest...
Yeah, I've been toned up there. I could be on that list.
Well, guess who's number 1?
Matthew McConaughey.
And I figure his publicist put out this list.
Yeah, I think they created a list so he could be number 1.
So Matthew McConaughey is number 1. David Beckham is number 2. Hugh Jackman is number 3. Jesse Metcalf is number 4. And then they get into unknown territory. Andy Baldwin?
He's one of the Baldwin brothers.
No.
Yeah, who's that?
I don't know Andy Baldwin.
He's the retarded Baldwin.
They keep him in the closet.
Gummo Baldwin.
David Charvet made the list. Brody Jenner also made the list. Zac Efron of High School the Musical fame, and Mario Lopez was number 10.
Speaking of nice chests, if you have huge man boobs and would like a chance to win $5,000, send in a topless picture of yourself to contest@howardstern.com. Entries must be received by March 7th. The Man Boobs contest is sponsored by GoldenCasino.net. Have a blast. Play craps, blackjack, roulette, you name it. They got it. Absolutely free. Check out GoldenCasino.net today.
You know, that is the absolute opposite of that list. The man boobs.
We're looking for the opposite of Matthew McConaughey.
Now, have you been listening to any of the Valerie Bertinelli interviews about her new book?
She's great. She's coming in here. We're going to talk to Valerie.
Really? Because she was a wild thing.
Yeah. You know how many times I used to beat off to her? And Gary, too, used to beat off to her. I mean, she was, who knew she was so wild?
Yeah, all the time we were wondering, how did she get hooked up with Eddie Van Halen? Because she was supposed to be such a good girl. But she was doing as much coke as Eddie.
Wow.
And she was cheating on him. He claimed she cheated first. She doesn't know for sure. But they both cheated on each other.
Well, if she was hanging with that Mackenzie Phillips on One Day at a Time, that wasn't a good influence, I'm sure.
Yeah, but she was supposed to be the anti-Mackenzie, like that was the publicity. That was her rap at the time.
Yeah, I thought always that it was Eddie Van Halen who was, like, cheating and being hard to put up with.
She was the good girl trying to take care of him.
Yeah.
But no, she was out there doing the same things as him.
Wild.
Just as much.
That bitch.
But makes for a good interview now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting her, actually.
There were a couple of episodes in the world, Howard, where babies were born in unusual ways. In Papua New Guinea, a woman gave birth prematurely while being hanged by villagers who lynched her and her husband after they were accused of being involved in black magic.
Oh, my God. And they were hanging her and her baby was born?
Yeah, the baby fell out.
Did they kill the baby?
Oh, I don't know.
Black magic. Oh.
They accused her of using black magic to kill a neighbor.
Yeah, because that works.
She was 7 months pregnant at the time, gave birth while struggling to free herself. The couple eventually managed to free themselves. Maybe they are black magicians. And the newborn baby was saved. They hid for 2 weeks before checking into a nearby hospital. While black magic is widespread in the South Pacific nation, the couple says they do not use black magic. And don't know why their neighbors think they do.
I wish somebody could have black magic. Imagine being so dumb you believe that someone has black magic.
What is black magic specifically?
Like
it's
voodoo.
witchcraft.
Voodoo.
It's like bad spells you put on people.
You shrink people's heads. It's voodoo. It's all bullshit. Can you imagine? What else you got there?
A newborn in India was given...
Tell me 2 heads.
No. Has given new meaning to being born on the wrong side of the tracks.
India's got some fucked up situations.
This Buri Kalbi was on a moving train when she felt the urge to relieve herself in the train's lavatory. The 33-year-old was 7 months pregnant as well when she went to use the bathroom and suddenly fainted on the toilet seat. When she came to, she realized that her baby fell from her body, down the toilet chute, and right out onto the railroad track.
Oh, come on.
I'm telling you, this is what's written here.
What paper is that?
This is Metro Source News.
No.
So, she immediately notified her family, and then they told the workers on the train. They stopped the train, ran along the tracks, and found the baby.
Wow.
The little girl was found unharmed, lying on pebbles on the tracks. She is now in intensive care due to her premature birth.
Wow.
So, baby's surviving all kinds of crazy launchings. A 33-year-old Connecticut woman was accused of groping Santa Claus. Now, I have never heard a story like this. Usually, you hear about Santa Claus's groping somebody, but this woman, a 33-year-old woman, I guess she went to the Danbury Fair Mall at Christmas time, and she has now been accused of touching the mall Santa inappropriately while she sat on his lap.
Wow, what guy complains about that?
I guess this Santa didn't appreciate it. She has to serve 2 years of probation. They are giving her an accelerated rehabilitation. As long as she stays out of trouble, they say the charge will be erased from her record.
Send her over here. We got a lot of guys who want to be fondled in a Santa
And nobody will complain.
That's right.
Now,
if I was a woman, I would never lose my baby down the toilet because I always look at what I have before I flush.
Yeah.
The woman passed out.
Yeah, but I always examine my remnants. So I'd always see the baby down there.
The baby immediately went through the chute.
Right.
She didn't know what was happening.
Every time I shit, I'm sure I haven't had a kid, so I just flush.
In Las Vegas, health officials are urging some 40,000 patients at a Las Vegas clinic to get tested for HIV and hepatitis. The Southern Nevada Health District says 6 patients who received medical services at the Endoscopy Center of Southern Nevada have been diagnosed with hepatitis C. An investigative team determined the clinic used unsafe injection practices. So now the 40,000 patients all need to be tested.
Wow.
Yeah, just imagine that. And this will make you sad. Too much dirty dancing has apparently taken its toll on Prince's body. According to the News of the World, without surgery, the superstar rocker would develop a severe limp and have to use a walking stick. The paper says that they have cleared his schedule and have not indicated why he cannot work during that time, but they're thinking he may go into a private hospital and have hip replacement surgery.
What, you mean from dancing?
Yeah.
He dances that much on stage?
Well, that's, they said that about Liza. They always claimed that Liza had to have hip replacement because of dancing.
Yeah, but she's a mess. I mean, Prince is, pretty healthy, dude.
Must be a mess, too, then.
Yeah. Wow.
A source told the paper Prince is, quote, totally crushed as he knows he will never be the same again.
Oh.
He'll eventually be able to return to dancing. However, he'll have to stick to less vigorous moves.
You want to know something? That can only help his act. Enough of that fucking prancing around. The guy's got some good tunes. Just sit there and play them.
Who's looking for him to prance?
Yeah, Who needs
Play the
that?
guitar.
Asshole.
Michael Jackson was behind. How could you owe $25 million on the Neverland Ranch?
Wow, he really... I mean, this guy... I used to see stories about him. Remember that Martin Bashir story where you just walk into a store, and buy these horribly tacky, expensive things in Vegas, and, they had no value. He just went through money. He really is like a child. He has no concept of, okay, you're wealthy, but you don't have limitless funds.
Right.
He'd do dumb shit with his money.
So now they have it on the auction block. If he doesn't come up with some money by March 19th, they're going to sell it out from under him. They say, however, that Michael has taken out a new loan so that he can save the property for himself. Doesn't that just mean more debt?
What a shithead.
A loan to pay off another loan?
He's got so much money, this guy. He could have lived a nice life. He's busy. He would walk in and buy, golden cigar Indian statues. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just stupid crap.
Yeah, think of the dumbest shit you could do. He'll do it. Think of something stupid to buy that has absolutely no value.
And it wasn't even like he examined it. He just looked at it and said, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that.
Oh, that's so pretty. He would buy ridiculous shit. Yeah, the elephant man's bones, a dead monkey,
right.
The silence of a kitty ass.
A hyperbaric chamber.
But in Vegas, well, he never...
asked.
It was never proven. But yeah, it's fucked anyway.
Right.
Right, let's go on record.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Well, speaking of Michael Jackson's finances, they are trying to figure out Britney Spears' finances. Her father is in charge of everything, and they're trying to figure out where everything is, how much she has, how much she's worth, what kind of investments there are. And they say that, she brings in a lot of money, but she's also frivolous with her spending as well. And they think she's gone through, millions, tens of millions of dollars, if not more. And, that maybe her fortune is in trouble right now. They're trying to figure that all out.
Yeah, that's good, because she's going to have a lot more hit songs.
Oh, man. If all the money goes away, too, forget it.
That would not be pretty. Meanwhile, Howard, I don't know if this will be happening at the same time. Your wedding might be eclipsed.
By?
Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they said that the pair is set to marry later this year in New Orleans.
They're not married?
No.
I thought they were.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe they should think about that. They got 50 kids together.
Yeah.
Well, they're having another one biologically, of course. And they say that they are now working out the details of a $200 million prenup. What does that mean?
It means that they're worth collectively $200 million, and they got to make sure that he walks away with what he's got, she walks away with what she's got, and then if they do break up, that both of them provide for the kids. That's what's going on.
All right, so who has more money right now?
Brad Pitt.
Yes, I would say definitely.
Hey, Scott Salem, if you're listening, maybe you'll get invited to their wedding.
Oh.
Just trying to give everyone a heads up. That's right.
Also in the news, I don't know, did you look at the Lindsay Lohan pictures in, what was that, the New York
I did. The ones where she poses as Marilyn Monroe.
How are they?
Not great. I'm not sure what this girl is up to. I know she's wrecked her career, and I'm sure this is some attempt to resurrect the career. And, you know, it really doesn't work. When you look at those pictures, it's a pathetic sort of screaming out, look at me. She's nude. Her breasts look a little bit saggy.
Really?
You know, they do. I'm not saying that she's not an attractive girl. She is. But to put that out there in a picture, and she doesn't quite pull off Marilyn Monroe. And she's a good-looking girl. I'm not sure what the attempt is here. Is it to say, I'm back, I'm healthy, look how beautiful I am, I can play glamorous roles? I don't know. To change the image? Who knows? But whatever it is they're attempting to do, it's lost on me.
Do you think it's a good thing that the magazine did for itself? I mean,
yes.
It will sell magazines.
Absolutely, yes. It was good for the magazine.
I've often wondered, though, about, you know, we are a sick society.
Except for me. Go ahead. Yes.
Because we have these child stars,
right?
These little girls, and we can't wait to undress them.
Well, that's right.
When they get older.
You've
like,
pointed
oh,
out
that
something.
cute little girl, I can't wait till she gets old enough to take her clothes off in Playboy.
There was a clock counting down when the Olsen twins will be naked.
Yeah, oh, there they are.
There's Lindsay Lohan's boobs. And they're okay.
Well, that's not a great shot.
No, it is not. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't do her a lot.
Well, in Liz Smith's column today, they say she may continue that she's been contacted by Playboy. You know, if she wanted to be Marilyn Monroe, you know, Marilyn was their first centerfold.
Yes, keep being naked. You're on the right path.
Do it for us, too, is, I guess, the idea behind that overture.
Yes.
Now, of course, we're all, you know, I have become a huge fan of the Sarah Connor Chronicles on Fox, the Terminator show.
If it had been up to you, you would have canceled it after the first week.
3 episodes,
all right,
I would have been done with it.
It's big of you to admit your mistake.
I did continue watching, and now I'm a huge fan.
It's a good show, yeah.
Now, does anything like that really exist?
Robots that can kill us?
Yes.
Sure, look at Fred. No, of course not. There's no robot that can kill us. There's no artificial intelligence that evolved.
All right.
I mean, what are you asking?
The government does use military robots.
Yes, but they're very, very limited. It's not a robot like what you see on TV.
They can lock in on a human target and destroy it on their own.
Yes.
And they say they do pose a threat to humanity because they could be stolen by terrorists.
Right, and the terrorists could use them, but they're not like Terminators.
There are more than 4,000 U.S. military robots on the ground in Iraq.
These robots are more like advanced guns. You see?
Doesn't matter. They can kill us.
Yeah, well...
The original robots that were the Terminator started out as machines.
If it was created by man, it could be solved by man.
A little middle management bullshit for you.
And speaking of robots, you know how you
created
see...
by man, we can solve them by man.
You see those studies that say if older people have a pet, their quality of life improves?
Yes.
Does the pet have to be real?
No, not at all. You see, you could take any object. If someone is capable of loving that object, bringing love into your life will be fine. Now, if you saw this movie with Tom Hanks when he fell in love with a ball, his life was improved, of course.
Wilson was a great companion.
Soccer ball. Not a great companion, but it's all he had.
Look,
a companion will help you.
When he lost that ball, it hurt me. I was so attached.
Of course.
A friendly dog can make older people feel less isolated, and it appears to make little difference if that wagging tail belongs to a robot dog or the real thing.
As long as they're capable of loving a robot dog.
It's that the dog is friendly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And accepting of them.
Life's pretty shitty, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. All right, what else you got, Robin? I'm going to put you in an old age home. I'm going to get you a robot dog.
Give me a robot dog.
Yeah. And you smile and stare at it and say it's your friend.
I'll be so happy.
Right. Me, I'll be on the side of a road jerking off in a truck. While you're in an old age home with your robot dog.
Men have different interests.
What else you got?
If the engagement doesn't work out,
Yeah.
do you owe anybody anything?
Well, no, not legally, but sometimes you do something nice for the person if you have the means. Sure.
Well, Mexican brides and grooms who get cold feet before walking down the aisle may have to pay their significant other for the inconvenience if a proposal by a local congressman is adopted.
I don't agree with that. That's not right. Listen, people have a right to have a change of mind. Better they have a change of mind before they get married, before they take that legal step. Having a change of mind, you're entitled to. It's called an engagement. It's a period of time where you can sit and evaluate whether or not you really want to go ahead with this marriage. And if a guy or a girl says, you know what, I thought it through, I don't think I can go through with this, they shouldn't be penalized. They should be rewarded for not having another dopey marriage with kids and finances and a drain on society. This is ridiculous, and it'll never, ever happen. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, what about, if the two of you have gone in on the wedding planning and you've paid out a lot of money?
That's right. It's called a mistake, and you don't penalize people for that. You applaud them for thinking.
How about compensating the other party for their expenses? And
I see what you're saying. Yeah, sure. If you got the means to do that, fine. Okay.
I
if
think
you don't,
that's not a bad idea.
That's not bad.
Oh, this is a story.
Get me worked up with these stories.
Oh, my goodness. I'm looking here. It says that Mel Karmazin is...
it's going to hang himself if he doesn't get this merger.
Well, he's upset. He's just figures the whole merger thing is stalled. Do you know how many mergers have happened in the time that we filed? It's over a year already, and our deadline is coming up. But how many mergers have been completed and approved since we filed for merge?
I know the United States and Canada merged quicker.
200.
Yeah, it's a joke. Listen, there's going to be an investigation of this thing. There are people being paid. Lobbyists are paying money. This is not fair. This is not the American way.
In fact, it's more than 200. More than 200 mergers have been completed since we filed to merge with XM.
This isn't fair. You tell people the answer. And,
each of those mergers took an average of 110 days to complete.
No one's ever seen anything like this. And I got news for you. I see again they're going after this Roger Clemens. Fuck what's going on with our country now. Now I'm pissed. This Roger Clemens, I couldn't care less. If this guy doesn't want to admit that he was on steroids, I'm fine with it. If Major League Baseball wanted to know whether Roger Clemens was on steroids, they would have tested him all along.
Well, they saw what everybody else saw.
That's right. And they still aren't mandatory testing every month. There should be a mandatory test for every fucking player and throw out no second chances. Throw out the biggest players who are doing it. Now, look, and that's the end of it. Who cares if he's lying about the past?
They can't get the players' union to agree to that.
That's right, they can't. So if this is all a sham. And this merger thing, look, it's not a monopoly. Everybody knows it. I mean, anybody who's looked at the situation knows. I mean, terrestrial radio knows it's not a monopoly. They're busy worried about competing with it. And the fact of the matter is that this has got to be people being paid. Lock, stock, and barrel. There's no reason not to give these two companies that are bleeding financially an answer. It's unfair, and it's not the American way. And it's sad. My country's gone fucking nuts. Everything's political. Everything's who you can pay. And there should be an investigation of that. The names that Jim Cramer was mentioning, congressmen who have received money from these lobbyists, those are the guys who should be up in front of Congress, not Roger Clemens with that dumb baseball. That fucking dumb baseball, hitting a ball. Taking a stick and hitting a ball. You asshole.
You think it was the most important thing in the world.
There's nothing important about that.
And to lie about it must be devastating to the whole economy. It hurts people.
Yeah, if the guy lied about it, he lied about it because he wants to be able to go to these conventions and sign for $100. I mean, he's washed up. Give the guy a break. Who cares what he did? You want to get the guys who are playing now, if you're really serious about it. But you're not.
He's on the back of the newspaper every fucking day. Both papers.
It's an insult to my intelligence, hitting a ball with a stick.
And it wouldn't be going to jail for doing anything wrong or illegal. It would be going to jail for lying.
Right. Guess what? Our president lied. That's why we're in Iraq. Our president lied. He got a blowjob. He wouldn't admit it. Did you go after them? What are you doing?
Meanwhile, Mel is also, I guess, thinking about you.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
What do you have to say?
He says he's going to try to talk Howard Stern into staying after his contract.
Well, I like that.
He says, however, great content costs money. We all know that.
I like that.
If Howard is on the call and listening, if he would like to extend his deal at less money, we would be interested in that.
I don't like that. He's always got less money for me, this guy. Look, Mel, I love you. You know that. But I got to tell you, even at K-Rock, you really should work for less money, he goes, because, you know, times are tough. Times are tough. I see that whole radio division collapse. I mean, get me on Corolla right now. I want to talk about my finances.
But from his history...
So that Karmazin guy wouldn't pay you, huh?
But from his history with you, he says, I don't think that is apt to happen.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Mel. No, Mel, listen, that's my guy, but I liked everything up until he said that.
So,
what else we got there,
he's
Robin?
definitely thinking of things over there.
Don't think, just pay.
All right, what else is going on? Well, we got
That's what we like executives to do.
Right.
We got the election to talk about, of course. Yesterday, another defection from the Hillary Clinton camp. A superdelegate who was pledged to Hillary, Representative John Lewis, says that he will now endorse Barack Obama. And he told the press he has no regrets about his early endorsement of Clinton. 1-1.
I do not really regret endorsing Mrs. Clinton earlier. Sometimes I feel like maybe, just maybe, I should have remained neutral and not endorse anyone.
I don't know. That smacks of like, you know what? I thought Hillary was going to be the nominee, so I fucked up. Now it looks like Barack's going to be, so I'll just be two-faced and switch.
Jumping ship.
Jumping ship with the rest of the rats. Look, you know, that sounded like a black guy to me.
It is a black man. He's an icon, I think, in the civil rights.
Yeah. And you know, what happened to Bill Clinton's our brother? He was the first black president. He stuck by it. Hillary's our girl. What happened? What? Boom, bam, boom, that's it? No loyalty? Shame.
Well, he does say that his state, I forget which state it is, went for Barack Obama, and so he's going to vote the will of his constituents.
Well, all right, that makes sense. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Senator Barack Obama's campaign has announced that Caroline Kennedy, the daughter of the late president, will campaign across northern Ohio for Obama and will make a stop in Toledo.
Wow.
Now, this is a very private woman who very rarely comes out in public.
Well, yes, Caroline, myself, and had John Lived, we would have all been out there stomping for Barack Obama. Barack needs more hot pieces of ass out there. My niece, she can still roll around in the hay. She will be out there supporting Barack Obama.
Caroline Kennedy endorsed the senator in late January, saying she thought he had the potential to become an inspiring president, just like her father.
That's one hell of an endorsement. You know, this is a girl who came directly from my brother's ballsack, John Kennedy Sr., who, of course, was the greatest. This is almost as if my brother himself is endorsing Barack Obama to have his own sperm grow up and endorse. It's a great day for Barack Obama to have a Kennedy endorsement, Camelot.
It's a great day for all coloreds.
That's right. Who ever thought that a black could ever be president?
Barack.
Barack.
Saying Obama.
You know, yesterday you guys were trying to pin me down.
Iraq and Shane Obama.
You truly don't believe that I am undecided.
He's also Irish.
Yeah.
You truly don't believe that I'm undecided in this whole presidential race?
I believe you.
Oh.
But yesterday there were such vicious attacks on Hillary Clinton in the news, and they were just letting Barack Obama slide through no matter what was going on or what allegations were made about him. And I thought, well, maybe
the whole country's gone
this is
berserk.
because Hillary's the more electable one.
That's right.
Because all I want is somebody electable.
Affirmative action.
Hey, Robin, shut up and let me suck your titties.
Oh, shut up.
Hey, Rob,
Get back to Obama.
Us Kennedys love you, bro.
I can't swim. I'm not going out with
Can
you.
you shake your ass and let it rain money?
You talk a little too much. You need to have some action.
Who can concentrate? Every newswoman's a hot piece of ass these days.
Stop filibustering and start fucking.
Who cares if you're undecided? Let's see some cleave.
There was a death yesterday in the conservative community. One of their mentors, a renowned commentator, is dead.
All right. William F. Buckley, Jr., I knew
William
him.
F. Buckley, you probably didn't like him very much.
No, he was an arch-conservative, and I'm a liberal. But I always respected the man.
I wipe my ass with the National Review.
That's right. We don't believe in those ideals. But as a man, we believe.
William F. Buckley, Jr. passed away at the age of 82. And President Bush commented on his demise yesterday, saying that Buckley had a lot of influence. He even influenced him.
He was one of the great political thinkers. He influenced a lot of people.
He was one of those guys. He was like one of the original conservatives. Like, before being a conservative was popular, you know, you had Rush Limbaugh and all that. He was like the original conservative voice. The only problem with him was, the reason he didn't, like, sort of even become huger, he was so fucking boring when he talked.
And he sounds very uppity, too.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, it wasn't even that he was boring. You couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah, he was really into impressing people with his big words. But, you know, he was born rich. His father was a very wealthy businessman, oil man.
And it showed, you know. That's
Yeah, because you don't get that accent without being very wealthy.
What accent do you mean?
Yeah, he talked like...
Well, I love the president talking about him. He said not only was William F. Buckley influential, he could, when he said things, he was understood by people of all walks of life. And I'm like, the president probably doesn't even know who William F. Buckley Jr. was.
William F. Buckley could not be understood by any walks of life.
Right.
There wasn't a life form on this planet that understood what the fuck that guy was talking
He
about.
always needed to be interpreted.
I'm sure you could.
He was one of those guys, like old guy, like he had like dandruff, like flaky skin, and he was like the whitest white guy. You know?
And
He
he
looked like a
never
lizard.
seemed to care about his looks. His hair would be cowlicky and, you know, just
greasy.
Oh, it was
He
a
looked
mess.
like an eccentric, like Harvard professor or something.
Well, he looked like every fucker at a country club.
Right, definitely, that's for sure.
But I got to tell you, I mean, he was like one of the original conservative voices.
Here he is. You can hear that accent. Here's him, William F. Buckley talking about the qualities to look for in a president circa 1968.
The next president of the United States would ideally combine the best features of Julius Caesar, Albertus Magnus, Thomas Jefferson, Napoleon Bonaparte, Abraham Lincoln, and Eleanor Roosevelt. Which is why it is really unprofitable to talk about Camelot, since we don't live in Camelot, but in the good old USA, and that's all right, Jack, at least all right by me.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. He's fucked up.
I bet he would fit right in with Flo Rida's posse.
He's the kind of guy you'd always be shocked. Like, you know he probably went to an S&M dungeon.
Oh, yeah.
Did you read it in the paper?
Shit on my
Had somebody smacking his ass.
He's gross.
Yeah, it looked like he had a blow-off steam somewhere.
Yeah.
Here's,
Can you pee in my mouth?
one of the things that made
like
him...
Eleanor Roosevelt did.
One of the things that made him famous was a series of debates with Gore Vidal. Here's a little bit of the vicious argument at a Democratic convention.
Yeah, Gore Vidal was a liberal, and William F. Buckley was a conservative, and they would go at it.
As far as I'm concerned, the only sort of pro-crypto Nazi I can think of is yourself. Failing that,
I would only say that we can't have. Now listen, you queer. Stop calling me a crypto-Nazi.
Let's stop calling names.
You in your goddamn face, and you'll stay plastered.
Gentlemen, let's
Let the author of Myron Breckinridge go back to his pornography and stop making any illusions of Nazism to somebody who was in infantry in the last war.
You were not in the infantry, as a matter of fact. You didn't fight in the infantry. You were not. Now you're distorting your own military record.
Now that's a debate.
Oh, I love those two. You were talking about Roger Clemens before. There are calls for him to be investigated by the Justice Department now from Congress. Here's his attorney, Rusty Hardin, who says he's not surprised. What 5?
There is no question.
Rusty Hardon. Rusty Hardon.
She's in on. The federal law enforcement people have been looking at this matter all along. And so today means nothing more.
So they expected this all along. The View. Whoopi Goldberg announced to everybody she did get a call from Gil Cates yesterday, and
good.
she accepts the apology.
Good.
1-7.
Now she can calm the fuck down.
I need to mention that Gil Cates, the producer of the Academy Awards, called me yesterday and talked about the fact that he had made an oversight, pure and simple. He said, you know I love you. I asked you to do the very first one. I said, I know. He said, but he said, I saw it. It was a mistake. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, big deal.
Oh, God, that story really pissed me off. What the fuck is she whining about?
Because, they didn't put
Life
me in the
hasn't been good enough.
You didn't put me in the montage.
I was only in for winning the Oscar.
What?
John McCain and Barack Obama are already acting like it's already over, and they're running against each other.
Yeah, they're ignoring Hillary.
That's what you do with a broad.
Oh, stop that.
Just argue over her.
The two squared off yesterday answering each other's charges. Here's John McCain, 2-3.
All right.
I have some news. Al-Qaeda is in Iraq. Al-Qaeda, it's called Al-Qaeda in Iraq.
Obama had asserted that Al-Qaeda was not a major problem in Iraq. Well, here's Barack Obama responding to McCain's little jest, 2-2.
They took their eye off the people who were responsible for 9/11. That would be Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, that is stronger now than at any time since 2001. I've been paying attention, John McCain.
I tell you, we're talking about this trip over there in the Middle East. You start thinking about Al-Qaeda.
Right.
Those motherfuckers are...
They don't play.
Wait till they get a load of you.
Yeah, I mean, are they hanging around there?
He looks like someone who is weak-minded. We could take him over. Make him the leader. What if they try to recruit you?
You'll come back a Muslim.
I'll do anything not to get killed, but I won't give up any secrets.
Imagine they capture you and behead you.
No.
Like, I mean, you don't want to go out like that.
Well, no, actually, it'd be like a hero, though.
Oh, you want that?
The last things you hear are like...
It'd be kind of cool, I think. I mean, to go out and, I'd be like a war hero. You know?
No cupcakes are you.
Artie, you don't need that.
Me and Jimmy Florentine getting beheaded together. Me, Jim, and Nick DiPaolo.
What if they see you and they think like you look like Zacharias Moussaoui and they try to recruit you?
I think they should convert Artie and send him back as a terrorist.
He looked like he could be converted.
He's a suicide bomber now.
Artie goes over to Iraq.
I convert if they say
he becomes an Iraqi
they're going to kill me. But then I'd escape like a James Bond type thing.
You think you'd be strong enough to withstand and be able to convince them you were brainwashed, but not?
See, I'd like to do a remake of, like, Goldfinger and have you be James Bond.
Yes.
We do the exact same script, same movie, same cast, basically.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and it's Artie as James Bond.
No, Mr. Lang, I expect you to die.
That's one of the greatest lines. I love that.
You expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Who's she?
Do you remember Buddy Miles, play 2-5?
Buddy Miles was a famous jazz musician.
No, he wasn't.
He was a black guy who sang the blues.
You're thinking of Miles Davis and Buddy Rich together?
Yeah, Buddy Miles used to play drums for Jimi Hendrix. Now, play...
Buddy Miles played drums for Jimi...
Sure.
No, that was in that experiment. Now, he wasn't part of the Jimi Hendrix experience.
He was in the Band of Gypsies.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit, that Band of Gypsies. That was some shit Jimmy was doing on the side that never was supposed to be on a record. He died.
Liked Buddy
Neil
Miles,
Redding.
2-5.
Neil Redding.
No Redding was his bass player.
You remember this.
This was shitty Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, you. This is Buddy Miles from his album.
He hooked up with Buddy Miles. They did an experimental thing. They were going to throw it in the garbage, but then when Jimmy died, they released everything.
But I like the change.
This shit's good.
Yeah.
I like him.
Well, he passed away from congestive heart failure in Austin, Texas on Tuesday at the age of 60.
Well, that's what I'm going to remember him for this.
He emerged on the musical map as a member of Wilson Pickett's backup band.
That's a little different.
In 1967, he started the Electric Flag with guitarist Mike Bloomfield, and 2 years later, he was working with Hendrix in the short-lived Band of Gypsies.
This is a Grandma Caprio.
Yes.
I'm telling my Artie and everyone else, I'm up here in the heaven with the Buddy Miles and William Buckley. And we are jamming away in heaven.
They always say it happens in threes.
Grandma Caprio was a huge William Buckley fan.
I told him to hit the drums as hard as he could, and he did it.
In addition to leading his own group, collaborations with Santana resulted in 2 albums in 1972.
They always go in
Santana
threes.
And Buddy Miles.
Buddy Miles, William Buckley, and Grandma Caprio.
Santana and Buddy Miles live in the 1987 Santana album Freedom. Miles' singing skills were also tapped for commercial purposes. He was the lead vocalist for the California Raisins claymation ads in the mid-1980s.
By the way, Artie, you did a shitty job of my eulogy. You could have done a much more. You didn't put much thought into it, especially in front of the Dane. She would have been much more impressed.
He wasn't there.
I saw her. She left the room. I told Buddy Miles, my grandson, he's doing a heroin. He was very impressed. All the musicians, they love the heroin. I said, my Artie can do more heroin than any musician on the planet.
It's good to hear her. I like
she
it.
sounds like a good voice. She sounds like she's,
She's happy now.
Acclimated. She's moved right in, and she's feeling fine in her new environment.
By the way, I don't like the pair of shoes that you put me in.
What about the dress? Did they get the right dress?
Horrible. I miss my meatball. I wish he would have taken an interest in what I wore.
Sounds better than we should.
About the cutest baby I saw at the Borgata.
Is that Beth? Betho?
Yeah.
That's Betho.
I got babies on the brain.
Good.
American Idol. It was girls' night last night.
Yeah.
How'd I miss that?
It's so obvious who's going to win. This kid, this boy.
I don't know that you're so right about that. I haven't seen this boy.
Well, then,
I saw some of the girls last night. Some of them have very good voices.
They're all right.
Here's Amanda Overmeyer.
Ooh.
Who?
Which one is she?
I think she's the butchy-looking one.
She sang Carry On My Wayward Son.
Oh, yeah, she fucked up. She
did?
Yeah, she was,
I can't wait to hear
She was really bad.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Ain't no weary has to rest. Don't you cry.
Wow. And then there's Asia Epperson, who sang All By Myself.
Simon hit it right on the head. He said, this is a song that divas sing, and they have great voices. And he goes, and you don't.
Right.
I never needed anyone. Neither know the night.
There is a black chick on This American Idol who is so fucking hot.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's my type.
You want to see the hottest black chick you'll ever see?
Not the hottest black chick I'll ever see, but she's hot.
All right.
She does commercials, and she's got a career. Oh, let me see. Who's this?
Current Playboy. Check this out.
Black Centerfold?
Centerfold?
She's not my type.
Baby's got the rack.
Look at her. Oh, I wasn't going to take that one home, but now I'm going to.
Her areolas are too big.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Current Playboy. Check it out.
I'd fuck her, though. I mean, don't get me wrong.
I think she's
You'd throw her a bang as a mercy. Huh?
Yeah. She ain't bad, but this one on American Idol, that's my type.
You haven't seen her areola.
That's my kind of black woman. I guarantee
you
she has nice areola.
There's a chick on American Idol hotter than that chick?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, she's so cute.
All
right, let's move on. Here's Brooke White singing You're So Vain, 110.
Yeah, this chick's okay. She's not bad. She's pretty good, but I thought she kind of sucked
They
last
said
night.
she sang this to Simon.
Yeah.
You're so
I'm telling you, this boy's going to win.
Well, how do you sit through this?
I sit through it with much pleasure. I love it.
They can't sing.
That's the fun of it. And it's fun to hear them get scolded for it.
Here's Carly Smithson.
I wanted to hang myself during this one. She's like all heavily tattooed. You know, it's just like
Let me go crazy, crazy on you.
Oh, God.
Get that cat sound effect. Wait, I'll give it to you again.
Barracuda.
Yeah, they're taking heart songs and messing them up, and then Simon says, I've never heard of that song. It was horrible.
Right.
So, anyway, that's what's happening.
Thanks, Robin. We will, you got anything you want to plug?
You know what? April 5th in L.A., the Universal Amphitheater, Gibson Amphitheater in Los Angeles.
As someone who has seen Artie's act recently, I can tell you he's right on the money.
I wonder if Artie's going to be over there with Jessica Simpson. I just read that she's going to entertain the church.
He probably will be on tour with her, yeah.
Oh, how amazing would that be?
Imagine you end up banging her.
Oh, would she be annoyed? Great.
Well, okay, and for Howard TV lovers, yes, I do want to make sure everyone knows that the Mexican Delivery Game is on tomorrow night. Gina Lynn, Jorge, and Cesar, which is one of the most requested episodes ever. Everyone's chomping at the bit to see what that looked like. I can tell you it will not disappoint you, and that will be tomorrow night for anyone who has Howard TV on their cable system. If you think you're a TV trivia expert and your wife or girlfriend is willing to get naked if you lose, you could be a contestant for Win John Hines money. Yeah, that's right. TV trivia. Please email us at contest@howardstern.com and include your phone number and the picture of the woman who will get naked. We don't want to get any, losers.
You want to pass judgment on her?
Yes, we do. That's right. This is a show that passes judgment on its audience. And we will see you later. Bye-bye.
Check out King Norris March 8th, Saturday night. King Norris at Tiki Stadium, Keansburg, New Jersey. For more info, go to Tiki Stadium's MySpace page. See The Killers of Comedy February 29th and March 1st with guest Riley Martin at Levy's Comedy Club in Levittown, PA. March 7th and 8th at the Clubhouse Theater in Tempe, Arizona. And March 21st and 22nd at Republic Nightclub, Toronto, Canada. Go to RevBobLevy.com for complete information. Check out Levy's Comedy Club at the Ramada Inn, Levittown, Pennsylvania. Call 215-945-LEVY for upcoming shows or go to RevBobLevy.com. To book Benji and his naked lesbian bachelor party strippers for all your party needs.